Whether what time is it? Okay. My colleague, CEO Sri Subramaniam, I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'm multitasking and also the MC of the whole meeting. And this is the inaugural session, which has two welcome addresses, one by CEO, who will arrive shortly, and the second by IDRC. Since IDRC, Kapil, are you here? Okay, is in the room. Let me also say that some of you were able to be at a dinner last night, while others have only come in overnight. So for all our international guests, thank you for making the journey all this way out. Let me also indicate, I'll expand on this a little later, that this is a little bit like a summit between the Chinese and which is that the people in the first row are the round table. And the hope is that as many of them, other than session chairs, stay for the duration of the conference and contribute to a collective discussion. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. People in the second row are observers who will have an opportunity also to ask questions in the working sessions, as well as Niti staff. Many of you already met Anna Roy last night. I don't know if she's here, but in the administrative discussion, I'll indicate, if you have issues or rebooking of flights or something like that, how to go about that. So in anticipation of the arrival of CEO, to welcome you on behalf of, that's Anna Roy. Anna, just put up your hand as being the key resource person, and let's give her and the team a clap right now. Okay, so as you know from the program in your pack, is that the welcome addresses were meant to be by the president of IDRC, Julie Delhanty, and our CEO, BVR Subramaniam. But as we await Mr. Subramaniam's arrival, let me introduce, have Kapil speak on behalf of the president of IDRC. Kapil is the regional director for the Asia Regional Office of IDRC. He's an experienced international development specialist, focused personal countries, has held senior roles at the World Bank Group, including representative for Uganda and Zambia, and sector manager for poverty reduction and economic management in Asia. Again, Kapil, use this opportunity to indicate, as it was a close relationship I've had with the IDRC since 2002, 2003, but then ask you to speak on behalf of the president.
Great. Thanks very much, Suman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Development Research Center, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this international conference. As Suman has indicated, my name is Kapil Kapoor, and I'm the Regional Director for Asia for IDRC. Also, as someone mentioned, our president, Julie Delahunty, had to go through a medical procedure at the last minute and so was not able to attend. On behalf of her, I welcome you all to this event. IDRC is very proud to be co-hosting this event with Niti Aayog and with the Global Development Network. As part of Canada's development efforts, IDRC funds research and innovation and works in partners with the Global South to drive global change. Our work at IDRC is guided by our strategy, which highlights the following areas: climate resilience, food systems, global health, education and science, technology and innovation, artificial intelligence, sustainable and inclusive growth, gender equality, and democratic governance. Many of these items we'll be covering over the next days. Over the past 50 years or so, IDRC has had a strong presence globally, as well as here in India and in Asia. In Asia, we provided about $500 million for research in the areas that I just mentioned over the last 4 or 5 decades. At present, we have 128 active projects across 29 countries in Asia. We're actively exploring new partnerships. We're working with impact investors. We're increasingly using blended finance and working with philanthropies like Grow Asia, Fortiva AgriScience, and others. All our projects, no matter what the subject, focus on results and decisions based on evidence. Gathered here in this room today are people with the knowledge and the responsibility to evidence not just in Asia, but across the globe. Let's face it, now is the moment for green and inclusive growth to move from theory to a new reality that serves us all. India's G20 presidency theme, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, is more relevant than ever before. There's a growing consensus globally that the cost of carrying on as we have in the past is untenable. We have the tools to include everyone. Forward, and we are committed to strengthening the voice of the global South. During the next 2 days, we will focus on green growth and agriculture, poverty reduction, inequality, women's economic empowerment, rural development, fiscal policy, and trade. As policymakers and experts share their insights, the goal is to emerge with a set of recommendations that will feed into the G20 Leaders Summit, scheduled to take place in September. We have brought together an eminent, diverse, as well as inclusive group, academia, and the policy with the law nation of India. My hope is that the takeaways from this conference will ignite action, innovation in the broader global community, and in the process, transform the lives of women, men, and children in India, in Asia, the globe for the better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and our best wishes to President Delahunty. I certainly hope that she's able to travel to India sooner rather than later, and we look forward to receiving her. May I, at this point, call upon my distinguished colleague and friend, this CEO of BV Subramaniam, for his welcome address. Subramaniam is the CEO of Niti Aayog, is an IAS officer of the 1987 batch, and those of you who understand Indian code would understand the significance of that labeling. He has been secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, chief secretary, Jammu and Kashmir, principal secretary, government of Chhattisgarh, and has held positions in the Prime Minister's office. CEO On behalf of Niti Aayog, would you kindly welcome the group?
Thank you. I'm extremely honored to be in front of this August gathering at this inaugural session and have the honor of welcoming you all to this 1.5 day long conference on a green and sustainable growth agenda for the global economy. This is co-organized by IDRC, GDN, and Niti. This has been timed to precede the G20 summit is about to be held in a month's time, actually, in New Delhi under India's presidency. The conference is to discuss very critical issues which are critical for the world economy. And we hope that at the end, come up with some ways for a more and sustainable future, an inclusive future for the entire world. The G20 is contextual because it's an extremely important body. About 85% of the world's GDP, 2/3 of the world's population. These numbers are well known. The important point is, consider that many other international bodies are log jammed in terms of taking decisions. This actually brings together a smaller group, which is actually far more effective if and when it comes to consensus. And I think that's very important. And I think that's where conferences like these help the group of nations in the G20 take decisions which can impact the lives of billions of people around the world. And, the fact is, the green and sustainable growth are no longer a choice or an option. It's an imperative. It's an essentiality. Whether we like it or not, the world will be nudged or pushed into that direction or some other direction which we don't want to go into. So I think the transition is absolutely essential. And the wisdom that's gathered in this room over the next day and a half can actually deliberate, come up with suggestions, policy prescriptions, ideas, which can then be acted upon, as my preceding speaker said, not just for India or Asia, but for the entire. Align India's own priorities, which has to push in the G20 agenda, things like green development, climate finance, accelerated inclusive growth, technological transformation, the SDGs. Sometimes seem to be falling off people's things when we talk about many other challenges, but they're actually relevant for a majority of the population of the world. Then we'll have a roundtable discussion how the G20 should evolve. And I think we will have very interesting speakers. We'll have our G20 Sherpa and the president of GDN will also be here. And I think that will also throw up some ideas which the leaders can deliberate upon when they meet here in September. Niti Aayog, no need to mention, is in almost every body of the government, apart from security. So we have our fingers in almost every pie. And so everything that comes out of here will actually be looked at quite seriously by the government, at least in India. And it will also help Niti Align chart its own path as it goes along to the future, charting out a green transition agenda, charting out the sustainable growth agenda. SDGs are actually the Niti Aayog. We have the primary responsibility for pushing the SDG agenda within the country. So to that extent, this is very important. I'm sure we will all, the G20 and the world at large, will benefit from this conference. And I'm sure the rest of the audience who will be attending this conference will also benefit from the insights of all the experts who are here. And the knowledge and the experiences that you have are going to be very valuable. I extend my gratitude to all the participants who have taken time off from their other schedules and come here to participate and deliberate. Also thank all the organizers and the others who are supporting this conference. Thank you very much. And I look forward to a day and a half long workshop with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. And I'm very pleased that we are moving to the second part of the opening session exactly on time at 9:30. Also acknowledge the kind presence of our senior colleagues at Niti Aayog. 3 of our 4 members are here and were there last night, and they will be playing a role in the program. So that is also part of the presentation of Niti Aayog in this conference. We now move to a section that's called Rules and Processes, which is an opportunity for our Sherpa. Some of you met him last night, Amitabh Kant, indicate his expectations from this event. It was an act of great generosity by Amitabh Ji to allow this conference to use the G20 logo and be seen as an official side event of India's G20 presidency. Amitabh Ji, thank you for giving time last night and tonight. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Berry. Mr. Subramaniam, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, truly delighted to be here. My compliments to both Niti Aayog and IDRC for organizing the conference, whose recommendations will carry a lot of weight for us in the G20 as we take it forward towards the last Sherpa meeting and finally the leaders, the New Delhi leaders communique which will be worked out. And I'm sure the inputs from this conference will carry a lot of weight for us. So we are in very challenging times because the global growth is slowing down. The world around us is, if you look around, there is a slowing down of growth all over. Germany is just got into a very major slowdown, and the challenge before the world is really to accelerate the pace of growth. That's the number one challenge to my mind. And the second big challenge before the world is that there are huge global debt vulnerabilities. 1/3 of the world is suffering from slow growth. There's another 75 countries which are suffering from global crisis. And if that persists, then huge impact. Only 12% of the SDGs are on track. And we are way behind both the cost of living crisis as well as the impact of COVID set us back. Almost about 120 million people have gone below the poverty line. Almost about 80 to 90 million people have lost their jobs. And therefore, it's important that the pace of SDG implementation is accelerated, which will be a key concern when this issue comes up before the leaders. Resilient, inclusive global value chains. How do we facilitate FDI inflows? How do we promote greater ease of doing business? How do we push for greater unlocking of trade for growth? How do we push off protectionism? How do we really reiterate the reforms of WTO? How do we need a well-functioning dispute resolution mechanism at WTO? And how do we, some of these issues are critical, and also in the strong, sustainable, balanced, inclusive growth, there'll be the challenge of as more and more people get into the process of urbanization. India will see about 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization in the next 4 to 5 really, these are some of the key challenges to my mind, which will feature very, very strongly as far as the leaders' discussion is concerned. Secondly, as I said, there is a challenge of accelerating progress on sustainable development. We are at the midway point, and therefore the G20 in the Development Working Group has worked out an action plan for accelerating progress on SDG, which has received consensus amongst all countries, that the action plan for accelerating implementation in the next 7 years. We have very strongly recognized the role of digital transformation there, and the very critical need for the critical role of digital public infrastructure and AI in advancing sustainable development goals. And some of the challenges we've discussed there are eliminating hunger and malnutrition, and also emphasizing availability of food, fuel, and fertilizer. Also implementing One Health and delivering on quality education through better learning outcomes. These are key challenges which the world is facing, which we've taken very strongly in the G20 so far. The third is, to our mind, very critical, and that is to work towards a green development pact for a sustainable future. And this green development pact will cover several issues, becomes reaffirming our commitment to principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. We must enable transition to a sustainable future proactively in a just manner, and therefore reiterating our commitment to Paris Agreement, where we need to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade by mid-century. Also pushing for our view in India is very strongly what the Prime Minister has talked about, and that is lifestyle for sustainable living. A recent study by IDRC has demonstrated that if we are able to nudge behavioral change, we'll be able to reduce greenhouse gas emission by about almost 20%. So mainstreaming life, where we worked on high-level principles, and there's a broad consensus around that. We are pushing in the G20 on designing a circular economy, implementing clean, sustainable, just affordable energy transition, which is a very major component of this Green Development Pact, and delivering on climate finance, which is critical because it's developing countries are not responsible for carbonizing the world. The principle of just climate change has been broadly accepted, and therefore there is a need to bring in new financing instruments of blended finance, the IO has also said that the energy sector investments itself requires about close to 4.5 trillion per annum. There is a need for scaling up resources, and all this figures very strongly in the Green Development Pact that we're talking about. The fourth key priority is when we talk about SDG and climate finance and the need for greater flow of resources, is about building up multilateral institutions for the 21st century. And therefore, these institutions were created in the post-Bretton Woods period and the post-World War II. They were not designed for SDGs nor for climate finance. And therefore, the need to reform, restructure, redesign them to meet the needs for today is a very critical component. And the fifth key priority is technological transformation and digital public infrastructure. And digital public infrastructure, because in India, we've demonstrated that through open source, APIs, and interoperable models, we could build identity, we could build bank accounts, we could create 550 million for fast payments, where we today do about 46% of the fast payments across the world, and almost 11x payments of what Europe and America do. And then from payments, we then move to cashless, paperless credit, and then from that we move to wealth creation in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities with young startups, like many young startups today have taken stock markets into Tier 2, Tier 3 and rural areas. And then many startups who've started doing insurance, which is all cashless, paperless. So the key role of digital public infrastructure is very vital, because in the world today, there are almost about 4 billion people without an identity. There are 2.5 billion people without bank accounts, 133 countries without a fast payment mechanism. So how can technological transformation and the push of digital public infrastructure be used to make a difference to the lives of citizens across the world. And that is very critical. Women-led development, which is a priority because for us, it's important that we focus on better education, better health for women. Today in India, there are more women than men in India. We've through this Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, when we started, only 17% of the women had bank accounts. Today, almost 86% of the women have bank accounts. And we were able to provide money into their bank accounts to 800 million people during the COVID period. So how do we provide better learning outcomes, health outcomes? How do we put them into position of leadership is a very critical priority, and it's received broad consensus across the world. But in green development, let me just say that there is a huge focus on mainstreaming life, on designing circular economy, on climate finance, on plastics, on ending plastic pollution, on harnessing we've been, as our Prime Minister said, despite challenging times, we've been very decisive, we've been very inclusive, we've been very action-oriented and ambitious. Despite the geopolitical scenario across the world, and despite a continuing war in Europe, we've continued on with ambition, and our G20 leaders' declaration will be very, very ambitious in terms of the delivery of action. And we are very, very hopeful that we'll find a way out on the para 3 and 4, which is broadly referred to as the geopolitical situation. So we look forward to a very lively, vibrant, positive, and a very ambitious G20 Leaders Summit in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitabh. Ambition of India's G20 presidency, and also for adapting your schedule to be here. I know you have to be heading to the airport directly from here. In case you can stay, would your presence quickly wish the speakers to identify themselves? Okay. So, if I could start with you, just quick introduction so that faces and names are assembled. Go all the way around to Nagesh. I think is the part of the table that is the wise men and women, sorry, 40 wise women, men. Okay, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Paul Sampson, president of the Center for International Governance Innovation, which is based in Waterloo, Canada. I was previously a senior government official, including a co-chair. The year is going well and is ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Otaviano Canuto, and currently I'm a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. I'm also a resident senior fellow at Brookings. And previously in my life, I've spent many years at the multilateral institutions. I was a vice president at the World Bank. I was also a vice president at the Inter-American Development Bank, and also a member of the boards of the World Bank and the IMF. And previously to all that, I was deputy minister of finance in Brazil, and I was responsible for the G20 at the time, 3 years ago. Glad to see work all that quite well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. For Banco for International Settlement, EIS, and in my previous life, I have been with the International Monetary Fund. I was deputy managing directors, and even before that, I was the deputy governor of People's Bank of China. Thank you.
Sujit, and I was last year I returned from Washington as executive director at the IMF. Prior to that, I was a member of the PM's Economic Advisory Council. Many years ago, a member of the World Bank.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Santiago Levy. I'm from Mexico. I used to be the vice president of the Inter-American Development Bank. In Mexico, I was the deputy finance minister. I was then the head of Mexico's Social Security, the head of Mexico's Competition Commission, and previous to that, I was a professor at Boston University. Pleasure to be here.
Good morning. I'm Rob Stavens. I'm a professor of environmental economics at Harvard University.
Dr. Sebastian, I'm agricultural economist by profession. I member Niti Aayog and well, issues related to agriculture, food system transformation, rural economy, sustainability, issues related to food and nutrition security, and environment and climate change. Thank you.
I'm Peter Drysdale, Emeritus Professor of Economics at the Australian National University in Canberra. I've spent a lifetime studying international economic diplomacy in Asia and the Pacific, including work on the formation of OPEC.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Nice to be here. And to everybody, I'm Albert van Jaarsveld. I'm the Director General for the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis based in Luxembourg in Austria.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Alicia Garcia-Herrero. I'm Chief Economist for Asia Pacific at an investment bank called Natixis. And I'm also a joint professor at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology in Hong Kong and senior research fellow at a European think tank called Google. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aruna Ghosh. I'm the CEO of an independent think tank called the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. I'm a member of the G20 Finance Track Advisory Group, and CEW is a knowledge or strategic partner to 11 ministries of the Government of India for the G20. I most recently also served on the UN Secretary General of the UN Committee for Development Policy.
I'm Emeritus Professor at Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research. I am currently chairing working group for G20 on repurposing the international financial architecture. I'm also a member of India's Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Committee. I was a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's an absolute privilege. I'm Debjani Ghosh, and I head NASSCOM, which is the tech body for India. It represents India's thriving tech industry consisting of Indian companies, startups, as well as all the MNCs that are etc. One very interesting fact that I think all of you will might surprise a few of you is that India's tech industry, if the data is to be believed, today accounts for nearly 70% of innovation happening globally, especially the Fortune 500 companies. So if you think about the I in innovation today, it sort of stands for India and what's happening out of India. So it's an absolute privilege to represent this industry. And I think the work of this industry will have such a huge impact on everything we are talking about, from SDGs to innovation to healthcare. So looking forward to this discussion.
Good morning. My name is Hanan Morsi. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And I co-chair the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture, which have been formed since early of last year and have been basically building consensus on African position in terms of the global financial architecture. Prior to my role, I worked at the International Monetary Fund, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, African Development Bank. Pleasure to be here.
Good morning, I'm Jayant Sinha. I'm a member of parliament from Standing Committee on Finance. My previous life, I was a venture capitalist in the United States and in
I'm the president of GDN. I'm also a professor of economics at the Graduate Institute in Geneva, senior fellow at Verdi, and share a Moroccan affiliation with Ottaviano Canuto, affiliation with the Mohammed VI University in Rabat.
Thank you for the partnership of GDN in this event.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jessica Sutton. I'm currently a senior fellow at the Yale Jackson School of Global Affairs and a senior fellow at Artha Global, an India and London-based think and do tank focused on institutional design and policy reform. It's actually great to be back. I spent about 20 years working on Indian infrastructure policy and federalism, 10 of which were spent in Chennai working with various institutions, including management reform. My current preoccupation now is a focus on institutional architecture, the application of social science to design institutions that give us the social capabilities to meet some of the challenges that Mr. Kant laid out in a time of rapid environmental, technological, and social change. Thanks very much.
Good morning, Excellencies and friends. I'm Mari Pangestu, Professor of Economics at the University of Indonesia. I recently stepped down as the Managing Director for Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank, where I oversaw a lot of the climate and development agenda and, of course, was involved in the evolution roadmap of the World Bank, which is obviously still ongoing. And in a previous life, I was serving as the Minister of Trade and the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy in the Indonesian government. Thank you.
Paul, a member of Niti Aayog. I anchor health, nutrition, and education at Niti Aayog. Thank
you. My name is Nagesh Kumar. I'm currently leading a think tank, ISID, which focuses on industrial development. But previously, I was director at UN SCAP, based in Bangkok. And before that, I headed another Indian think tank called RIS, which works on international economic issues. And I'm also a senior fellow at Boston University Global Development Policy Center. Thank you.
Thank you all. The remainder of the people in the room are very welcome. It's a combination of NITI staff, of researchers from other organizations. And all I wanted to say is there's not time to acknowledge each of you, but in the sessions, there will be time for those of you who are interested to raise questions. So thank you for being here. And if you can stay for the discussion and see how it accumulates, that would be a great pleasure for us. And let me just say that all those who are here are invited both to a working lunch in between sessions and also to dinner at the end of the afternoon, end of the evening. Now, I'm conscious of the fact that Sherpa has to catch a flight. Amitabh, I was going to just add some organizational issues. I don't think there's time to include you in the photograph right now. Maybe we'll do a second photograph when you return at the end of the day tomorrow. But please stay as long as you can. And if you need to leave during my remarks, that's fine. Well, firstly, my welcome to all of you and my thanks to the co-chairs. You will find in your kits a one-pager, which I have lost, which is blue, which basically, there we go, which sets out the whys and wherefores of this event.
And let me just build on what Amitabh had to say. First, in my perspective, the G20's primordial commitment is to growth. Yes, high quality growth. Yes, green growth, but growth. Okay. And I therefore put the G20 in the list of institutions that the world created to make sure that what happened in the 30s does not return. And I think one could argue that given what could have happened in 2007, what could have happened after COVID, whether the G20 was influential, the fact of those interactions has at least saved us from financial crisis, depression. And so I consider that an achievement. But now we have to raise our sights. The second point I'd like to make before I turn to the organizational dimensions is that, at least until the Ukraine war, the G20 was an assembly of sovereigns. It was not characterized by blocs. And I know that, we at BDN and IDRC are committed, and India's presidency is committed to the voices from the South. But let us not forget that the Sustainable Development Goals are ecumenical. They apply to all countries. And I think it's interesting and impressive to see not only the seriousness with which the EU and EU member states take the Global Development Goals, but also the Sustainable Development Goals, but also, for example, Bookings has on its website a question of how the US is doing on the Sustainable Development Goals. And let's be clear, the rich countries are not necessarily, as it were, the role model in meeting the Sustainable Development Goal. So in that sense, I do think the notion of the G20 as being a forum for discussing vexing issues of the global economy and society who's present here. Second point, though, is we can only report on research which is based on the past. But what I learned in my role as chief economist of Shell, the problem is to peer into the future. And so the hope is that with the presentations that are going to be made by people who have thought deeply about these issues, there could be collective thinking about what does this mean for the future of global growth, and what does it mean for even the political economy of dealing with these great global issues, and in a sense, assisting the G20 over a longer horizon to say that the growth model is changing. This is the guidance that this group can offer on that change. As the Sherpa has indicated, India's presidency is ambitious, so why shouldn't this conference be ambitious? So that there's a bit more in this one pager. If I could now just mention a few housekeeping things. Firstly, I've already mentioned the point that all those who are on the program are requested to participate in the Q&A in each session. So that is, and our hope is that those who are here from India would also be able to stay. Second, the event is being recorded and live streamed, so all presentations and interventions will be on the record, and people should be aware. We are also putting together an edited publication after the event, which we hope will be of the official handover materials from India to Brazil when the as you know, the G20 operates on the basis of a troika. We benefited from the experience of Indonesia. We will now hand over to Brazil on December the 1st. And if we get cooperation from those who we reach out to, the hope at least is that we might be able to come up with a volume by the end of November as part of that official handover. To this end, the format is something like many of you have been at the World Bank. There's something called the Annual Bank Conference for Development Economics, which comes out with short excerpts of or short summaries of both presentations and also discussions surrounding those presentations. But I don't want to take up time, but just to alert you to the fact that it's not only what happens in these 2 days. We do hope to capture that initially for India's G20 presidency, and secondly, as some kind of a gift to the Brazilian presidency. And we will write to the discussion leads on taking account of the summer break. We will also put together, based on the transcript, summaries following the president of the India Policy Forum, which I led at NCAR, where there are individual references in the coffee break, the case. So you will have to grab coffee and then head out to the garden. We're hoping that it won't rain in the meantime. So sorry to have slightly overrun this opening session. Let me ask the organizer. Climate growth. And our chair is and the speakers are Robert Stevens, Jessica Seddon, Arnab Ghosh. If they have an order of speaking, I will introduce our distinguished chair. In the lower house, the Lok Sabha, is chairperson of that parliamentary standing committee for finance, and Niti Aayog quakes in its boots, but it comes before him. But he is also a deeply committed the climate challenge. In the past, he has served as Minister of State for Finance and Civil Aviation, and as he mentioned, Mr. Sinha, prior to public service, was in venture capital. The blurb for the session is that opinions are sharply divided on the growth consequences of a transition from fossil to renewable resources at a time when with sustainable to remind for this session and others, we're talking about global issues. We are also going to keep ear cocked for what it might imply
this morning to have an extremely distinguished panel that will go into these topics. And what I thought might that's their perspectives. They have presentations that they will be providing. Thereafter, we will have an opportunity to take questions from all of you. So we look forward to a very lively session. And thereafter, we will, of course, do a quick summing up. Each of the distinguished speakers will give their perspectives. I'll give my perspective. And we will conclude. The good news is we have plenty of time. It's a very rich and complicated set of issues. But we are very fortunate to have very distinguished commentators on that. And get started, I do want to acknowledge our great enthusiasm and excitement about the fact that through this G20 that there is an outcome that we are working towards, which is a green development pact. And the Green Development Pact would really be a set of coordinated actions to really drive, as Sumanji just said, growth, particularly sustainable green growth. And when it comes to green and sustainable growth, I must say that I have a very and Hazaribagh is one of the largest coal producing areas in India, and field, which is where we are producing much of our having the area 6,000 megawatts of coal-fired capacity coming up in front of our eyes. We have a whole host of sponge iron plants. We have brick. So, in fact, in my constituency, so we have a full industrial cluster that is very actually undertake a just transition are issues that I'm dealing with, not just at a high economic level, but day to day in terms of people's. Of course, I also, as Sumanji indicated, chair the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance, where we are, of course, looking at longer term issues of economic growth, financing of green. And green development actually happens. So whether you look at it from a very grassroots perspective of actually the human impact of all of this, or we look at it in a macro perspective in terms of India's economic growth and the role of the global community in supporting that, those are issues that I'm dealing with on a continuous basis. Now, I first, from a economic development and a green and sustainable growth point of view, started looking at these issues about 4 or 5 done this area, in this area. And as a policymaker, the first question I asked was, what's the impact of net zero? Because the conventional view at that time, particularly in India, was that net zero would actually be bad for India. If we embarked on a business perspective, is net zero positive or is net zero negative? And what are India's emissions under different scenarios? Sumanji, of course, worked at Shell, where they went to decarbonization in different ways. How would that impact India's economic growth and India's economic outcomes? So I asked a number of economists, I asked a number of think tanks, show me the models. right? Help me understand what is the impact of decarbonization. And what we found 4 to 5 years ago is that the climate scientists had not actually and so on. So we actually had to build a lot of the modeling work to be able to understand what's the impact of net zero. But I think as all of you would intuitively accept and understand, what we found, and not just through one modeling study, but a range of modeling studies done by a wide group of experts and think tanks, is that net zero, and for as a politician like me, the headline is important. The headline is very important for us as politicians. And for me, the headline is net zero is net positive. Net zero is net positive. And I'm stripping out climate change. I'm not looking at the impact of extreme fossil fuel-driven economy. The answer is independent of really on the basis of technology change and what was happening, solar getting cheaper than fuels and so. Actually better to go to net zero. Net zero is net positive. There's no question about it. Once we factor when we look at it on every dimension, whether we look at it in terms of GDP growth, job creation, imports annually of $600 billion, which $250 billion fossil fuels alone. So if we can move away from fossil fuel imports, which is all payments as well. So therefore, net zero is net positive on every dimension that we look at. However, the challenge for everyone is how do we actually make it happen? Does the global south have the financial resources and the technologies to actually move to net zero by 2060, 2070, which is when it might be realistic or practical to envision that it could happen? Do we have the money? The answer is right now, neither do we have the financial resources nor the technology. This requires a massive set of changes to the global financial architecture. Distinguished speakers to really highlight in their own work how they have anticipated that this transition can happen, taking into account the fact that the global south needs all the support that it can get, that the just transition issues are very complicated, the grassroots reality of implementing these changes is very, very difficult, and that we will need a thorough revamping of the global financial architecture, both in terms of mobilizing private sector capital from the global north to go to the global south, as well as in terms of support for the global south to undertake these just transition issues. So with that, let me turn it over to Aranaba, who's also looked at so Professor Stevens, let me turn it over to Professor Stevens. He has, a very comprehensive. Over to you, Professor Stevens.
And the bios are in everybody's package.
All of the hosts, both for the superb organization and the splendid hospitality that they are showing to all of us. My topic, as you can see, is a broad overview to get things. For those of you who are here who are not steeped in climate change policy, but are more focused on economic basic science to basic economics to the geopolitics of climate change, starting with the spatial. Of course, greenhouse gas economic terms climate change is a global commons problem. What that means then economically is that any jurisdiction that takes action will incur the costs of its actions, but the climate benefits are distributed globally. And if you think about the basic arithmetic of that, of its actions. And it's, of course, a classic free rider. Global emissions. Now, as I said, there's also a temporal dimension that takes us from the science to the economics to the politics and policy, and that is the green. Interest. And the damages of climate change are a function of the stock in the atmosphere, the concentration, not the flow at any point in time. So the most severe consequences of climate change are over this long time horizon, but climate change policies and the attendant costs of mitigation are going to be up front. It was give benefits to voters today and to place the costs on future generation. The climate problem is asking politicians to do precise the global common nature of the problem with this intertemporal asymmetry. That's essentially why, at least from an economic because of really striking for a country such as India. Because India is a major force in the global energy economy. Energy consumption has more than doubled since the year 2000. This has been propelled both by a growing population and also rapid economic growth. At the same time, however, energy use per capita in India is well under half of what the global average is. Now, within the country, over 80% of energy needs are met by coal, oil, and solid biomass. Coal is by far the most important source of energy, and it has been critical for the expansion of electricity generation and the alleviation of poverty in the country, and for the expansion of industry. Oil consumption also has grown rapidly due to rising vehicle ownership and mass and private transit. Share of the energy mix, it is still very widely used in India, particularly for cooking. Of all of this, but this is despite the fact that it actually has relatively low per biomass use. Importantly, particulate emissions, particularly PM 2.5, are a major health issue correlated with climate change. We have begun to gain ground within the country. So solar photovoltaics, PV growth has been nothing less than spectacular, and the potential for PV. Now, I think that the trade-offs, therefore, going forward are inevitable and are best not ignored. The transition from fossil fuels to renewables will not be easy, and it will not be cheap. If it were either, it all would have the electricity grid and transport sectors are going to be significant. But those costs can be reduced in various ways. One is through judicious use of innovative policies, for example, carbon pricing instruments such as cap and trade, which India has already begun to do, improved pricing of electricity, including use the Paris Agreement is, in my view, key. I think India could play a leadership role, a very valuable leadership role, as we're now defining the parameters typically, whether China, those health co-benefits are actually of much greater value than are the local climate benefits. So they are very, very important scientifically, economically, and also potentially politically. Also, briefly, economists like myself tend to favor carbon pricing taxes or cap and trade in large, complex economies, but certainly not all of the world. But I'm thinking of the G20 countries, really. There are three reasons. The first is just feasibility. Because even costs are so heterogeneous. And thirdly, in the long but I want to emphasize that although economists like myself may see it as necessary eventually in large, complex economies, there are other market failures. Two in particular. One, there are some principal Asian problems, and then there are also some public good facing. Now, in terms of the worldwide status, there are now CO2 cap and trade systems in place in some very important countries of the world within the G20. There are also carbon taxes in many countries of the world. And we might want to compare them. There are about equal numbers of the two, about a total of about 61 recently, and approximately 30 of each. There are carbon taxes, in particular in Northern Europe, Sweden, stringency, that is the carbon price, whether it's the tax or the allowance price from the market, by the scope, how many tons of emissions are accounted for. Right now, cap and trade, emissions trading is more important in the world. I'm not saying it will be in the future. Their emission trading system, then eventually that would double the width of this because they account for 30% of global emissions. If they cover half of their emissions, the consequences are very, very significant due to its electricity dispatch, in terms of investments in new capacity, in terms of earlier retirement of existing capacity. They're smaller because of the lower carbon content, but in the short term, in countries where natural gas as a substitute for coal, as it is in the United States, it could actually inspire a demand increase in the short term. Having said that, it's important to recognize that even with substantial carbon pricing on the order of $100 per ton, the effects are small compared to what exogenous technological change has meant, at least in the United States. The cost of new sources of natural gas. And then finally, oil here, I think, transportation sector that is high marginal CO2 abatement costs. So a cost-effective portfolio in the short term not target oil. But we are going to see increasing penetration of EVs, growth of biofuels, and greater fuel. Growing demand for aviation fuels and for petrochemicals. Now, the for fossil fuel, but obviously good news for renewables and possibly for nuclear power. That depends upon domestic political circumstances. Energy, these sectors, energy, but it's all sectors. On the other hand, exogenously is more efficient than the last. So it would be good news for Boeing and Airbus, but particularly bad news for the consumers of those same energy-consuming durable goods, whether it's Air India, Lufthansa, or United Airlines. The nations remain very important, even though many of us in the room, I'm sure, find them very frustrating. Is, I believe, so important. So in addition to saying thank and of course, you can follow me on Twitter. Monday, you spam will send you an email update once a month or once every other month.
Well, I just omitted to say that following the three presentations, there will be I hope the chair recognize the order in which they went up so that we can.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the presentation to load up. But while the presentation is coming up, in the interest of time, let me just for inviting me to this important conference. Since Vice Chairperson has twice mentioned the wise in that group, and I'm certainly hoping that at the end of the day, I can be wiser in the discussions. Framework, I thought I would delve deeper into some of the concrete trade-offs, because as Mr. Berry said, Mr. Jensina, that it's not just that it is net positive in the models, but how do we make it happen and how do we deal? Already introduce myself, I'll simply say that at CEW, our work is around the system level transformation model. Examples. At CEW, we've been developing the first high-resolution climate risk atlas for India, and as those maps show, already three-quarters to extreme climate events. But what is even more worrying is if you see the second map, that 40% of our administrative capacity on the ground. Administration has historically been more used to dealing with droughts, how do they overnight become economies are the ones that suffer the most in terms of the percentage of GDP whereas for the high income or upper middle income economies, these economies are already struggling with and which is part of the G20 agenda. So how is the G20 disaster risk reduction, the range of objectives, disaster resilient infrastructure, financing. Equally, there is a global organization that India is promoting called the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. It also has a focus on specific foundational sectors like telecoms, transport, particularly airports. The economy more resilient. So how do we deal with that shrinking fiscal space? Last month at the Paris Financing Summit, for which advised about a range of different ideas and suggestions of what could be done. Of course, the IMF has announced its Resilience and Sustainability Trust, leading up to about $60 billion. Some estimates suggest that the so-called $100 billion promise might be delivered this year from developed countries and so forth. But equally, we have to be innovative as the group of senior economists that I was a member of advised in increasing fiscal space and reinforcing fiscal sovereignty. For instance, illicit financing flows. Africa alone lost about $88 billion in tax revenue from illicit flows between 2000 and 2015. So we've got to turn the green development agenda while not forgetting the broader macroeconomic space creation agenda that I'm saying actually modeling the trade-offs might not be there, but these are at least in perception and sometimes in very real terms, these political trade-offs that we have to confront. So energy access and clean energy. Now, energy access is going to be the primary driver for many developing countries as a political priority.
between 2000 and now, India has given access to electricity to 700 million people. Between now and 2030, the world has to give access to electricity to 700 million people. We connected 11,000 Indians to electricity over 18 months. 28 million homes got collected. Now, between now and 2030, for the rest of the world, every hour, we have to connect 11,500 human beings to electricity. So this is the scale of the challenge, which is why then political leaders or policymakers might say, look, my priority is to get power to the people. But is there real on 2050 while trying to be consistent with planetary integrity? And what we found in the lead up to Glasgow was that a 2070 target for India still ensures that our emissions are 59% lower than China's, 58% lower than the United States, and 49% lower than the European Union. But it gives us more time. So the real question is not just whether in the models net zero becomes net positive, but how do you create that policy room to peak and then bring down your emissions? Now, if again you translate that globally, what we find is some analysis I did for all emerging markets in 2021. You see that 58% of all new electricity demand over the next 2 decades will come from emerging markets. But their political economies will be different. Some, like India, China, will have to leapfrog from coal, as Mr. Sinha was describing, and some might have to leapfrog from gas and elsewhere. But that then raises this question of how will all of this happen? Earlier this month, I published in Foreign Affairs a paper called Can India Become a Green Superpower? Now, what does that superpower really mean? Over the last decade, you can see the exponential increase in renewable energy capacity in India. We're already the 4th largest renewable energy capacity in the world, with about 43% of our installed generation capacity coming from non-fossil sources. But that's not enough. We are also the 2nd largest national target for green hydrogen, just short of the United States and just short of the European Union's collective target for green hydrogen. And at CW, we are However, despite powering sustainability, India, the 4th largest renewable energy market in the world, is getting less than 2.9% of global clean energy investment. And then if you compare it with other countries, if India is getting that much, all of Africa is getting even lesser, Brazil is getting lesser, and so forth. And this is why the point that Mr. Sherpa, Mr. Kant made, it's not just with the Green Development Act in terms of the policies, but how do we also get to the financing? The basic problem with the financing is that the risks perceived for investing in emerging markets like India and elsewhere are far higher than the risks realized. How do you actually de-risk? When I analyzed more than 24 financial initiatives that have been launched over the last decade, the World Bank Reform Agenda needs to think about what is the platform for blended finance to look at risks across projects, because often these are non-project risks. These are related to currency, to policy risk, political risks, etc. So our proposal being what is called the Global Clean Investment Risk Mitigation Mechanism, a digital platform to pool risks across geographies and across projects to lower the risk curve, and then use the limited amount of public financing as the first loss to bring down the cost of finance. Let me now turn to the third trade-off, which is around energy security versus energy sustainability. Now, of course, the Indian G20 presidency is happening against the backdrop of serious concerns about energy security. But let me also argue that it is not just energy security of the fuels of the past.
but also energy security of the future. The starting example, if you look at the right-hand panel, fossil fuel, the countries that export fossil fuels to us are fairly diversified. The regions from where we get our renewable energy equipment, it's much more concentrated. So taking it beyond India, the G20 tasked us with developing an official study on renewable energy supply chains. And you can see over the past decade, as many more countries have started investing in clean energy, the dependency where they've concentrated imports has gone up. In solar, less than 40 countries with concentrated sources of renewable energy imports, going up to over 70. In wind, it has kind of stayed the same. In lithium-ion batteries, it's gone up from 19 to 49. So energy security for the fuels of the future is going to matter to make the political case that the investments in clean energy can also be consistent with energy sustainability and energy security. So just last weekend at the Goa Energy Transition Working Group Ministerial, we, of course, did not have a joint communique for reasons we all know, but in the outcomes document, we see some very encouraging signs. For the first time, there is an extensive paragraph on critical minerals for batteries, as well as a separate section on fuels of the future, along with an agreed high-level principles on hydrogen, as well as, of course, the usual mentions of bridging technology gaps and gaps and so forth. So we need to now leverage these agreements. So now let me finally come to the very last bit, the last trade-off around jobs growth and jobs losses. Again, and just to pick up on the theme that Mr. Sinha very clearly articulated, and not just his constituency, but if we look across the country, we've got 266 of our 700-odd districts with at least one asset linked to coal. 13 million people formally employed, and there's a much larger informal sector as well. Now, can we combat this? At CW, we collect the data on the number of jobs being created in the clean energy sectors. We estimate that by 2030, we'll have a workforce of over 1 million people in solar, large-scale solar and wind, but that will translate the role of distributed energy to power livelihoods, especially in rural areas. Our estimation is that it is a $50 billion investment opportunity with the potential to support 37 million livelihoods, and I can get into more details on that front. We also did analysis on the jobs gains and losses, electric vehicles versus the ICE mobility sector. And you can see that there is a net job loss if you move away from ICE. However, you can combat it by creating new industries like battery recycling, installation of charging infrastructure, and so forth. So there are ways to overcome even that major political conundrum of jobs growth or jobs losses. So as I conclude, I want to simply bring it back to what this means for, as Professor Stevens said, need not be global, but at least international or multilateral of some kind. We're going to solve for 4 market failures and 4 political failures through the G20 and beyond. First market failure, going back to the issue of risk, how do we deal with nonlinear climate risks that are rising over time? How do we create an insurance cushion through a resilience reserve fund? How do we deal with that delta between perceived and real risk by creating a de-risking platform? How do we price externalities, not just carbon, but land, water, materials, by promoting circular economy that India has put forward in its G20 agenda? And how do we promote sustainable consumption, not just the supply side of sustainable production, through lifestyle for environment, the high-level principles for which were agreed at the Development Working Group last month? Equally, are political failures. As much as we are frustrated with the COP processes, the challenge is that we have a lack of accountability, not a lack of promises. How do you convert the UNFCCC from a bank of depositing promises to a bank of actions? How do we move away from protectionism, something that Mr. Khan said, concentrated supply chains to more diversified yet interdependent supply chains through technology co-development? How do we have security for the fields of the future through the rules that will govern these new fuels. And finally, back to this issue of jobs, we have a big transition from fossil fuels through not just energy transition partnerships, but joint energy transition partnerships. I leave you with 5 questions. I think about these for India, but these perhaps apply to the rest of the world as well. What are the macro enablers for this domestic green policy? How are we going to increase the fiscal space to deal with climate risk? Are we politically ready to price resources? Can we manage the macro fundamental of inflation or currency variability, which increases the cost of finance for clean investments? We have the commercial diplomacy to support our strategic diplomacy, supported with trade and industrial policy that creates these interdependent supply chains. And finally, we have the political maturity across our countries to handle the distributional consequences. You'll have much more information on our website, and I look forward to being wiser by the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arunabha. I think we've got 2 excellent perspectives here between Professor Stevens and from Arunabha. We'll turn it now to Jessica. She'll provide her views. Just as a quick time check, we will go till 11:30. Jessica will take 10 or 15 minutes. And I see a number of folks who've put up their placards. So I think we already have 5 or 6 people who want to ask questions. That's terrific. We'll have half an hour for question and answers. Please direct your questions to one of the speakers. And then we'll have a few minutes at the end to wrap up from each of the speakers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Arunabha is always both informative and sobering. I'm going to take a slightly different track here of this session. The first, this is just the overview of the session. The first is I'm going to look a little bit at adaptation. Arunabha has already covered some of the challenges that India faces immediately, but I think in terms of a policy or a mission-based or an initiative response, what might that take? The second is that we have many, many issues. We have many challenges. There is a significant problem agenda to be laid out. And I think the previous 2 speakers have done some of that, as well as offering solutions or key focus areas. But I'm going to focus on this word strategy. What and orientation for India to essentially be a pioneer in leading in both adaptation as well as mitigation. Some of this is informed by the fact that I've had the privilege over the last couple of decades to contribute to several pieces of policy, from the Electricity Act of 2003 to the National Clean Air Program, a few finance commissions, as well as 4 or 5 high-level committees on infrastructure. So more than the average sort of random American, I do have some sense of how things get built. And my last slide will break down some steps that might go is the mitigation challenge. So just here, I think Arunabha covered some of the adaptation challenges. The reason I picked this graph to show you is actually because it comes from the Indian Meteorological Department, the Statement of Climate in India during 2022. On that website, within the formal communication about changes in rainfall, changes in drought, changes in flood risk, sea level rise, changes in temperature, there is a striking amount of information that is both known within policy, known within the bureaucracy, included, I was happy to see, in many of the IAS exam training materials as well. So the information and the knowledge of what's happening is not the problem, including incorporation of some of the global research on it. I was pleased to see that the World Meteorological Organization statement on ocean temperatures is part of a training packet or a learning packet for the IAS exams. So, these things are being built in. But just to reiterate a little beyond what Arunabha touched on, in addition, which, as Professor Stevens mentioned, is not necessarily India's challenge, but is part of our global, shall we survive in this way as a species challenge. The key changes in the operating environment for the Indian economy, I think, cannot and should not be ignored. So there's heat in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, Southeast Coast in particular. There's water, increased monsoon variability, which comes against a backdrop of an inability to smooth through groundwater. The glacial melting in the Himalayas is essentially an erosion of the storage capacity. So the combination of the past use of water with the upcoming and present increased variability, the switching that the CEW risk analysis pointed to, is highly problematic for everything from the obvious, agriculture, but also to thermal power production. The number of plants in water-stressed areas has a lot to do with very here and now energy security. Sea level rise, I think we can all imagine a map of India's economic geography, the amount of coastal infrastructure, coastal capital at risk, coastal potential. Unfortunately, sea level rise in and around India, both east and west coast, seems to be higher than the global average. Storm intensity and duration due to ocean warming, again, one of the critical factors in terms of a storm's destructive capability is how long it sits, not necessarily the category of the cyclone or the immediate intensity. Both of those, with more energy in the oceans, both of those are increasing. So in terms of a disruption in the operating environment that has to be addressed in a way that does not involve business as usual with increased higher carbon mitigation strategies, that's a challenge. So in terms of a strategic approach, I just want to highlight that the key question is how to increase flexibility. And I don't use the word adaptation for several reasons. One is adaptation programs, as we've all seen, tend to be very environmentally focused, to focus on the immediate manifestation of the problem and to sometimes overlook, in fact, I would argue often overlook, the underlying structural frictions that prevent adaptation that is being pushed by changes in the environment around. I'll give an example from Himachal. So Himachal obviously is warming. Apple orchards on the lower slopes are becoming less and less viable. There was an intention or an effort to shift to stone fruits as a matter of agricultural adaptation. The usual efforts in terms of outreach, seeds, education, and so on were all shared with Himachal farmers. When you move a stone fruit around, you need to move it faster. It bruises, it goes bad more quickly. The trucking capability between these parts of Himachal and the major markets in Chandigarh were large trucks that would wait, go through a few farms, accumulate a load, then move. The structure of that trucking industry was that there were two major providers. Unfortunately, competition was not such that, I think they were brothers. The competition was not such that there was a move towards smaller and nimbler vans. It was the transport that was the issue. The adaptation mission, the adaptation efforts were in some ways preaching to the choir of farmers who knew and who had a good idea that they needed to move to stone fruits. It was a flexibility question. So first is to get out of the environmental mindset and treat it as a core economic structural infrastructure imperative. The second is because flexibility is actually the intersection of mitigation and adaptation. We talk a lot about instruments to create incentives to shift to lower carbon, but you can push and you can reduce the friction. Working on both levers is key to moving faster. Third is that the word flexibility is not entirely new, but it's new enough to create a new sense of a North Star, a new unifying vision across the levels of government and ministries that would have to participate in, say, a national mission on flexibility. What are some of the potential for a shifting of what you might prioritize if you were to build a national mission on flexibility? Never mind the environmental dimension of it, but thinking of it, even going back to the core focus of much of neoclassical economics is to increase flexibility. And people may have thought about it in labor markets, but it's essentially the ability to move in space, to move across sectors, to adapt new practices, to adapt new technologies. As flexibility as a social capability, it means that what you look at in terms of how you use policy levers, how you use public investments, takes a different cast. The benefits of the social capabilities to be flexible basically point to a different form of policy. And it's a unifying coherence that's something that a group like the Niti Aayog would be able, it's a classic kind of new North Star for a group like the Niti Aayog to be able to create a vision that spans across levels and entities within government. So just to give a couple of examples, just to make this a little more real, if you're looking at an incentive for a transition in the context of individual choice, you might use taxes, subsidies, regulatory carrots, and sticks, carbon pricing. If you want to reduce the frictions for moving, the reason that industrial clusters are not moving to gas rather than biomass, the reason that people are not moving from one farming region suffering from drought to a new one, the friction reducing are policies such as, many of which India has already implemented, portable identities, universal education, social safety nets that are independent of employment. That, in the US, one of the key pieces of friction is the fact that much of our social safety net, health insurance, and so on is linked to employment. People don't switch jobs as quickly. That has costs. When you think from the lens of let's promote flexibility, the kinds of flexibility that would be involved, adaptation and mitigation, the value of these sorts of policies becomes apparent. Similarly, with infrastructure programs, you could look at this as something to promote a particular form, green hydrogen, a particular industry, a particular special economic zone. On the other side, if you're looking at flexibility, it's an underlying promotion of functional, interconnected, multimodal transport. It's looking at the universal access to high quality productive levels of electricity, things like that. So there's a contrast, and I think that contrast is quite valuable in defining what would be a comprehensive whole of government effort to build the social capability to address both of these. Now, here's the part where in any sort of high-level expert committee on infrastructure or policy or public-private partnerships or whatever, we would have case studies from other countries that have done this, from other, how has this worked in XYZ other country? Unfortunately, in this case, there are none. If you look up a national mission on, you can find plenty of missions on adaptation, missions on net zero, et cetera. But missions on flexibility, Brazil has something, a minister for state transformation, which sort of gets at this, but it's also looking at other capabilities. I couldn't find one. I asked everyone who I knew who might know and might have found something, nothing. So in that sense, one of the key pieces in how you might do this is, I'll just go to the next slide because I'm running out of time. And I can come back to some of the macroeconomic support for the value of focusing on flexibility. How would you even think about setting up a flexibility mission in the context of India as an example for really most of the global South who is dealing with this simultaneous, the climate crisis is here, and we need to shift to an entirely new low carbon model of growth? How would you even think about setting up that mission? The first would be to say, okay, what are the priorities among forms of flexibility? Notice underneath here, all of these different aspects of flexibility, aspects of switching have their own political economy. Perhaps given India's federal arrangement, you wouldn't necessarily want to have extremely high flexibility in moving from state in interstate migration. That may be something for other reasons you might like to have people stay where they are. That would be a lower priority form of flexibility that could be decided. But so the first is priorities among forms of flexibility. Is it switching across sectors? Is it input switching? For example, in green construction, would you want to have a new set of building materials for industrial clusters, new energy sources, so on, value chain rearrangement? So first is a setting of priorities. This would ordinarily come in the terms of reference for a high-level expert committee on whole of government flexibility. The second, instead of the case studies, it might be a discovery part. What are the micro constraints, not in the abstract sense of ease of doing business on a global index, but within India, what are the reasons that if net zero is net positive, it's not happening as a matter of entrepreneurship? What is stopping small and large businesses? What is stopping individuals from shifting into new careers? What is the accumulation studies of small businesses in Tamil Nadu or apple farmers in Himachal. This would inevitably generate a seemingly random, rambling, and potentially very uncomfortable list of frictions. But it would be valuable as a substrate, as a beginning, to be able to then cluster into missions that could be assigned to different levels of government, lead agencies, policy areas. But I think starting with that notion that identifying and responding to the underlying frictions to change is an essential precursor to be able to address both mitigation, societal capability, a matter of leadership of the strategic part of the state. It is, I think, imperative to do this sooner rather than later. And in doing so, I think India could really demonstrate the ability to develop a 21st century institutional architecture in one of the world's most complex political and bureaucratic systems. So with that, I'd love discussion and any questions, comments. I'll be here around if people have other questions.
Thank you very much, Jessica. We are still struggling with our water mission and getting toilets everywhere, so I'm not sure we'll succeed with a flexibility mission. But since you were developed in India, maybe we might do better on flexibility. But thank you. I'll now turn it over to the participants now for questions. During the various presentations, I recognized 5 people. We'll go in this order. Senhor Al-Ghazi first, then Professor Goel, Dr. Morsi, Mr. Zhang, and then Minister Pangetso.
That is an acronym for Santiago.
Oh, Santiago. Al-Ghazi, Senhor Al-Ghazi.
But for the moment, just be amongst the roundtable.
So thank you to all the presenters. Really interesting material. This is a question for Professor Stavins. So I very much sympathize. My question, my reading of U.S. policy is rather than going into the cap and trade or the carbon tax through the Inflation Reduction Act, they really went the route of subsidies. So rather than carrots, more carrots and fewer sticks. The question is, these really substitutes? To what extent you can really substitute an effort to try to do the energy transition through subsidies and bypassing carbon taxes and cap and trade when other parts of the world are going the other direction? I sort of don't see those things function. Whatever you could comment on, that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you're absolutely right that the inflation. Were you collecting questions, or did I respond?
It's better. It's better to just.
So you're absolutely right that the Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S., although in a sense, by certain measurements, it's the most important, the largest climate policy the U.S. has ever put in place because of the size of the dollar expenditures, with the exception of the very small methane fee. All of it are subsidies. Now, some people look at subsidies and says, well, that's so instead of taxing a bad, you give money to a good, so they're symmetric, they're the same. And from economic perspective, that's absolutely incorrect. They're grossly inferior. I mean, one of the things that subsidies do is they create more demand for whatever that sector is because of the fact that we're subsidizing renewables. We're lowering the cost of energy for people as opposed to put in place a carbon tax that increases energy. So you may get some shifts among fuels, right, with the subsidy, but the overall demand for energy is going to increase. So it's working against itself. Secondly, they are extremely costly because the subsidy doesn't just go to marginal units, it goes to the inframarginal ones. It goes to everyone. And it may be that 90% of the recipients of the subsidy would have done it anyway, whether it's installing a technology or investing in a technology, but they get part of it. So it's very unfortunate. It's a result of the political realities in the U.S. and the fundamental reality that, at least in the U.S. context, politicians far prefer to give out benefits than to give out costs. So subsidies are very popular. Now, there are ways in which a cap and trade or a carbon tax mechanism could create a current beneficiary of a current generation of beneficiaries through redistribution of the revenue. but that's not the approach that has been taken in the U.S.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. To Professor Goel.
Thank you. I just wanted to collect some observations made by this very interesting panel. I think Jensen has started by saying net zero is net positive, and Professor Stevens told us there is a cost to energy saving. It has to be costly. I think the issue is really here because we have, how incentives and multilateral action and platforms can help turn the cost into a positive. So specifically looking at energy and power distribution in India is an area where states are really, it's one of the most huge subsidies and not be able to reform over years. So I was wondering, Professor Ghos's suggestion of a multilateral platform, if there is global green finance, which goes to states conditional on certain reforms, if that could be an incentive which would improve the energy distribution and therefore bring down energy costs and improve the transition towards green energy.
So, Professor Goel, whom would you like to answer that question? I don't know, you may.
I mean, I know Ms. Sinha has a lot about and written about this a lot. I think the basic problem is that we are using very limited amounts of public capital in very, very limited ways. So first of all, there is this whole anguish around the 100 billion when actually well over 2 trillion is needed annually for the energy transition. But even if you accept the OECD's numbers of about 80 odd billion that has been provided, the ratio of public finance to private finance in that 80 odd billion is 4:1. When actually one would think that it should be a multiple where the private finance should be at least 5x, if not 10x of public finance made available. Now, how do you do that? You don't do that by vanilla project financing by the existing financial institutions taking the public capital and then giving money to individual projects. You do that by taking the first loss. And that's the platform that is missing in terms of de-risking against the risks that are not in control of the project developer. The project developer in Kenya has no control over the interest rates that the US Fed sets. But if the interest rates go up, the cost of finance for the project developer in dollar-denominated debt in Kenya goes up. So that has nothing to do with Kenya's clean energy policy, the project developer's risk-taking appetite, or the willingness of a Kenyan utility willing to buy that power or not. So this is the problem. This is the market failure we have right now, that it's not just the volume of capital, but how it is being deployed is the problem. And if we can create a global platform for risks across projects to de-risk against non-project risk, particularly currency fluctuation, then we could significantly lower the cost of finance and thereby make money cheaper, longer term, and more convenient.
So let me just add a perspective to that, Arunabha, which is the following. As I said earlier, I think the real challenge of decarbonization and sustainable growth is not in the global north, because generally the resources are there, capital and technologies, and market forces work quite well because markets generally are efficient. But when you come to the global south, not only don't we have the resources, we don't have the markets or the state capacity to pull off this incredible transformation. And there, one is the discoms in India. So we know all of the political decisions, we know the populism, we know the distorted markets that make it impossible for market forces to work so that we can migrate away from coal to solar. So if we have to actually undertake this incredible green transformation and really make this happen, what comes first? Addressing these market failures and distortions, or providing the capital and the resources, or how do we do it both hand in hand? That is the political and policy dilemma, and that's the practical reality of making these transitions happen. And it's all of these are so inextricably interwoven and so complicated in terms of the political economy. Finding a path forward is very, very difficult. That's the real challenge.
So I think that Mr. Ghosh or Dr. Ghosh, pardon me, said earlier is very important. He emphasized that private sector finance had to be involved. And before I say something positive about that, let me say that's why it's shocking and sad that for so many years, a number of countries, particularly developing countries, wanted to make sure that any kind of money that was coming from the old CDM or from Article 6.2 or 6.4 would have to be public sector finance, in other words, foreign aid, in which case it would just substitute for other foreign aid from those governments who have a budget. It wouldn't have been anything. We, in fact, particular kinds of policies in the countries, which I won't take time to name, can in fact inspire, leverage private sector finance, which is extremely important. That said, that's one of the reasons I emphasized in my comments earlier, the role that can be. I've worked on a lot. I know less about Article 6.4, but if it's properly executed, and I'm not so happy about the directions that it's been going over the last 18 months, could really stimulate a tremendous amount of private sector finance in the developing world, which is absolutely key.
I think Professor Goyle's point raises also this, that there's an underlying political step change that needs to happen with the case of distribution, discoms in particular in India. And one of the things that strikes me that would be very useful for the multilateral international finance to recognize and be willing to essentially support are the one-time bargains to get one political equilibrium to another one. These may be impossible domestically. Buying out old coal plants that still have life left in them is often, it's politically challenging because it looks like a windfall for those investors. However, it does allow one to move from one equilibrium to another. Recognizing and valuing the political settlements, I think, would be a major change. The Green Climate Fund does a little bit of that in a way, but I think that should also be part of this, bringing in more of the private sector, resetting the equilibrium.
Thank you very much, Jessica. So let me now turn to Dr. Morsi for her question.
Thank you very much for the presentations. We've talked about the issue of the cost of moving to renewables. And here I wanted to ask Professor Stevens and Mr. Ghosh regarding the issue of where we have areas of the world, particularly in Africa, where we don't need to retrofit, meaning we have 3/4 of those that lack access to electricity globally are in Africa. Things will have to be done from scratch rather than retrofit. And then what is the cost implication in this case? Is there, does this assessment differ for these countries? That's one. The second is on the issue of carbon credit markets and the role of regulations, cross-border regulations, and how can this help, not just within, most of the carbon trades now that happen within the US, within Europe. What do we need to do to actually have more benefits to the South through cross-border trade? Thank you.
Professor Stevens first.
So in terms of Africa, far too often people make the analogy of telecommunications and the fact that in Africa, in many parts of Africa, particularly rural areas, I'm most familiar with West Africa, where I lived for 5 years, but that there was a leapfrogging of directly to essentially cellular technology, and the infrastructure was never built up for landlines. And that's absolutely correct. I think that an analogy proves the point of the feasibility for electricity. That said, there are real opportunities there. And that's why I think, for example, in parts of Africa, we're more likely to see distributed energy as opposed to, centralized supplies of energy. Again, the infrastructure is not needed, and it could be lower costs. So I think we will see that. In terms of how can carbon markets benefit the global south broadly, as opposed to the CDM, which benefited Brazil and China, essentially. I think there is an answer. And I'm sorry to be repetitive, but it's 2 words, Article 6, because that's the institution on the table that exists rather than trying to start from scratch, building a whole new institution. If Article 6 is properly fleshed out and executed, it could leverage tremendous financial investment from the private sector in the industrialized countries, the countries of the North. But it's only if it's properly fleshed out and executed. And as I said, things are going in what is, in my view, a problematic direction recently.
Estimating that cost, we'll have to look at things beyond the cost of the panel itself. And the cost of the panel is pretty much the same. The cost of land will vary, etc. But if we have to look at the leapfrog to energy access combined with sustainability, the second trade-off that I highlighted, the first thing we have to recognize is the cost of finance for the distributed energy projects is even higher than the cost of finance for the utility scale projects. So even as we see that if we have to cover the 700 million total gap that remains for this decade to meet SDG 7, the IEA is beginning to estimate that a lot more people are likely to get electrified through distributed sources. But then if we don't solve for the cost of finance, and in this case, it's not just the cost of finance for developing a project, it's actually cost of distributed finance for distributed energy, in the sense that you have to find solutions to get working capital to these smaller developers, but also end consumer capital for those who are going to be doing, prepaid services for electricity and things like that. So it's a transformation both in the electricity markets as well as in the finance market, which again links something that Mr. Kant raised about the digital public infrastructure that can then be leveraged to have financial inclusion, which can then be leveraged for all sorts of SDG goals, including energy. But there is a net positive dimension to this as well. Distributed renewables create 7 times more jobs per megawatt hour of energy produced than utility scale solar, which creates more jobs than utility scale fossil fuels. So if we have to look at cost, we have to look at the financial cost, but also the political benefits and tap into that. And I completely agree with what Professor Stevens just said about Article 6. We got to design it and leverage it best, because otherwise we'll be in this suboptimal world of voluntary carbon markets with very differentiated levels of credible credits that can then be traded across borders.
Thank you, Varuna. We have about 15 minutes left, so we've got 3 more questions. So, and then we have to do a final summary as well. So let's try and make it as efficient and brief as possible. Mr. Jain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick questions to Professor Staving. You mentioned the economist favors the carbon pricing, and you mentioned there are 2 kinds of. One is carbon tax, the other one is the cap on trade. The terms we see you already presented, there are quite a few number of the ETS emission trading systems around the world, and I was just wondering, among these carbon pricings, in your view, which way should be more sort of favored by the market? Because we understand in theoretical, at the end of the day, these 2 could reach to the same result. In practice, what is the best way to achieve these objectives if you truly believe the carbon pricing is the way forward from the particularly the economic policy perspectives? Thank you.
Well, first, I didn't intend to suggest that the only 2 carbon pricing mechanisms were a carbon tax and a pure cap and trade system. The largest emissions trading system in the world is the new national Chinese system, which is a tradable performance standard. It's not a cap and trade system, although we all hope it'll evolve into that. That said, the premise that you suggested is absolutely correct, that a carbon tax and a cap and trade mechanism are symmetric. I recently wrote a long article about all the ways in which what you important decision for a government is not which instrument to choose, but how to design whichever instrument it does choose. That said, the conventional wisdom for years had been that a cap and trade mechanism was more politically acceptable than a carbon tax in some countries of the world, including the United States, because private industry was more likely to support it. Private industry tends not to like carbon taxes, but if the cap and trade systems, they tend to like, if you're going to give out the allowances for free, if you sell them, it's the exact same as a carbon tax financially. And because systems, including the EU ETS, started, and the California system started, all these systems, and Korea started with giving out allowances for free, they were more appealing to private industry. Now, it turns out that in the United States, cap and trade mechanisms have now been deemed as tax, so that political advantage is gone, and both carbon pricing mechanisms are disfavored politically at the national level, but at a state level, subnational level, which is very important in the U.S., it seems to be cap and trade. The Northeast, California, Oregon, and Washington, and we may see the upper Midwest as well.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. On to Minister Pambetsu, if she can ask her question.
You mean ask the question, not answer the question. I thought that you were asking me to answer. But if I may make 3 points. Questions. So the first point was instigated by you, the chair, the moderator, about the headline. Because and the sentiment that I want to share is that, we're here trying to talk about how do we talk about action, not just talk, but action, and how does it feed into the G20? That's the sentiment I'm making my comments. So you're exactly right where it says the headline, because none of what we talk about will happen unless the political will and political commitment happens at the country level to do all the things that we hope they will do. So I do think the narrative is important, and sharing that narrative. And the trade-off of doing nothing today, of inaction, is very high in the future. Yeah, but again, I think one of you mentioned about the political cycle getting in the way because the benefits are delayed. I think it was you, Professor Stevens. So that's the reality. But how do you get to that narrative that can move the politicians, can move the policymakers, and can move society? So I do think there's room there. You mentioned climate modeling. Policymakers will roll their eyes when you say climate modeling. But you need to translate that climate modeling, the way we integrate climate into development and growth. If you don't do this is what's going to happen to growth. This is what's going to happen to the health of your people, and therefore productivity. This is what's going to happen, etc. I use the term scare them into action, because that's how I survive as a policymaker. And then do the positive. What's the benefit? It's growth, it's jobs, and also higher productivity, as well as, I think I've used this argument quite successfully. Competitiveness in the now and in the near future is about being part of the sustainable supply chain. And if you don't have renewable energy as your source of energy, investors are not going to, and you're not going to be profitable. So these are the narratives that I think a G20, T20, or G20 kind of sharing of how to this narrative, to have this compelling narrative. I do think it's very important. If you want a whole of government, whole of economy, whole of society approach, that's the only way you can approach it. And understanding, if you want to go from talk to action, including the resources that are needed and the technology that's needed, you do need the well-designed climate action, which is going to be very country-specific, but identifying what's the priority sector that's going to have the most impact. And in many countries, it's going to be energy. That's why, the setting this energy discussion in that context is important. And also, if you want strong participation, and finally, if you want support and investments, you got to identify this is the priority sector, this is the investment need, this is the technology needs, this is the cost of the transition, as many have mentioned. So I just wanted to put that on the table because I think G20, T20, or G20 discussions in the Development Committee could actually do a lot on that. Second, I think we know that energy transition is costly, complicated, and it's going to take a long time. So what are some of the things that you can do in the meanwhile, while continuing to address the difficulties of energy transition, especially exit? Energy efficiency. While you cannot get out of coal maybe in the next 20 years, what's the role of carbon capture and storage? And how about behavioral change, as is in the Indian context? So that's part of the energy efficiency argument and so on. And access to energy. 700 million people don't have energy. And even in my country, which has high level of electrification, Java, Bali, no problem. But outer islands, still a problem, right? So how do you leapfrog without using fossil fuel? Natural gas is the question, because natural gas is already an issue. How do we deal with the transition? Final question, this is a difficult one. It was in one of your slides about renewable energy and technology that we need for low carbon, for net zero by 2050. It requires rare earths and critical minerals to go into your renewable energy and electric vehicle. And if you look at all the analysis being done on this issue, the demand is going to increase like 6 times or 10 times, while the supply is being very constrained, plus all the geopolitics, the subsidies that are there. And all this is making it less accessible and more costly for developing countries that probably don't have the resources. But even those who have resources like Indonesia, we can't make the EV batteries without lithium, for instance. So how do we deal? How does an organization like G20 deal with the distortions that are appearing in this space that is actually hurting the developing countries to decarbonize? So, can you come up with principles and guidelines, on the subsidies, on the restrictions, whatever? I think it's an organization like G20 should have a voice in this dialogue and debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Pengetsu. We'll take Shri Subramaniam's question also. And then what I'll ask is that the distinguished panelists just address these points in their final summary. So, Shri Subramaniam.
Yeah. Thank you. Excellent presentations. Just a comment first. I like that stability mission, which was mentioned by Jessica. Just to say that another way of looking at it is actually looking at it as use cases. Pick up a use case and run it through policy issues, whether it is incentives or subsidies or taxes or other flexibilities, all going. And I think that's one of the things which is missing in a lot of discussion on green transition or addressing it. First, get them done. Some of the stuff gets done. Pick up steel, pick up energy, pick up aluminium, pick up cement, and then run them through. Pick up the economy, then go through sectors, metals, automobiles. Those fall in place. Unfortunately, governments are not organized in a use case basis. They're organized departmentally. So then it falls between many stools. So another question, the issue which was raised, I think Professor Ghosh would probably, Dr. Ghosh will be appropriate for this. You mentioned the issue of lack of private capital. And all three speakers agreed on that. And the mention of investment risks, and 9 of them were alluded to. Most risks largely arise out of regulatory pattern. And the interaction thing is are actually driven by government. Most of the risks are actually arising from government. In this context, a very specific question. I mean, do you see India's inability to sign bilateral investment treaties as possible barrier to enhance capital flows, private capital flows. And I think it's a very important issue. Maybe it is not, and that's something to see that. Is the world paying enough attention to micro issues affecting private capital flows? We are only talking about goody stuff.
specifically the role of technology in that new growth model. I speak as an economist. Productivity growth and the improved living standards that can only come from productivity growth come about largely through improvements in technology, also improved management practices, which is where economic policy comes in. Recent innovations such as artificial intelligence, as well as earlier analysis on the impact of technology on productivity, including things like social media, have introduced some skepticism on the process of creative destruction through technological change. Some of you may know of the work of two economists, Darren Acemoglu at MIT, who is basically arguing that the way technology is evolving needs to be regulated because the fruits are going to a relatively small group of people. Robert Gordon at Northwestern argued, I think 15 years ago, that yes, we could all get very excited by the computer revolution, but really wasn't showing up in productivity. What one can say with respect to India is that our adoption of digital public infrastructure has produced very important development outcomes. But here we're talking about the globe. So this session will address policy options, national and global, available to ensure benign outcomes as technology advances. And I'm very pleased in that connection to introduce the chair for the session, Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General of RIS, who introduced himself earlier. Professor Chaturvedi, an expert in development economics, focuses on finance, SDGs, South-South cooperation, trade, investment, and innovation. He has established various institutions and networks like NEST, FIDC, and the Delhi Process. He has held prestigious positions at Yale, JNU, and other institutions, and he is vice chairman at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute in Bhopal and an independent director on the board of the Reserve Bank of India. I hope we have more successful in maintaining the schedule of presentations by the chair, then presentations by the three panelists who he will introduce, and then a round of questions. And then I do hope to be able to go to the other participants in the room who have spent time to be with us. Sachin, without further ado, in whatever sequence you and the panelists have organized, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Berry. Good morning to all. Thanks for this session. And I think it's absolutely important in terms of thinking the new model when we are talking about several challenges that are there. I think as all of you would agree, the technology positioning of technology and the policy that we require for technology, it works in an ecosystem, and that ecosystem requires us, as in the previous session, we heard Jessica and Arunabha both alluding to the idea of industrial policy. So how technology policy, industrial policy, and trade policy converge or diverge? What way incentives or disincentives come up? The act that was referred to in the previous discussion in terms of how US subsidy regime is actually accelerating the quantum that is required to support and also to absorb the kind of changes that we are looking at. So from that perspective, the role that multilateral institutions should play, the kind of positioning that they can do, particularly in an era where we are seeing transition in the very nature of jobs that are being created. If you pick up the latest report from UNIDO on the Asian scenario in industrial policy making, the amount of efforts that all Asian countries are putting together is absolutely clear. They all are going in the direction of evolving industrial policies. They are evolving mechanisms which are strengthening the processes, and they are also looking into largely the implications of digital labor platforms that are coming in and how they are transforming the future of work, in what way new models of development they are contributing to, and also in terms of new labor relations that are coming up along with that. And in that process, if we see the crisis of multilateral that's juxtaposed in terms of adding more to that complexity that we are talking of. The impact of exogenous shocks, we talked about climate change, but then certainly the debt crisis, the financial crisis, sometimes the national challenges that are there. I think they all, in a way, complicate the situation and the scenario where technology has to perform and the nature of technology that is to be absorbed. The support mechanisms that these institutions bring in also require a bit of a challenge. Even when a large amount of effort has gone in last couple of years to enhance the size of the digital economy in India in 2017-18, when it was somewhere close to $200 billion, we are expecting by 2025 it would be 1 trillion. And this would be something which would be huge in terms of how we look at in terms of the job profile that would come up. Even the data center economy has expanded, which was something like 4.4 billion in 2021, and we are expecting that by 24-25 it would be close. This change is happening. The amount of sort of change in nature of jobs, the nature of insecurities that are coming in, the way labor unions, the way groupings on labor are looking into. So the standard design that IMF and World Bank followed at some point in terms of structural adjustment program, we need to see what way we bring in a large chunk of people within this. And that largely, as Chair very rightly pointed out, brings in the new policy model that is needed. And that also, in a way, contributes to the larger area of coping up with several exogenous shocks that are coming in. We have an excellent panel today that is going to bring in several of these dimensions together, bringing in issues which are related to the migration that is happening, issues that are related to artificial intelligence and its role. As you know, in the G20 presidency of India, as was also an Indonesian presidency, the artificial intelligence and ethics, they were analyzed, commented upon, and India's own declaration would bring some of these sort of concerns forward. And that would also contribute in terms of how the wider development policy framework comes up. Without further ado, let me now first invite Paul Sampson, President of the Center for International Governance and Innovation, CIGI, in Canada. And as we discussed, you would have 12 minutes. And today we are already running late, as Chair pointed out earlier. So I would request.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for the invitation to come to this event, and thank you for putting up the slide. I'm going to try to make a few points, maybe not as many, but to try to emphasize those very clearly. I'm also going to stress some issues that I think are first order issues or principal issues that are the starting point for what we're talking about. Next slide, please. Do I click it myself? Yeah. Okay. So this slide has a lot on it, and I don't expect that we will unpack it completely. And it's say right up front that what I'm trying to do with this slide is introduce the concept of global change in a broad sense, and then we'll talk about the demographics, about the economies, and then move on to environment and technology. This I'll add some caveats right away that this is intentionally provocative. Anything that goes back, tries to go back 1,000 years in terms of data is going to be challenged inevitably. This chart is looking at, it's on the vertical axis is growth, the economy as a percentage, global percentage. Across the bottom on the horizontal axis is time over the approximately the last 1,000 years. And then the size of the bubble is the population. Now the caveats are, of course, the grouping of these countries is somewhat be challenged about what is in what pool exactly. It's erred on the side of generally adding more rather than less. It's grouped Africa as an entire entity, which includes North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. It relies on a set of data that was worked on for some time, going back 2,000 years actually, but I've only taken this to 1,000. Point in this slide is to emphasize a couple of things. One, that demography tends to be a great equalizer over time, right? That the large blocks or groupings have an advantage through the size of their population to generate more internal economy, to be a bigger global economic force. At the same time, you can see the emergence of technology playing strongly in here, other historical factors. And we could spend a lot of time on this, but what I really want to point you towards is what happened in the last 20 years or so, where you have a couple of stories. One is if you look at the 2020, the 2000 data there, which is the third from the right part, you see an incredible story of China's emergence on the economic side, and you can debate whether PPP is the right way to measure the economy or not, but the trend is still there. So an incredible jump in 20 years. And at the same time, you have now projected an incredible jump in India for the next 20 years. But in the case of India, both relatively young population and a rapidly growing economy. The United States, interestingly, is relatively stable in terms of a share of the global economy. The other thing I wanted to point out here was Africa, which again is all of Africa, is emerging as an absolute huge global population, already so, but by 2040, to be the most populous area in this chart. And so the question is, what will the economy do there? Stop there and go on to the next slide. So my next point is on exponential change, and it's come up in many ways in the conversation already. These are not very good at thinking about exponential change. Institutions are not very good at adjusting to exponential change. Yet, if you look at what's happened for the last, 100 years, couple of 100 years, certainly the last couple of decades, most things are changing exponentially. And when you think of this concretely, of course, linear change, is kind of, adding one year, where you're going. Exponential change, can be doubling or more, and suddenly stood off in a way that has not been forecasted or has certainly not been absorbed by institutions. So does this tell us about where things are going? I would say that on the environmental side, it's quite easy to look at what has happened since the Industrial Revolution. You're looking at CO2 concentrations from ice core samples and from real-time samples in the atmosphere now and some modeling. That's clearly a case of exponential change. It was already growing quite rapidly due to human population, but relatively here, and then exploded. And I think you could draw out the same parallel for any number environmental issues. You could do the same thing for biodiversity loss, similar things for oceanic pollution, forestry, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on. One of the things in the last slide was trying to emphasize that transition from linear to exponential tends to create higher uncertainty, higher chance of risk, a higher chance of surprise. And I think all of those things are playing out right now on the environment side. What was not mentioned this morning, I was very glad that it was both presented as a mitigation and an adaptation challenge. But there is also the risk of surprise in there, tipping points occurring, black swan events that when you look at backwards, relatively predictable, but something like the transatlantic scientists have been talking about for decades, if something like that changes very quickly, that is suddenly a black swan event where the whole trajectory of discussion changed about the balance between mitigation and adaptation. So we need to get ready for those black swan events. On the technology diffusion and adoption side, again, the linear trends changed much of human history into exponential trends. And when you look back over the last 100 years or so, 150 years, you start to see pretty sharp diffusion curves for most technology, whether it's running water, refrigerators, these kinds of things start to take off quite sharply. But then in the last couple of decades, the exponentiality has increased that much more, and it has increased at a global level that was unprecedented, where you might see it in not necessarily uniformly globally, but certainly globally simultaneously. And the examples here are ones that people will be familiar with, that took several years for this very sharp diffusion curve to ChatGPT, OpenAI's inline AI tool that reached a level of diffusion not seen since the game Candy Crush, which is irresistible, obviously. And so that these have blasted off in ways, and so we're seeing this across many trends. Certainly on the technology side, I would argue, also on the environmental side. So last slide I want to take you to here is the most important one, I think, for the conversation right now, and this is enter artificial intelligence in a manner. You can debate, as the vice chairman noted at the beginning, how much has artificial intelligence impacted innovation and productivity things so far. But now I would argue that it has gone mainstream. I think the moment that, just as we saw with those apps, that the moment something is accessible in a way that has not previously been the case, the diffusion curve takes off that much more. So that's what we've seen with artificial intelligence. I think that there's no question that it is what is referred to as a general purpose technology, which then tends to spin off all kinds of other things. Examples in history, electricity, perhaps the printing press. Some would go even further. Of course, there have been booms and busts in the past. So what does this mean right now, in the last couple of minutes that I have here? So I think that countries are struggling with how to integrate AI. I think there's an important context that was mentioned already several times about the new industrial policies / protectionist policies in many cases have made the adjustment to AI that much higher stakes, because this is one of the areas which may get away from some of the traditional economic growth engines of recent decades. So the stakes are much higher. So what's going on right now? You look at a country like India, and you wonder how automation could thing a country like India that's seeking to create as many jobs as possible with a young population. But I think that in history, transition has often, as was mentioned earlier today, worked out to be a net positive. So it is the phrase, net zero is a net positive overall. AI be a net positive overall. I think if managed appropriately and properly, textiles and other mechanizations that occurred. So what's the role for India here? I think there is a soft power opportunity where India can promote its own interests and demonstrate for development, developing countries. I think the India stack, the digital public infrastructure, does propose a very interesting model. I think there are still challenges with positives on settlements and digital ID and payment system, maybe remaining challenges on privacy and governance. Where does that go? I think for a global conversation, there's an opportunity for India to promote that. Final word I'll make here as my time is wrapping up. The chart that you that is too small is very interesting because you have China and the US as leaders, as you would expect, on this global index for AI on a lot of the more visible AI things. But India, interestingly, and I think other developing countries could position on hiring, relative skills penetration, AI talent, and those kinds of things that are positioning the economy for the future. So those provocative comments there as a starting point for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me now turn to Professor Aayog Yasselt, the Director General of the International Institute for Applied System Analysis.
Right. Good day, everybody. Thank you, Jay. Wonderful to be here. The infamous 40 or something like that, I think. So we're going to chat about some of the policy and jobs issues that we see from our side as an institute that likes to integrate across disciplines and across ministries about pathways to a sustainable future. And as you can see in front of me, we're doing great as far as the SDGs are concerned. And this is a real focus of our work at IDRC as to how we can move this forward. I'm going to start the conversation with just a quick summary of the executive summary of the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs. It was released a little while ago, and just to highlight some of the key messages. First of those is that technology adoption is a key driver for business transformation, as foreseen in the report. Job creation and destruction from environmental, technology, and economic trends is anticipated. The technology job impacts are considered to be net positive over the next 5 years in the space. The human-machine frontier to automation is running at a slower pace than originally anticipated. The structural labor market churn of some 23% is anticipated over the next 5 years, with growth in those areas listed there. I'm not going to go through them. It's the ones we've been talking about all day. And declines in areas that you see listed there as well, that we would rightly expect. And that analytical thinking, creative thinking, some of the most important skills workers going forward. Many of these respondents in this report felt that they were positive about their ability to train the capacities that they need within the context of their workforce. There were some concerns expressed about getting access to the right talent to drive their industries forward. So this gives you a sense of the anticipated jobs environment looking forward. What I'm going to try and do is to try and focus on some of the externalities that are likely to impact this expectation as we move over the coming years. The first of those issues is the issue of aging global populations. You'll see the proportions of the global population that are over 65 years old in the red and over 15 years of age in the green. So there's some parts of the world that are aging in terms of their populations. There are some parts of the world that are still growing and have a youthful population. At this stage, at the global level, the aging populations are outpacing the populations that are still considered young. And so we can expect this transition to happen across the world. Of course, this has consequences in terms of an aging population. The effects for proportion of your workforce that you have available and the proportion of your tax base and everything else. And this raises concerns at the policy and political level across the world. Of course, the answer to solving some of that is to try and stimulate labor force participation by making sure that we can focus on those interventions that will hopefully facilitate broader participation in the workforce, particularly when it comes to participation in workforces across the world, because that's seen as one way of moving forward. And of course, secondly, trying to encourage people to work maybe for slightly longer, beyond the 65 years of age, to ensure that the necessary skills are available across the workforce. One of the key drivers of trying to anticipate the kinds of skills that we want in the future, of course, is the process of education. And education, of course, tracks the process of population aging to some extent because it affects fertility patterns and everything else that goes with it. And it's even possible for a country like India through a progressive focus on post-secondary and upper secondary and lower secondary education to achieve a demographic transition by 2060 or so, if the right policies and the right incentives are in place. We also have to understand that in many economies, a focused education drive doesn't always result in the kind of outcome that you want, because if the access to the basic needs in terms of physical well-being and safety and so on not in place, the chances are that the education effort or the education investment is going to fail. It's not necessarily going to produce the outcome you'd like to see. Just an example of a very rapidly transition in terms of demographics of a particular population. This is the Republic of Korea. Over the last 60 years or so, transformed themselves from a typical youthful population to a typical aging population on the right-hand side, and you can follow a single cohort over that period to see where they are now. The consequences of this, of course, you can see is that less useful people in the population, more elderly people that have to be supported and have to be looked after. And sometimes the tax base declines in the middle of that pyramid as well. So that's the workforce ages in a normal population. But some of the work at IDRC has also demonstrated that even a shifting demographic pattern is not the end of the prospects of our population being competitive into the future. I'm trying to make the case here that it's not necessarily the size of the workforce that's important, it's the quality of that workforce in terms of their productivity and what they can deliver at the end of the day that will determine the competitiveness. So there's an opportunity to at least partially facilitate or assist the consequences of an aging population, making sure that the quality of the workforce is increased over time. Now, the demographic debate, of course, is the issue of migration. On the left-hand side, you'll see the normal sort of global patterns of migration captured. What this tells you essentially is that about 1% of the global population is always on the move somewhere, migrating from one part of the world to the other. But on the right-hand side, it also shows you that the patterns of environmental change that's happening, and we spoke about climate this morning, is going to significantly affect that into the future. Some areas where the current migration patterns will increase, and the areas that are red areas, and the areas where they will likely decline over the coming years as a consequence of environmental pressures. Look at the issue of inequality, another externality that we have to consider. And this is just assessment of the impacts on some of the important Earth systems. If we wanted to equalize access across the globe to these components of the Earth system, we're listing here nitrogen, phosphorus, land use, water, and of course carbon emissions. At the end of the day, the current pattern is 100% on this graphic. If you wanted to increase that access, it would mean a significant shift in some of them, particularly in terms of the carbon emissions at the bottom end. If you want to really achieve equity at the end of the day, that means a fundamental shift in carbon emissions as a consequence of that. This is a red flag to indicate to us that the idea of inequality and trying to deal with it is going to be a formidable challenge moving forward. I want to put this on the table because I know it's a popular conversation amongst economists. And so let me just throw it out there. I'm not going to go through this in detail. This is just a summary from one particular source about some of the pros and cons of the idea of a basic income grant. Some of the cons are listed on the right-hand side. Probably the most fundamental is the one about the high cost in terms of the calculations, but the calculations that I've seen have only been done in the most wealthiest parts of the world, and not necessarily in developed parts of the world. And I think people must anticipate, well, at least our thoughts are at this stage, that there is a high cost associated with this kind of program, but there are significant benefits. We think in terms of anticipated social disruptions that we're going to face in the foreseeable future, that this kind of mechanism is probably going to be at maybe too high a cost not to implement something like this moving forward politically. And so it's something that I think we should consider. In terms of global trade patterns, a rather disturbing development based on the geopolitical trends at the moment is that it seems to be that there's a tendency towards club formation in terms of the preferred trade partners of people around the world, which I think is a negative development, and I think it's something that is going to affect us. Of course, the migration patterns and the people skills exchanges, all these things are going to follow these kinds of patterns if we're not careful moving forward. We also try and focus, when we look at sustainable development and whether we're achieving the long-term goals, look at trying to achieve sustainability in a broader sense of human well-being, rather than just measures of economic performance in this regard. And so our measures that we look at include quantitative and qualitative assessments of human well-being, including life expectancy, but also mental well-being and issues like happiness. I think it gives us a more comprehensive picture of whether we're making progress in terms of sustainable development as a society as a whole. On this particular slide, because we feel that, and it was raised by a number of other speakers, is that the presence of an effective multilateral system is going to be us moving forward. And we cannot afford to abandon that particular principle, looking at the geopolitical issues that we discussed earlier. Look at the multiple factors that I've listed in the presentation. I think you'll recognize that no nation state, grouping of nation states, will solve these fuels and productivity expectations without considering the broad change momentums that we put on the table. And that none of these can be satisfactorily resolved unilaterally by any nation. It requires multilateral cooperation, requires systems thinking and analysis, craft impactful developmental pathways moving forward, and ones that are going to shift the global geopolitical situation fundamentally. And we therefore feel that an effective and resilient multilateral system of cooperation about matters of common interest, and there are many areas of common interest, is key for us to move forward to achieving the sustainability objectives we've set for ourselves, and where we are performing really poorly at the moment. We at IDRC have tried to make inputs into the G20 process in terms of our policy discussions in areas of the formation of the UN, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, as well as climate finance environments. And we hope those kind of conversations help us to ensure that the multilateral system becomes stronger into the future, rather than being weakened by the current geopolitical trends as we see at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Albert, for emphasizing on multilateralism, and thanks for suggesting that as a way forward. And now I have great pleasure in inviting my very dear friend, Devyani, for her remarks. Again, the time limit is what is.
Can I have the deck, please? Thank you very much. Since Paul and Albert talked about the talent, skills, the job risks of technology and AI, I thought I'll focus a bit on the policy dilemma. Actually, when building the presentation, I thought I'll call it policy imperatives. But then I realized, despite having all the wise men and women in this room, do not think any of us know today what the imperatives are. We have opinions. We have a lot of opinions. We have even more questions. But I think the next few months is going to be critical for us to get together and figure out what are the imperatives and change it from dilemma to imperatives and answers. So I'm going to cover three broad things. I'm going to talk very quickly because Paul has talked a bit about it, about the step change in AI and what are the key considerations and why should we care about it? Why should we care? And what are the key policy considerations that come out of it? So, we've been talking about AI for a very long time. Since, at least I remember since 2015 or 2016, we have been saying AI is going to change the world. Around 2021, we changed it to saying cryptocurrency is going to change the world. And then 2022, we again came back and said AI is going to change the world. But something happened in the last 8 months, 9 months. Something happened when in November 2022, OpenAI launched an application on top of GPT, a general purpose technology that they were building called ChatGPT. And what we saw is the beginning of the race to AGI. That's what the industry calls it. That's how we refer to it, because suddenly we saw, we've talked about the step change in technology. It just changed the complete dynamics of how we humans relate with this technology called AI. AI has been in our lives for a very long time. Every time you use your phone, every time you get into an automated lift, AI is there and it's doing the work in the background. But suddenly it became a part of our lives. Suddenly it became a co-pilot for us. And I think that was the real big change that we saw. And I want to talk very quickly about some of the key considerations that I think it's going to bring about. First, the ushering of the era of generative AI, where we have technology that is mimicking human intelligence. And while there is a lot of excitement about the images, and by the way, since I'm talking policies, disclaimer, every image in my presentation is actually created by AI based on the content that I created. So there's a lot of excitement about the images that are getting created and text to video, etc. But where the magic is this ability of AI to now understand language and to understand context behind language, which in my mind is game changing. And what it does is basically, integrate a layer of intelligence pretty much into everything we do. And we'll talk about that. But very quickly, 4 key considerations I want to leave you with. 1, is this the next big platform shift we are seeing? Our belief? Yes. The first one, of course, was internet, then came cloud. And you look at 10 years, in 10 years, how much penetration did it achieve, consumer penetration? Cloud was 31%, US smartphone was 54.79%. We believe that generative AI, and the data believes, the analyst believes that generative AI is going to cross 65%. I believe that's a conservative number given the pace of adoption that we are seeing today. What I talked about, the importance of language in generative AI. AI today, thanks to its ability to understand context, understand human language, understand the structure of language, is nearing human baseline across modalities, text, speech, images. And it's getting better by the day. We've had examples of chatbots passing US law exams. The one that absolutely blew my mind was Google's MedPalm 2, which scored 86.5 on MedQA, which I'm sure everyone knows is a pretty tough medical examination. And even more interesting was that a panel of 15 human doctors rated MedPalm 2 versus other human doctors, and they found that out of 9 parameters, machine AI did better on 8 versus human doctors. The only one parameter where it did less than human doctors was accuracy. So thank God for that. We need to hang on to that. And last but not the least, Paul talked about shift, right? You just think about 1 million users. Collectively, all those platforms he talked about took around 570 days on an average to reach a 1 million user. ChatGPT took 5 days. 5 days. And what happened? What was the trigger? One, English. You didn't need to be a data scientist anymore. You didn't need to know Python or any coding language anymore to use AI. All you needed was a fair enough understanding of English and access to technology. In fact, the way we are seeing GPT get encoded into our industry, especially in coding, we strongly believe that the most important language, coding language today and tomorrow is English. It's not anything else that you and I have trained on and grown up with. And I talked about why should we care? Because a foundational layer of intelligence will be embedded into every product and service. And this is why Goldman Sachs has said that if this gets implemented right, we are going to see a 7% increase in global GDP. But there's something even more important than that. Today, because of the productivity gains we are seeing out of AI, it is becoming a tool of economic growth. It is becoming a key driver of economic growth. If US implements this right, they're going to get a 1.5% boost in their productivity. And keep in mind that in country where you have a rapidly aging population and failing productivity, this is a surefire way to get the GDP back on a growth track. This is going to be immensely important for all countries to think through. Then comes solving for mega challenges from drug discovery to climate change. Then comes national security. In fact, it was interesting to see in the last week, the AI team or task force that President Biden has set up. This is what came out of it. That experts urged the US to increase competitiveness with China through AI and spectrum. And the bottom line was, if US doesn't lead, China will. This applies to pretty much all countries. If you're thinking about national competitiveness and you're not applying the technology lens, you're not applying the AI lens, there is a problem. And there are three things that is shaping or driving this evolution that I talked about. Access to data, and not just a lot of data, access to a lot of high quality data. The quality word is becoming very important. Access to AI computing, and access to the megabucks. Who has it? Who has that investment? And what we are seeing is companies and countries with access to all three are shaping the AI roadmap and impact today. Today, if you look at it, most of the foundation models which are driving or powering the AI revolution are built in US, and China will soon catch up. What about other countries? Do we want to have a say in the shaping of the AI roadmap or not is the question we need to debate. And how do we regulate everything that comes with it? And this is where, for those of you who've read Calling Ridge, this is where what he said is becoming, the so-called Calling Ridge dilemma is becoming so relevant, because you regulate it early, you are going to stifle it. You are going to stifle innovation. And you wait till it's mature, it's too late to regulate. So where do you start? Where's the balance? I think that's the question we need to ask. The key challenges, Paul talked about pace, so I'm not going to get into it, but technology is evolving way faster than we humans are able to adapt. We then have I've clustered into 4 key buckets: ethical considerations, bias, mid-journey, which is something I use. If you don't explain in the prompt, but you just say, a young Indian woman using technology, that's what you'll get. You'll get a young Indian woman in a very traditional attire. You know, that is not representative of a lot of us. Misinformation, I'm sure all of you are. One thing that doesn't get talked about, the high cost of development and also the increasing carbon footprint training the models. This is going to be completely the opposite of everything we heard in the morning and progress towards the SDG goals. And also tremendously high entry barriers, job displacements, which both Paul and Albert very adequately talked about. And last but not the least, when you talk about regulation, the biggest risk is one country's regulation will soon become another country's competitive advantage, given that AI and technology do not know, neither respect boundaries. If you stop it in one country, it can very easily move to another country to continue with the innovation. I'm going to quickly leave you with 6 key areas that I think has to be thought through as we think through how we regulate AI. First, the balance between innovation and regulation. How do we get an adequate enough balance, a fair enough balance, so that we can let things evolve before we decide when to regulate and how to regulate? Do we take the approach of saying, let's not regulate R&D, but let's regulate commercialization? And then, of course, is the example of what happened with the atom bomb. And with Oppenheimer coming out, it's raising a lot of questions, right? But this is something fundamental that has to get debated. Do we need new laws? What is AI doing? It's increasing our ability to misinform. It's increasing our ability to steal other people's ideas and art. It's to carry on maybe very sophisticated levels of scams. But these are behaviors that have been existing for a very, very long time. So do you need new laws? Do you need to update the existing regulatory ecosystem that exists in countries to ensure that they are adapted and they are ready for the world of AI? I talked about how AI doesn't respect any boundaries. So a global approach is going to be absolutely critical, but may the force be with you as you figure out how to bring in all countries to arrive at a global approach. I think harmonization around design principles, in my mind, is the best thing that we can do. And I do hope that G20 kicks off that discussion. Barriers, we've talked about moats, we've talked about entry-level barriers. This is important to consider because this will shape who controls AI. Are we going to leave the control to only a few big companies and a few countries, or will everyone or should everyone have a say? It's going to be very difficult for a country like India to catch up if we follow sequentially. But what India has is tremendous engineering power, and I just saw Nandan come in. And if anyone can disrupt the existing way things happen, I think Nandan and team can. No pressure, Nandan, but this is what India has to think about, and this is what other countries have to think about. Catching up is going to be tremendously difficult. Race to AGI, who decides how it will be used? It is happening. How do you decide? And last but not the least, the role of industry. I just want to leave you with this. I know, just 2 days back, US announced that how industries have come together to create a self-governance framework. Industry in India, the entire tech industry in India, 30 companies actually led this effort, came together to create a self-governance framework for generative AI, which is available publicly for anyone who's interested. So this is a very important part of thinking about regulation. So with that, sorry, I went over by a few seconds, but this is what I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Let me welcome Nandan Nilekani, our lunchtime speaker. Nandan, thank you for making the trip here. And we certainly look forward to that lunchtime address. Now, it's to remind, people from the inner group, please put up your pylons. And I think so far it's basically Santiago and Robert Sterns and Ashima as well. We shortchanged the participants last time, so and we this time do have an expert comment from Dr. Saraswat. So we will have to manage the time carefully. Let's start now with the Q&A within. Yes, that's right. Yeah, he then comes after the Q&A. Santiago?
Thank you, and thank you for 3 excellent presentations. This is a question for Durrani. So, speculative, a lot of the technological change before was ascribed to increasing inequality. because the skill premium went up. Technologies replace repetitive tasks, but technologies could not replace cognitive tasks. So I wonder whether you could speculate a little bit the extent to which AI replaces cognitive tasks and whether this could then revert part of the inequality that we saw in OECD countries, not really in other regions of the world, but in OECD countries associated with sort of an increasing skill premium might be kind of a good side to this technological change, putting all the other issues aside. So your thoughts on that would be really welcome.
It's a brilliant question, and I don't need to speculate because the data is out there. And what we are seeing is because of the language bit that gets built into generative AI, its ability to understand language, we're actually seeing the displacement and the disruption happen amongst knowledge workers. So what it does is it frees up around, I think, 40 to 60%, if I'm not wrong, because we spend around 70% of our day on language-related tasks. So it frees up around 40 to 50% of that time, which means we can skill ourselves for something else, or we can skill ourselves for other jobs, etc. But if you see the impact, it's going to be much more at the higher level. Generative AI is what I'm talking about, than at the lower level. So this is I do think this is where policymakers have to get together to figure out how do we correct that imbalance a bit. This is an opportunity.
Professor Stevens.
Well, thank you. Again, thank you for three wonderful presentations. My question is premised partly on the presentations, but mainly on the title of the session, which includes the phrase policy and jobs. So I want to focus on that jobs question and the policy. Since we're also looking at climate change and environment sustainability, it brings up the notion, which Paul, you mentioned, of new industrial policy. There's a expression, there's a slogan, at least in the US, about killing two birds with one stone. And my suspicion is that unless those birds are right next to each other, you're likely to miss both birds. And I think a wonderful illustration of it is the Inflation Reduction Act, the domestic content requirements that are in the IRA, which I know are controversial in countries, understandably so, but also for the US, they're terrible because as a result of trying to hit two birds, they're missing both because the domestic content standards are going to raise the cost of solar panels for consumers. So it's bad economically, it's bad for consumers. And then there's also going to be less diffusion, less adoption and diffusion of solar panels. And so it's going to increase emissions compared to what they would otherwise be of CO2. So it seems unambiguously bad. There's this principle in economics that Jan Tinbergen came up with, the Dutch economist who was the first laureate for the Nobel Prize. That's sometimes called the Tinbergen rule, although he was thinking of macroeconomics and two different targets of two different variables. But if you have more than one target or purpose, then you need two instruments. So I tend to be very skeptical and very disappointed by what I'm seeing happening in my own country with this. And I'm wondering then, is this just a slogan about, jobs and the environment, or is there some reality behind it that I'm missing?
Thank you. Thanks. What I would do is to collect some questions and then we would get back to the panel.
Very important topic, interesting points made. Just want to touch on Professor Jar as well. You had talked about interventions to reduce inequality, the many changes that we are seeing that are raising inequality. One is the basic income, but I think for basic income, one basic outcome can be that there are two groups. Those who get basic income when they don't grow in productivity and income levels, and there's always a lag. So it is better to look at improving jobs and productivity. The second is migration. as a solution to this uneven population growth. But migration leads to a lot of political problems. We've seen Brexit as a result of that and so on. So what about capital flows as a substitute? Last session, we saw that capital doesn't go to emerging markets to finance projects there. And if we can find a way to make capital move more freely, it can perhaps be a substitute for some migration and improve equality. Thank you.
Has a quick question. I was then going to go to the other participants, but on behalf of the chair, if you'd like to make your comment.
Quick question. It's on AI. So it depends on the panelists. I heard that point somewhere about AI also being a democratizing element. There's another element to it. It actually is demystifying knowledge, and also in that process, a lot of stuff we do in the name of knowledge is nothing but algorithms in the human brain. And the moment that is done, it actually removes a lot of unnecessary stuff which is done by the brain, and also reduces the importance of many professions. And medicine is a classic example. When AI passing a medical exam is actually too small a thing. If you actually go forward, 90% of medicine is nothing but algorithms in doctors' mind. And it's so on. It could be accountancy, it could be legal stuff, whatever. AI is actually probably, if it's going to take all that away, what's the new shape of jobs that will be there, which humanity will be performing? That's something one can think of. Thank you. Alicia.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for a wonderful panel. I want to go back to the first session and link it to this session. So it's a very simple question. And a very hard answer, I think, is what's the relation between what we've heard on AI and most generally technological development and the discussion we had before? It seems unrelated, but what I can sense in Europe is that it is very related. And the reason is that there seems to be this idea now in Europe, and you can see that from the Conservative Party. It's very clearly already the UK kind of. Have the discussion we had before. So, and people are saying, wait a minute, why are we making our lives harder for everything, including innovation, including data protection, including and why aren't we moving there rather than advancing first than anybody else in a way in taxing carbon? So I sense that increasingly there's this sense, okay, wait a minute, are we more on the protective side than on the forefront of technology? And we're not putting these things together. So what I'm saying here is, can we put this together? Can we find a way to find the synergies beyond labor, which is very important, but also for climate? Because I think that's missing in on the agenda now. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn to our expert speaker, let me just quickly request my panel 1 minute each for quick response to the questions that are on the table now.
Thank you. I'll do this quickly. I think the idea with the basic income grant is to help the unemployed, those that are jobless, and people that are going to be unemployable across the world. We can have a growing fraction of those. We're trying to empower them to help themselves. I think this is the basic tenet of what we're trying to put, rather than the state acting as a nanny to try and deal with those parts of the population. So it's just the sort of thinking behind it. In terms of the migration issue, yes, politically sensitive. Many countries deploy targeted migration approaches to the skills that they want. Capital flows, I think it's a little bit like trickle-down economics. I'm not sure it's going to reach the people that are likely to migrate down the line. So that's a conversation that one would like to have and get a sense of whether that can work or not.
Well, to Professor Subramanian's question, recently Italy banned ChatGPT. GitHub, which is where you see most of the coding action, saw a 50% drop in coding from Italian coders, which means 50% of the codes were being already, ChatGPT was being used to generate the codes, right? So it is already integrated into everything we do, and it is getting very integrated very fast into everything that we do. I think we have to, we don't have an option. We have to look at it as it gets integrated, how does it boost human productivity? So it is going to do the work that we're doing, but how does it help us to do it better? And what do we do with the time that we now free up? I mean, for doctors, you talked about somebody talked about medical profession. For doctors, that means you get to spend way more time with your patients. You get to hold their hands. You get to talk to them, which is what today's doctors do not do. So I think we have to reimagine these professions. We have to, with the human in the middle, it has to be a human-centric reimagination of these usage cases and what AI does, and therefore what should be the role of humans. I think there's some work left to be done there.
Two points. The first one on the jobs question of AI technology itself. The fundamental point is whether it's an implementation or replacement, right? As was just noted. And there are many historical examples where something that was assumed as a replacement actually turned out to be an augmentation. If you take something like radiology, which is the classical AI is better than humans, that doesn't mean that it has replaced the total set of jobs. It may have replaced a number of radiologists. Hospital is therefore able to treat more patients, to do other things, to give more care, as was just mentioned. So I think it's not clear that the technology means replacement. In many cases, I think it's an augmentation. On the more fundamental question of industrial policy and two birds and things, I don't like to kill birds whether they're together or not, just to be clear. But so two birds together, I think they are being drawn together because the dematerialization and decarbonization related to digitization and AI is actually spilling over into the other debates that we just had, notwithstanding the data centers and models that are using huge amounts of energy. There is a complementarity here. I think the EU is doing a lot of work on that, and there's some interesting papers about combining those. And finally, that those two together actually increases the chance of cooperation in a multipolar system right now that's very divided and finding difficulty working on climate. Bringing AI to the table as an imperative actually will help that.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. Let me now turn to our expert panel member here. India is one of the most eminent scientists who led Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, for many years and has been credited for developing several indigenous missiles and several major programs. I don't have to get into details of it, but may I request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to take the floor.
After listening to all the experts who spoke on various subjects related to technology, jobs, and the policies, I would like to connect the three in the context of sustainable economic development. While we all say that policy encourages creation of disruptive technologies, technology enables the disruption of jobs and stimulating growth, and jobs, of course, deliver growth and thereby policy. The main thing which has been discussed so far is that technology has been significantly affecting the job landscape. And the dichotomy presents a unique challenge for policy making as to how to balance it. You should also look at these technological development in the context of the forecasts which were made by very eminent scientists like Stephen Hawking and also even our own Bill Gates, who said that generative AI is likely to be one of the occurrence which will be leading to the doomsday, which is going to have serious impact as far as the planet Earth is concerned. When we now make our policies, when we make our decisions, I think some of these forecasts have to be taken in reality. In that context, the governments have introduced several policies aimed at promoting technologies and adoption and mitigating the adverse effects of that. India, of course, has been pursuing digital economy exponentially over the last so many decades, with increased penetration of internet and digital infrastructure development and burgeoning startup ecosystem. And we have almost the largest online market worldwide. We have a significant contributor to India's GDP and employment. Industry revenue in India reached about 194 billion in 2020, employing about 4.36 million people. I'm just trying to say that technology created jobs and how it has happened. The rise of these technologies basically are responsible for creating opportunities. Technology has been a catalyst for job creation. It also posed significant challenges in terms of job displacement due to automation. I will give you some examples that Indian unicorns and startups have created over 1 lakh jobs every year since 2019. And new roles have been created like data scientists, AI specialists, and digital marketers. In addition to that, the rapid of technological advancement also brought challenges, especially for traditional sectors like manufacturing, services, which are particularly vulnerable to automation. The rise of artificial intelligence, as brought out by earlier speakers, and the machine learning really raised concerns about job displacement. It has been predicted that about 69% of jobs in India are threatened by automation. 56% of the salaried employed of Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam are at high risk of displacement. And in India also, we feel that by 2030, 9% of our work hours in India would be automated. So there is a challenge for policymakers to leverage the job-creating potential of technology while mitigating its adverse impact. So in that, policy plays a major role. And in that respect, I think Government of India has taken major initiatives like our Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Shiksha Yojana and the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and so on. These policies are certainly very, very important for leveraging technology to create a future of jobs that is inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous. Now, there are certain recommendations that should be looked at for driving job market. As I mentioned to you, these are some of the policies like skill development and reskilling, social security and displacement workers policy, inclusive digital infrastructure policy, regulation of emerging technologies, like an independent regulatory body should be created for AI, ML could be set up to address key issues that have been raised by earlier speakers. Public-private partnership is one of the major requirements, and international cooperation certainly will play a major way, as earlier speakers also talked about multilateral approach for looking at what is happening globally, the problems. Exchanging best practices, collaborating and coordinating policies on forums like G20, Visual Economy in Task Force will be important. There is a major advantage of adopting the frontier technologies, like which actually helps in economic growth development, job creation, improving the public services, addressing social changes, and promoting innovation. These are all some of the cases which certainly help to develop that. There should be some option of these frontier technologies for which will actually help us in solving the problems which we are discussing today. That we should develop a comprehensive policy framework for the adoption and regulation of the frontier technology. We should invest in robust and we should improve the digital literacy, which will bring in more skills and jobs. We should bring in public partnership, get more international forums to learn from global best practices. Industry should look at investing in R&D in the frontier technologies and provide training to the workforce and ensure the ethical use of the frontier technology. Collaborate with academia to drive research and create a talent pipeline. Academia should improve the curriculum that incorporates frontier technologies, conduct research in frontier technologies and their applications. It should collaborate with industry and also go into interdisciplinary learning to understand the intersection of technology with other fields like economy, sociology, and law. To conclude, I would say, given India's ambition of becoming a global technology leader, there is a strong impetus to develop emerging technologies, from drug discovery and precision farming to mega factories for batteries and EVs, the industry of today increasingly requires higher degrees of automation. We need to accept the inevitable transition, technology-led society and economy. However, more needs to be done to ensure that the benefits of technology are inclusive and the transition to a digital economy does not exacerbate inequalities. This was also discussed. We should focus on skill development and reskilling, promoting innovation in startups, providing social security for displaced workers, building inclusive digital infrastructure, regulating new technologies, encouraging public-private partnership, fostering international cooperation. The task is challenging, my friends, with proactive and forward-looking policy approach. Globe as well India can leverage technology to create a future jobs that is inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Dr. Saraswat, for very enlightening comments. Let me now open the floor for our observers here. We will just pick up questions and please be precise. Please mention the panel member to whom your question would be addressed and your own name, please, because raise your hand. This could include the previous session if you wanted, because we weren't able to give time. If not, then we could move on to. I haven't seen. That gives you and the panel more time for concluding remarks. Anything from the panel? Any points? Yeah, okay, please.
Yeah, I think I didn't want to go there in the presentation, but maybe it's worthwhile raising it when we have a few moments. One of the issues when we talk about migration and the political responses to issues like migration is to think about whether we can deal with this in a different way. And one of our colleagues raised one potential avenue. There's another way of dealing with this, and this is where national governments reconsider established labor practices. In other words, particularly in areas of where people can probably do their jobs remotely quite easily, is the Indian government, for argument's sake, or the Swiss government prepared to employ people across the world, irrespective of where they sit, and what would be the tax implications of that, and how we're going to deal with that. So there are different ways of trying to tackle this, but all of this is a really complicated conversation. It's not something that's going to be dealt with, but maybe a notion of global citizenship and global part of the global workforce is something that one can anticipate.
Just one point on the emergence of these new technologies that I think they do cut across borders in ways that are unprecedented. Now, we heard about climate change, how that is absolutely a global issue, but the way to manage artificial intelligence will not be through exclusive national jurisdictions. It has to be linked to some kind of global framework as well. And it also can be very exclusionary by forcing the loss of data sovereignty and other aspects of sovereignty to those countries that can't keep up, right? So there's a really new set of challenges here around global and national regulation being synchronized. Yeah. Dr. Betty?
Yeah. So several reactions to the very useful and interesting presentation. I think the first point, and this goes to what Paul Sampson had to say, is that economists have known for a long time that adoption follows an S-curve. And certainly we saw that in the Indian mobile market. I mean, there are early adopters, and then there's a swoosh. And the fact of the matter is, we've gone from 50 or 100,000 mobile users to 800 million, and so I think logistics curves in new technologies are well described, and the question is whether, as it were, we're whether there's something different about the new technologies. And we're surprised that nobody up to now had talked about the issue of dual-use technologies and the impact this is having, and whether it is going to actually result in a fragmentation of various technology markets, because that does seem to be one of the principles that's driving certainly US policy in this area. I think the third reflection, and it's a comment on the desired, as it were, resonance between the various areas. We've seen a link between this session, social protection, trade, climate, and that's why the conversation needs to continue. But I think what's particularly interesting is why the old principle of leave regulation to the big boys is perhaps more under challenge now. Because both in the technology space and in climate, it turns out that for the reasons of the shifts, Paul, that you pointed out, that actually now the emerging markets are important and big players. And the question of how they find voice at the table, I think, is really where the link with the G20 presidency kind of arises. I was very heartened by, as it were, in your presentation, the fact that you saw, as it were, opportunities for India. So building on what Dr. Saraswat had to say, I think the default for India, and perhaps unlike Europe, should be embrace the new technologies rather than fear them. I think that should be the guiding principle. And, I think Niti Aayog should use its convening power to, as it were, urge these fears of their protectionist elements, which comes back to what Robert Stevens had to say, which is that lots of lobbies are going to exploit the uncertainty that Paul talked about, to, as it were, their own furrow. And I think it takes the intellectual community to stave that off. Thank you for giving me the airtime. Back to you, Sachin.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Berry. I think we had excellent session today, and there's no need me to summarize it, but just few minutes to capture the broad points as I see them. And I think Dr. Berry has already, in a way, helped us by putting together the broad ideas which have emerged today. I think 7 points are important that I feel we should take note of and bring them forward in terms of how we respond to technology, how technology is affecting the jobs and the nature of policy making that is required. We started, friends, with expectations on productivity and impact on living standards, the ideas in terms of the policy options that are there, and I think the regulatory structures that have to come up. So the 7 points that I have, the first one definitely is in terms of the pace of evolution, the point that Dipjani made. And I think this is something, again, Dr. Saraswat echoed in terms of what should be our response, the pace at which technology is growing. The regulators have to respond. And I'm so glad to mention here that Niti Aayog's own team on AI produced the paper on AI much before the regulatory structures started looking into it. So I think that way Niti's lead on several issues within management of AI, I think, is something, and that's what as a leading think tank, Niti Aayog's role is. So that, I think, is something absolutely important. The issues that are there in terms of ethical part of it, the dimensions of misinformation, privacy that Debjani you mentioned, also in terms of how we see the regulatory architecture coping up with technological evolution. So that, I think, is the set of issues which are important. Second, what I think, Paul, you mentioned in terms of India's own example of DPI, and that, I think, is something which we need to take forward in Bangalore at the G20 meeting. The effort was to pull in more in terms of how the global public goods are to be created and how the DPI and DPGs need to take this work together forward. And that would bring in terms of the concerns which were expressed in terms of how do we reduce the cost of accessing to advanced technologies? How do we make it more inclusive and not impose sort of entry barriers there. The third point is more in terms of future of job and key trends that we are seeing. And again, I think, Paul, you mentioned in terms of how AI and how demographic changes, particularly the addition to young population is contributing in terms of technology diffusion and at what pace that is happening. The fourth point that I want to mention is something that Albert, you mentioned about impact of migration and an impact on inequality. And that I think is important in terms of we see and respond to the process of education, how we respond to what Dr. Saraswat mentioned about skilling and reskilling and requirements that are there. So I think that set of fitness that is needed both at the level of regulatory architecture, at the level of skills, and also in terms of the connect that is there between those who are evolving technologies and those who are responsible for its regulation. The fifth point is in terms of again, Albert, your emphasis on multilateralism, and that Dr. Saraswat also echoed. I think we need to have platforms which are strong. What we see in terms of synthetic babies in China, I think, is something which has, in a way, challenged humanity. The idea of ethics and ethics-based approaches alone probably are not sufficient. We need to see what is it that can be done. And I think there, Alicia is not here, but her point in terms of connecting the costs and also the ethical regulation, they I think are extremely important. And these challenges are bringing in options in terms of particularly these convergences of technology. And the last point that I want to mention is something that Vice Chairman Dr. Barry mentioned about the dual use. And I think that's a very important point as we are seeing, despite of initiatives that have been there from the US in terms of blocking transfer of technology or engagement. Even in the last session, we heard Arunabha mentioning about access to critical minerals. Issues and challenges are huge in terms of how they decouple and are expected to decouple access to technology and their development. We fail. Anyway, I think I must close it now. We are already at 1:30 and we already have speaker for the next session, so that would be exciting. Big hand to my panel. Thank you.
And thanks to the chair, we have now used up the buffer that there was. So we go straight, I think the doors open and we go there. And I think, Nandan, thank you for being here. And we're looking forward to your address. So Anna or somebody, where do we go now? Sorry, it's going to be here itself, is it? It's not. Okay, fine, right, okay. And Cyril is the, right? Right.
Hope to give you lunch.
No, lunch follows, lunch follows. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Barry.
Okay, thank you.
See you.
Thanks for coming, love. Purnam, your seat is here. Yeah.
Hi. That said, the other one. So you may want.
It'll be, yeah.
Um, Good afternoon. We are into this session before lunch. Normally a difficult session, but with a speaker like Nandan here, I don't think you're going to find it difficult. It's a great pleasure and honor to introduce Nandan Nilekani to all of you. Almost everybody in India, from India in this room, I don't think he needs an introduction. But people from across the world also probably don't need an introduction, but for the sake of form, I mean, he's a very unique individual, unique in terms of not just being a visionary and a trailblazer in the field of technology and business and innovation, one of the rare people who have worked in government, having come from the private sector and having made a remarkable impact. And knowing government from inside, I know how difficult it is. And, you know, I'm too small an individual to comment on his achievements in his life. In the corporate side, I mean, he's been one of the founders of one of India's largest technology companies, but more important, a company which is regarded around the world for its responsibility, for its ethical standards, etc. And I think that's something which is widely respected in the corporate world. But apart from that, within government, in terms of, I mean, that is life in the corporate sphere, a tremendous impact in the corporate world, and not just in terms of the sector in which the company was, but in terms of raising standards across the board for all corporates. But what he did within government, something very transformative. I mean, it was his idea, his baby. He was the individual who transited to government, set up the Unique Identity Authority in India, which we call Aadhaar. Individual in India have one, it's more than 1 billion people have Aadhaar. That Unique Identification Authority is a landmark initiative, is the fundamental foundation on which the rest of the public infrastructure was set up in India. And that's the basis for everything that you see in the digital world that's happening in India today, and that's what he'll be speaking on today. Business and this governance, he's also been very active in the world of charity, runs many foundations, STEP, and many others in water, environment, etc. Achievements have been widely recognized. I mean, at the national level, he's won the Padma Bhushan Award, the second highest award which the government gives. He's won the Joseph Schumpeter Prize. He's been the Forbes Businessman of the Year. The Time magazine, Foreign Policy, all have recognized him as one of the most influential and innovative thinkers in the world. So, as we celebrate his achievements in India and across the world, I invite him to speak to you. We'll be talking to you on digital public infrastructure, digital transformation the world is undergoing, the need for agility and flexibility to handle this change.
Thank you very much, Subbu. It's really great to be in this August gathering. I'll speak today about digital public infrastructure in the context of fragile world and how you need to be agile in a fragile world. I think we all know the situation. The world is getting hotter, 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees. Rama will tell us what's happening. The world is getting older, and you can see that the next 100 years, going to be a lot more old people. And we know that relationships are getting colder now, all friendshoring, you want to start geopolitics, different countries, impact of that on supply chains. So it's a very complicated situation that is emerging. Now, obviously, I think you would have figured that out in this gathering that, India is uniquely placed. It's a young democratic nation with a lot of potential and many estimates on how it's going to be number 2, number 3, whatever in the world. Actually, if you look at inside India, we have historically had huge variations in cultures, markets, industrialization, and regulations. With a country with so many languages, you can't even talk to another Indian. It's often difficult because they don't have any common language. We had many micro markets. States had different tax laws. People would have a warehouse in every state because they had to, have a way to service each state. Industrialization across the country is very different, and of course, many regulations at the state level. So there was not really a sort of a single market till recently, and I'll talk about how technology has enabled this creation of a single market with all its consequences on the economy. Now, what I think is happening, and it's a maybe 10-20 year journey, but fundamentally,
India is moving from an offline, informal, low productivity set of microeconomies to a single online, formal, high productivity mega economy. That's a 20-year process, but I think you can see the beginnings of that change. And that's one of the reasons which is the root of the transformation happening in the country. Now, a lot of this is enabled by what we call as digital public infrastructure, which is digital infrastructure at population scale meant for everyone and either built with public funding or enabled by the public through regulation and policy. Now, and these are really building blocks, and these building blocks have been designed over the last 15 years, and each building block does one thing, but then each sits on sort of sits with others, and the interoperability of those building blocks creates a lot of combinatorial innovation. Now, digital public infrastructure is not a new idea. If you look at the original internet, it was funded by the US Department of Defense. The World Wide Web was designed at CERN, which was funded by the European countries. The Mosaic browser was built by a grant from the National Science Foundation. So fundamentally, the digital public infrastructure, the original one is the internet, built by public money. Then it had a set of protocols on top of it, which led to market innovation. And that led to the rise of Google, Facebook, and so on. And similarly, GPS was again funded by defense in the US. It answered the question, where am I? That became the basis for maps. That became the basis for ride hailing. So we've seen this movie before, where you can invest in digital public infrastructure and build on top of that through innovation. That has happened in India, has taken that idea forward in many, many new areas and create a whole new infrastructure, not only for basic technology, but to enable equitable growth, which cuts across regions and so on. Now, an example of that is how DPI was used in financial inclusion in India. Now, as the BIS recently reported, India was able to do in 9 years in financial inclusion what would normally have taken 47 years. In other words, the acceleration of financial inclusion, so the number of people with accounts went up from 20% to 80% in 9 years, was essentially lubricated or done with technology. And this is something which has had a huge impact on the country in terms of creating a more inclusive model. Similarly, what has happened in cash? In 2016, Indians were mostly using cash payments. In 6 years, we now have the largest volume of digital payments in the world. About 40% of digital payments in the world are done in India today. UPI, which is a very low cost, high volume transaction processing system run by the National Payment Corporation of India, does 9 billion transactions a month. It has about 350 million users, and it has about 50 million merchants where you can make digital payments. This has come from nowhere and suddenly become the world's largest digital payment infrastructure, fundamentally because the philosophy and the way of thinking about it was, how do we create a national digital public infrastructure? And Subir was kind enough to talk about Aadhaar, which I led the project for years. Essentially, we had to solve the problem of how do you give people without any ID an ID? How do you give people without a birth certificate a starting ID? And today, 1.3 billion people are on the ID platform. And this is something which is become foundational for everything else. And this was the root of creating a single source of truth, reducing duplication, and so on. And this ID is used to find identity verification up to 80 million times a day. So the transaction volume just on ID is 80 million times a day that it's used by somebody somewhere to verify that he is who he claims to be. So we could think about the volumes you're talking so far. You're talking about payment transactions of 9 billion UPI transactions a month, 80 million other authentications a day, and so on and so forth. So these are really very large scale, 24/7, real time, quick response systems that have been built in India. And these talk about the fact that DPIs do one thing at a time. So each of these things allow other things to happen because they're all built using interfaces, protocols, programming interfaces, and so on. Aadhaar was the basis for identity. On top of Aadhaar, we built a capability called KYC, know your customer. Because for many things like opening a bank account or getting a mobile connection, you need to know the customer, otherwise you can't do it. And we built eKYC as a digital way of this KYC, which you can do in 2 minutes. That led to two revolutions. One was the banking revolution I referred to earlier, which is thanks to the Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana program, which was launched in 2014. 700 million new bank accounts were opened with Aadhaar KYC. So the KYC enabled people to get an ID and verify that ID in real time to open a bank account. And that's how, that is used not only for cash transfers, it's also used for non-cash transfers. So in our PDS system, which is a national distribution of basic amenities, rice, and so on, it's all authentication is done with Aadhaar. This was on the benefit side. But the same thing happened on the mobile side. And in 2016, when Jio was launched, Jio essentially was a new mobile network, the world's first 4G, India's first truly 4G network. And that network had the goal of getting to 100 million customers in 6 months, which means they had to enroll or onboard 1 million customers a day. And the only way they could do that was use Aadhaar eKYC for mobile connections. And that essentially transformed the mobile industry. The mobile industry went from 1 gigabyte GB of data per month consumption to 1 GB a day. There was a 30x increase in data consumption after the launch of Jio. And similarly, the smartphone penetration went up to about 70%. Essentially, what these three things did was laid the digital foundation of equitable participation of everybody. Everybody had a digital ID. Digital ID could be used anywhere in the country, online authentication, so it made friction-free for you to travel in the country. Digital ID gave you KYC, KYC gave you a bank account, digital ID gave you KYC for mobile, gave you a smartphone connection. So everyone could get a smartphone connection, a bank account, and a mobile and an ID, and they're good to go going forward. Essentially, that's what DPI does. It allows you to mix and match things and create all kinds of solutions on top of that. Similarly, another great initiative of the DigiLocker, which is by MeitY, is a single repository for all your digital documents. So this is a single market for credentials. And today it has about close to 180 million people use this thing, and they keep all the documents. There are about 5 billion documents stored here. So the person would keep his driver's license, his Aadhaar details, his vaccination certificate, his vehicle registration. And they don't need to carry it in anywhere. They can just show it on the phone, and it's digitally certified that it has come from the source to eliminate fraud. This again is like a national market for credentials. So you can get your credentials in Bihar, you migrate to Delhi, you can use your credentials there. This helps in reducing transaction cost, brings in efficiency, and so on. And then UPI, I talked about UPI, which was the payment system which does 9 billion transactions a month. It's also changed the way in India does merchant payments. In India, POS machines, it took about 75 years to reach 6 million point of sale machines. Now, in a matter of 4 years, we have 50 million merchants where you can pay using a QR code. And these QR codes are just stuck there in front. These are coconut vendors selling, coconuts as a couple of QR codes. And I just have to point my phone at the QR code and make a payment. And this has essentially dramatically transformed business transactions or retail transactions. And you also have things called the sound box where you can show, it tells you that the payment has been received, which improves the productivity of a small merchant because he doesn't have to handle cash. He just hears that the money has come. All these innovations have happened to essentially reduce transactions in business transactions. And this again is happening at a huge scale. And then, of course, the GSTN, which was another great initiative, has essentially created a backbone for a single market. So think about it this way, that identity, bank accounts, and mobile phones operating anywhere in the country created a single market for services and people. And GSTN created a single market for products. And what's important is that it has not only led to increase in revenues because of compliance improving through better revenue collection, it also provides the data for what will come to later, which we call as digital capital. And the way the GSTN is designed is actually a company which is jointly owned by the Indian government and the states, which operates our tax system. So India went to a simplified tax system for everybody for indirect tax. And also before this, different states were at a different level of tax systems. Now everybody at the same level, everybody uses the same system. Everybody files their returns online. Same thing happens in income tax. We have gone to a completely online income tax system. So the combination of both indirect tax and direct tax being completely digital has had huge benefits, including raising the tax revenues of the country. And then, of course, the logistical improvements on the highways. GST has created single markets. You don't have to have a warehouse everywhere. You can have one warehouse. This tag is the RFID tag, which every truck and car today has. So when they pass through a toll gate, they automatically debit the wallet attached to the FASTag. This system alone does 2.5 million transactions a year. And it has had a dramatic impact on efficiency and productivity on the roads because you don't have to stop. And it's expected that this year it will be about 8 billion transactions. Now, these things have also established a way to strengthen a company's public finances, which I think you'll all agree is very important because tax revenues have gone up. Tax revenues in India for the last 10 years have risen faster than GDP growth. And that is essentially because of technology, compliance, and formalization. More and more people joining the formal economy. Similarly, that's on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, all welfare spending is done through Aadhaar-linked bank accounts, which make sure that the money goes to the right person. And cumulative since inception, India has transferred $210 billion directly into people's bank accounts. That has made a huge impact on delivering benefits without any leakages. Moreover, the whole PFML, which is the financial management system, is linked with Aadhaar. So when money is sent, you can drill down to granularity as to whom it was sent to. That dramatically reduces leakages and corruption in the system. And then, of course, the increase of credit also, I'll come back to that. So basically, these things actually have an impact, material impact on the economy. And then digital public infrastructure also makes markets more equitable and competitive. And the latest initiative in India is called ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce, which unbundles commerce. Commerce, e-commerce historically has been a single company where you place the order, which has a list of suppliers and which delivers to you. What ONDC does unbundles commerce, so I can order from any app, from any supplier, and have it delivered by any logistics company. And this is really opening up commerce. So a small guy in a small town can list his products using the ONDC protocol, and anybody can, buy from that person. We think this will democratize discovering new suppliers, reduce transaction cost, and also create a much more healthier, competitive e-commerce market. So that it's not like a winner-take-all with just one or two players. So these are ways of really restructuring a digital economy to be more equitable and competitive. A good example of that is this is actually a live example of a union of auto rickshaw drivers, which is the three-wheelers in Bangalore, who are using a protocol and they are just getting the rides discovered on the platform. They don't pay anybody in between. The transaction is between the consumer and the driver. So he gets 100% of the money, not 70% of the money. There's nobody taking there's no aggregator taking a cut in between. It's already doing 80,000 transactions a day, which means 80,000 times in a day. Some chap in Bangalore is using this platform to get auto. And you can imagine this can then be done for taxis. And fundamentally, it's restructuring the way you do mobility in India. And then, of course, we have AI initiatives like Bhashini. So Bhashini is an initiative to create complete AI for all 22 major Indian languages. And this is all being built as an open stack so that anyone can use it. It's for speech to speech, text to speech, text to text, etc. And this essentially means that every Indian will get access to knowledge in their language of choice, verbally spoken to them, to speech. And this dramatically improves access because I talked to you about the fact that we have so much of diversity. An initiative will essentially allow everyone to participate. So tomorrow, I can in in Tamil, make a payment on my phone using UPI and Bhashini. And that's coming. It's coming in the next 1 year. These are all fundamentally changing access to technology for millions of people. So what you're saying is APIs also create data as a byproduct. Because as we know, every digital transaction has data as a byproduct. In the Western world, that data is captured by large platforms, then use it to sell ads to you or whatever. The data is not with you. Or in the autocratic world, data is used as a surveillance mechanism. Indian model, data is given back to you. And we call that as digital capital. And essentially, just we have historically thought of land, labor, capital, all that, assets. Digital capital is really the latest form of capital. You can only unlock the digital capital if you can make it accessible to people. And that's what the Indian architecture has done. We have an architecture in India called the account aggregator, sponsored by the Reserve Bank of India, which allows for all financial transactions, an individual can get access to his own data, out of their own data, and then use it to get a loan or to buy a mutual fund or whatever. The fact that we're unlocking digital capital is another huge driver for inclusive economic growth. And so there's a young guy, he gets ID, the ID opens a bank account, he uses UPI to get payments, then based on his transaction history, he gets access to loans, he builds a credit history, he gets loans, then he uses an online education platform to learn skills, and so on and so forth. So basically, you can create a pathway for individuals and businesses to get access and join the formal economy. And we're seeing the same thing happening in credit with digital capital, so that people can give history of their financial transactions, eKYC, UPI. Small loans are exploding in India. So this again is the democratization of credit. Historically, credit went to large guys because they're the only guys who had data to prove that they were worthy of a loan. But now millions of small people are going to get credit, and credit is going to go both to the buyer and to the seller. Consumers will get credit based on their history. Suppliers will get credit on their history. So you're essentially going to turbocharge the economy by giving credit to both buyers and sellers. And that's one of the reasons why you're going to see serious economic growth here. And this digital capital can also be accessed by countries. For example, the stag I talked about, which is essentially it uses efficiency at toll gates. The byproduct of that is the toll gates, the leakage of money. All the money is collected because it's all digital, and the toll gates become much more bankable. And now we're seeing where the government, NHI, is able to sell the toll gates because the buyers are assured of the revenues and reinvest that money into new roads. The recycling of capital for building infrastructure will also happen because the digital capital will fund new physical infrastructure because you can sell or you can securitize the old stuff. Similarly, all this enable many AI. I saw you had a discussion on AI earlier, but I don't know the details. But fundamentally, all this will also enable application of AI for various solutions. We can talk about that later. So what this does is also provides the basis for formalization. Formalization is a challenge in every society. How do you create a formal economy? Because what's in it for the person? If a person is outside the system, what's the big deal in coming in? Because you're only going to stuck with some bureaucracy and tax and all that. So I'd rather stay out. Now we're offering a new bargain where if you join the system and we simplify that with technology, you can then use your digital capital to get ahead. If I'm a small business, I'm relying on informal credit. I enter the system, I'll get formal credit. We're creating the incentive for people to join the formal system. That's what I meant by formalization that is going to happen over the next 20 years. And digital infrastructure, however, only as useful as the people who build solutions. As I said, internet was there, but you think of internet as using, Uber or Facebook or Google. And similarly, we need to create a way for these building blocks to be reconfigured to create solutions. And India is very well placed because it has a huge entrepreneurial class, which is leveraging this technology to build innovative solutions. This sorry. This, of course, Vibhyani is here, we're in NASCOM. The Indian IT services laid the foundation for this. It's a $227 billion industry employing 5 million people, and that has provided the technology and the talent for making the DPI possible. And of course, there's a huge startup system on top. Just to give you a sense of the scale, there were 1,000 startups in India in 2016. Today, there are 115,000 startups. Out of the 115,000, about 30,000 have gone bankrupt. But it doesn't matter. Innovation is happening at crazy scale. So the innovation ecosystem is built on top of the digital public infrastructure we have. And finally, we talked about agility in this new world. What is it? The agility is the ability to respond in policy at scale. And digital public infrastructure is the key to that. How do you respond quickly to changes in the world? And also, how do you, we talk on the AI decision of wanting the AI guys, run amok and then all issues. How do you get a balance between regulation and innovation? And we do that by embedding policy as code. If you look at ONDC, for example, the policy of the ecosystem is in the code. Or if you look at UPI, where there are multiple banks and multiple apps, the policy for how they operate is in the core of those platforms. And this allows us to be much more flexible and reduce the time between thinking of policy and implementing it. And in times of crisis, DPIs actually take you to a new level. For example, the entire vaccination program of India was done on a common platform built by a government called CoWIN. Everybody could get vaccinated anywhere. They got a digital vaccination certificate they could keep in the DigiLocker. That took off. And then it was also able to, using the fact you had a plumbing, you could transfer money. $4.5 million was transferred during the COVID pandemic into bank accounts, 160 million beneficiaries. You could take that decision in real time. You want to give money to these guys, you can get it. Of course, everybody uses this platform now, so it's interesting to see how it's evolving. Now we talked about digital public also can be used for both adaptation and mitigation. For example, if you have the plumbing, you can make anticipatory climate financing for improving resilience. You can use it for giving emergency money for a natural disaster. You can use it to prevent forests being cut. That requires plumbing. Having plumbing which is agnostic allows you to also do it for climate. NDC allows you to have a circular economy. NDC can now have a reverse logistics specialist, takes the stuff back so that it recycles and so on. And similarly, as you go from monolithic power generation to thousands of batteries and thousands of cars pumping up power using a feed-in tariff, you need infrastructure which is interoperable for that. And you can build all kinds of things for that. I won't go into details, but fundamentally, for the climate transition, you will actually need to think through what kind of digital infrastructure is required at population scale. Finally, let me say, the DPI approach requires deep conviction, not deep pockets. This is not a money thing. We have spent all our time arguing about $1 trillion for this, $1 trillion for that. It doesn't mean any of that. This is just a cost of a few $1 billion. This has a massive payoff. The ROI is very high. India spent $1.5 billion on Aadhaar and has saved $27 billion. You can't get a better ROI. Even VCs would like to see that kind of an ROI. And when you build this stuff, it's built at high volume, low cost, sachet-size transactions. It is to innovate on top. So we have many, many companies who have innovated on top of this. And as I said, the policy can embed the code. And digital capital is the key for this. I don't have time, I won't talk. So fundamentally, I believe green growth in an uncertain world needs a new agile approach. And every nation needs such a digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nandan. Now you know why this man would be a terror for all digital monopolies in the world. Because it's in that system thinking, which economists avoid, but engineers actually are trained in system thinking, and he's brought that into this whole area of digital infrastructure and made it public. A lot of this thinking happens within corporates, but then they end up being monopolies. It's happening in the public sphere in India, and I think that's unique, and that's something which where the rest of the country is learning from, etc. I will take the indulgence of Mr. Berry to push this session by 10 more minutes. And I know this session was not scheduled to have questions and answers, but this is a very unique session. So if anybody has questions, I mean, I'm ready to take that, and I'll follow the sequence as I spot. Professor Stevens.
So thank you. That was a really marvelous presentation. Something that's quite remarkable. And I'm thinking in particular of the degree and rapidity of the penetration of digital payment systems in India. But what I didn't understand from your presentation, although I think you alluded to it at the beginning, was why and how it happened. I didn't understand if you were suggesting that there was some kind of a centralized decision. There was some top-down element, whether it came from government or it came from a group of entrepreneurs who talked to each other, whether it was diverse and dispersed market forces that resulted in this. Can you say something about that?
Yeah, all of the above. So, first of all, in India, we have a concept called National Information Utilities. These are companies created to run these sophisticated platforms. And they are non-profit. They're companies with non-profit because we want to create choke points. And in India, fortunately, we had something called NPCI, which is the national payment, which is such utility. So we had an organization. So they run a switch, which is the UPI switch. They do all the connections. On this side, any bank can join this. It's an open architecture for any bank. But on the consumer side, multiple apps can connect to it. So Google has an app, or PhonePe has an app, or Paytm. So it's a multiple applications, multiple bank accounts, completely interoperable through this common rail. So I may be using Google Pay, my account is in SBI. You may be using PhonePe, your account is in Bank of Baroda. We can do it, transact immediately. Similarly, we designed a QR code to be interoperable. So if a QR code is put at a merchant, everyone can pay there. So there were specific designs to make it interoperable, but at the same time allowed markets to flourish. So it's exactly what the internet did 30 years back.
If I got the question right, maybe it's a slightly modified one. I thought the question was, did it happen on day one?
So the platform was, when I said all of the above, the idea was conceived and implemented by NPCI with a bunch of technologists and with the blessings of the Reserve Bank. Part regulator, part company. Technologies. It was rolled out and it had reached 100,000 transactions in October of 2016. And then we had the withdrawal of currency notes. That led to the government realizing that digital payments need to take off. And so the government push came in at that time. However, after that, markets took over and market players created companies that huge companies on top of this. PhonePe, it exists in 2016. It's worth $12 billion. So fundamentally, technology architecture for competitiveness and interoperability, government push because of a policy action, and then market forces all came together.
Yes. I have one question. As someone in the last few years has been, unfortunately and very sadly, on the outside of some of this ecosystem, I don't have an Aadhaar, I don't have access to UPI and all of these things.
There's nothing preventing you from using a.
I'll take that up with you afterwards. But my first question is, many of these cascades seem to be very much within India. If you look at this, at making this more porous for others who would like to take part of this, who would like to become part of this market, who would like to interact more, what do you see as the first steps for internationalizing, or some of the early steps for internationalizing India's DPI, but also integrating it with perhaps other countries' efforts?
Yeah, actually, a lot is happening, Jessica, already on that. There is a whole move across many agencies, the World Bank, the IMF, UN, everybody, to take this idea of DPI global. And we already have about 50 countries who are looking at different aspects of this. And many of the technology pieces are available as open source. So there's a group called BOSIP in Bangalore, which has built an ID platform. And that is now being rolled out in 9 countries. Philippines, Morocco, Ethiopia, they're all using this ID platform. UPI has set up a company called UPI Global and is trying to export acceptance networks like they did at Eiffel Tower, they're done in Dubai. Cross-border remittance, like India, Singapore now has a cross-border remittance pipe. But many countries actually want to implement their version of UPI, in which case
NPCI is willing to give it as an open source stack to the country, and so on and so forth. So I think you will see the next 5 to 7 years a huge internationalization of these ideas, not necessarily all in the way it was done here, but you're going to see that, yeah. Minister Mengistu.
Hello, Nanan. Good
Hi,
to
Maris.
see you.
Yeah.
I also want to say that Nanan hasn't done this just for India, but he's a champion for digital ID and digital capital for developing countries. In the World Bank, we have this great program on digital ID. But if I may, I probably have asked you this question before. What do you think, if countries wanted to follow the Indian example, what was the 1 or 2 biggest challenges that you would share as learning experience? And second, you talk about the data being now with the government rather than, with big companies. How do you deal with the privacy and confidentiality issue?
Well, I think it needs a number of things to come together. One is, of course, political will and belief. And I talked about the fact that deep conviction is more important than deep pockets. It's not about spending $100 billion, it's about being focused. And I think India has had fortunately, Mr. Modi and everybody in the government think digital first. So that helps in all this. So that's the government thing. And then I think you need tech talent, or you need companies, you need the innovators. So I think all of this is replicable. It's not a big deal. It can be done across the world because it's no longer an unknown. Now we know what to do, right? So we have got that. And availability of these solutions as open source models that countries can take is also India is going to be offering that. Your second question was, the government does not have the data. The data is in where it's supposed to be. So the ID system does not know what you use the ID for. For example, if a bank uses the ID to open a bank account, only the bank knows the account is open. It's designed, privacy by design. We did not want to create one single guy collecting all the data and all the consequential risks of that. So it's absolutely federated data, and data is in its respective locations like it normally is. Data is with people. I can use my data to get a bank loan. I can use my health records to get better health care. Data is with the people. That's the whole point. Santiago.
Thank you for a fascinating talk. Just, you spoke a lot about how this can help with people formalizing. And the question is, any data or any indications of whether this is in fact happening? I mean, I can see the potential, but I don't know whether this has been measured or there's some numbers that are indicating what is happening.
I think there's a lot to be done on that side. I think absolutely. I think this is a fertile area for research, which I'm sure Niti Aayog will do one of these days. But look, 200 million people not having ID to everybody have an ID. That's one aspect of formalization. From 20% bank account penetration to 80% bank account. That's another aspect of formalization. Went from 0 to 9 billion UPI transactions, which is the third thing, and so on. We have anecdotal stuff at scale to believe this, but I don't think there's any serious research done on what is the level of formalization and where it's headed. Would recommend this group look into it. We are too busy doing it, so we can't do research. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Every time I see this version of this presentation, the slope of your curves keep getting steeper. So
I need to have a new one, otherwise you'll get bored.
I really liked one of your final slides on the interface between what's happening on the digital front with the opportunities in energy and climate. And that's where I've argued that for the future to be more decarbonized, we need the energy systems to be more decentralized as well as digitalized. The question I have for you is our energy systems are not just centralized, but they are centralized in a very regulatory fashion. So do you think that the platforms that we have are sufficient to disrupt it, or does regulation also have to change to make these large centralized systems move towards more decentralized?
I think we need everything. I mean, we obviously need the tech, we need regulation, we need enforceable market competition principles in the architecture, and we need digital architecture to connect them and do that. So I think we need all of that. But one of the areas we applied our mind is to creating how do we create an energy cloud in a distributed way
which is bilateral, so people can feed in and feed out. So the architecture has already been done. Happy to discuss it separately.
Thank you. Nandan, I never get tired of listening to you. Every time I hear it, it's just there's a new angle to it. Just one quick point before my question. You talk about impact. I think the impact this has had on our startup ecosystem I mean, you cannot imagine India being where it is today with respect a third largest tech startup ecosystem without this. It creates a level playing field for us. It brings down the cost of customer acquisition. It brings down the cost of data acquisition. And it allows a startup like PhonePe to have aspirations to compete with Google and ends up beating Google. So, that's sort of, I think that's a tremendous impact from a technology industry perspective. Question, just before you came, we talked about AI and we talked about the new monopolies that are getting created and very serious monopolies that are getting created. Pretty much on the trinity of data, compute, and the big dollars, whoever has that and can afford this, right? How do we, is there a way we can think of, because the moats and the entry barriers that are being created are so high. If countries have to follow that same playbook and try and catch up, it's going to be pretty impossible. So is there a way to disrupt that and completely change the rules of competition using the thinking of open protocol? Are you thinking about this?
Well, I think we should distinguish AI in the consumer space from AI in the business and government space, which is of relevance to us, right? In the consumer space, there could be only a few brands, right? Everybody heard of ChatGPT, 100 million users in 1 month, whatever. They'll use Google or whatever. So that part is difficult to change. But the fact of the matter is there's a big open source movement in AI models, which are as good as any of these things. They may not be so big, they may be smaller. And what we find is that a smaller model trained on specific data is more valuable than a larger model that is trained by scraping the internet. So I think India, both in business and government, can take smaller open source models, train it on data specific to that industry or activity, and we'll get very good results. I'm not worried about that.
Thank you. I think I'll close the session. Thank you, Nandan. I mean, his journey on this DPI, in which Nandan has been involved from day one, or actually day -1, has been a fascinating one. He can probably write multiple books. He's probably written 1 or 2 already, but there's some more. Just 2 points. I think, just building on what he said, I think the base case was good. It was India. And it was good because it did not have many of the elements which were already existing in the private world in many other parts of the world. So there was a chance to actually create things. And 2 was a deep commitment on the part of the government, which endures even now, is not to allow monopolies to come up. Actually, in a way, India has taken, at least in the digital space, an approach to not allowing monopolies, not through a legal competition commission route, through a technology route. I think that's probably faster rather than actually trying to break monopolies through competition law, which tends to be years drawn. And I think it's a case of using technology solutions in the competitive sphere without going through the legal route. Thank you, Nandan. It's always informative to have you. Thank you.
Okay. I understand lunch is in the next room. Is there anybody from the team here? And when do we reconvene? 3:30? Huh? Can we get back at 3? Okay, because we're let me just say it's going to be a long evening. I think people may want a little bit of interaction time, because a lot of stuff has been thrown at them. So I would suggest that we keep it to an hour. I don't know how long it's been allowed. I would suggest we reconvene at 3:15. Okay? Thanks.
whole range of issues, including we've seen a significant increase in trade restrictions over that period. The last decade, the global trade alert records restrictive measures have increased from about 9,000 a year to 35,000. And actually the measures that the IMF and others have set out under-report, I think, the growing restrictiveness on international trade. A lot of informal measures and formal measures, especially anti-dumping acts, have become major measure instruments for trade protectionism. Then we have, of course, recent developments towards industrial policy, the IRA, the United States, the Chips and Science Act, and developments in Europe, Russia, have also led to a tightening of the environment and open international trading system. What are the causes? We've tried to down into some of the causes of this, and Octaviano, I think, will review those issues, but let me make a few points about the sequence of developments that I think has shaped this gathering environment over the last couple of decades. The United States, and after, I think there is a connection. I think at the beginning of the session this morning, Suman, you observed that we avoided Great Depression through the G20 and its initiatives, especially in the London meeting. But I don't think we've avoided some of the consequences of the significant recession that took place in the global economy. One of the consequences quite clearly was this increase in international protectionism, the table, as it were, to some extent, increasingly explicit and embodying formal measures that contravene global rules of WTO and international trade. And an important impetus to that, of course, was around the mobilization of the politics of populism, populist protection in politics. And through that instigation of the US-China trade war, in which both the US and China started directly international trade wars, the cost of traders like Brazil and my own country, Australia. And then, of course, we've had on top of that increased activism by China, aggressiveness by China in position of trade coercion policies for political purposes, including prominently in Australia. So the environment has degenerated significantly over that period, and these tensions in the international geopolitical sphere have fed in to the trade sphere and led to the weaponization of trade and economic policy more broadly, and age of what can be called security-driven industrial policy, especially in industrial countries. And speaking, they're the causes of this. The consequences is that there's been an undermining multilateral rules-based system, a further undermining of the bilateral rules-based system, alongside the long-term structural pressures on that, because the system hasn't encompassed fully a range of new areas that are important to the conduct of national trade and commerce. Measures taken around those decoupling strategies, we've had increasing fragmentation of the system, a slowing of global trade, and industrial transformation in the process potentially. But this is one of the issues we'll dig down to, and issue in particular makes a presentation on the impact with respect to climate change. And at the end of this discussion of these issues, I think what we will try to do, if we can, is Gesh's presentation will give us an Indian perspective on that, but I think we also need to look more broadly on what strategies there are to deal with this, how we judge the importance of it. So to some overview, Aviana, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Peter, and thank you all for having me here. It's been a pleasure, and good afternoon. What I will try to do is basically to illustrate what Professor Peter has so aptly done. Namely, if we want to understand the growth implications, particularly of moving towards a fractured trading system, we have to use as a benchmark exactly for us with a period in which we may call hyperglobalization or globalization 2.0. What I'm trying to highlight is exactly which were those aspects, so as to use as a benchmark to measure to think about the costs. Okay, what was the hyperglobalization, or like Professor Richard Baldwin, globalization 2.0, to contrast with the first experience? See, in the 80s and 90s, particularly the 90s, we saw the manifestation of the outcome of what one may call a tectonic plate shift, generating an earthquake. The combination of three things. First, a cluster of technological innovations, not only in information and communication technology, but also in transportation, containerization, that allowed the implementation of manufacturing processes into levels unthinkable. For instance, when countries like Brazil or Mexico, they went the heavy industrialization. Second component of this tectonic plate shift, naturally, the overall the programs of trade opening. Literally, in most countries in the world, particularly developing countries, for let's say reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers to trade. And third, the incorporation, almost from night to day, 1 million workers with lower wage aspirations into the global supply of labor for the market. I'm having in mind here not only the downfall of the Berlin Wall, also President Deng Xiaoping's reform, creating the zones that allowed. And that's what lies behind exactly this tremendous rise in exports plus imports, the share of GDP that we can see in the chart. With globalization, as mentioned by Professor Peter. Well, and there's also, there is no substantial growth of GDP per capita in developing, in emerging markets and developing economies. The correlation between insertion and exports can be seen in this chart clearly. How they were correlated, the increase of insertion in trade and the GDP per capita, right? And as well as aptly remarked in previous sessions here and by Professor Peter, change and trade with the rising weights of not only China, but also other emerging markets and developing economies. And with the results, those, a downfall in poverty rate. I'm using this to highlight the gains in the period, let's say, until the globalization phase. And these are the regions of the bank. And as you can see, it has been substantial, much beyond China, if one thinks that only not to confuse. And at the same time, a double movement with respect to inequality, that is to say, after income. With simultaneous, and it's quite important, a movement of rising within country inequality, particularly as we will highlight in the case of the advanced economy. Now, those were direct results, the trade integration, for the reasons that I mentioned. Also, with a higher foreign trade came the location, the absorption, transfer of knowledge, of technology, not only in very much intangible forms, but also particularly accompanying the formation of the global value chains, machines, equipment, also knowledge that flowed quite more easily for trade. This is, for instance, an estimate made by the IMF, how the foreign knowledge contributed to labor productivity growth in advanced economies, right? So in emerging market economy, substantial figures go to, for instance, the IMF estimates that from 2004 to 2014, knowledge accounted for about 0.0 percentage points of labor productivity growth a year, which is substantial. After a decade in which contribution reached 0.4 percentage point, right? And before anyone think, these results are robust even when one takes out China. China is of course a part because of the size and the growth. The fact of the matter is that this is an affirmative that can be generalized about the transfer of knowledge. Of course, this contribution of foreign knowledge translates itself into higher results when accompanied by the domestic endeavor. Come on, babe. Yes. There is, as our colleagues at the World Bank have highlighted in many studies, there is always a component, idiosyncratic and tacit, of local capability that have to be there in order to use well the foreign knowledge. That has been the case of countries like South Korea and China, as expressed in the case of in R&D expenditure. Okay, so then we go into the phase of globalization, looking at a little bit more of detail. Notice that the smaller flows of goods, services, and capital slowed after the global financial crisis. There are several hypotheses about this. One of them is the possibility that the major wave of fragmentation associated with manufacturing had kind of reached a plateau. And in order for it to keep enough force, we would have to see a transfer of what happened to China to other countries. And that started to happen just a bit with countries like Vietnam and so on. India, the great absent in this process. But other hypotheses are as well that the advanced countries became more service economies, services are less trade intensive, and the internationalization of service has not happened yet to the same degree that we have seen in the case of manufacturing. But, and this is important to highlight, as I said, average industrialized countries saw an increase in the Gini index from 30 to 33 between the 20 years between 88 and 2008, right? Now, to avoid any misunderstanding, it has to let it clear that globalization cannot be held responsible, despite the talks of the populists, that rise in economic inequality in the advanced economy. As was well remarked here in our previous session, technological change had more to do with that. Technological change is lack of appropriate social protection system in the advanced economy, so as to make up for the impacts of the technological progress. And this has been accounted there, showing that globalization cannot be made culprit, despite the speeches of the populists in the blame the imports of goods from Mexico and China, or the British, the Brexit on the immigration of labor. The fact of the matter is that globalization cannot be held responsible for that. And in fact, this is just a short map of social protection systems, and one may note that there is a negative correlation between, on the one side, the strength of the social protection system, rather the backlash against globalization. What we see in countries like Japan or Scandinavian countries, the kind of backlash that we watch in the US or in England. I know I'm running out of time. Then we come to there's war in Ukraine, the manifestation of climate change, and now the emergence of the new Washington consensus and similar approach, and in the middle of the technological rapid. Now, let me just touch on those. The fact of the matter is that, according to at least to the way by which I and some colleagues at the Policy Center examined, the impact, the permanent impacts of the pandemic will be limited. Of course, the pandemic brought the story of a trade-off between resilience that, first of all, that doesn't lead to reshoring because simply as the formula of the milk last year in the United States showed clear, you bring back everything, then you remain as exposed to potential risks as if you were as the global supply chains were. But mostly, depending on the sector, project will lead maybe to some, to less, to diversification of duplication of links, some costs depending on the sectors, not a reversal of globalization. Yes, definitely. And we did some studies, it's in that policy brief that we made for the G20 this year, showing how recovery of manufacturing output, particularly technology sectors, was really nothing commensurate with the stigma established with the pandemic. Now, where the danger lies is here, is in as Professor Peter aptly remarked well, the era in which national security ends. That's where we have a problem. This is an illustration of this, showing the reference and to those terms in corporate reports. And indeed, one looks at the trade restrictions, the amount, the also respect to FDI and finance. The BIS has a quite important work done by on the relationship between trade and trade finance, and we are watching increasingly the implication of this into lower trade. And of course, as we already discussed here, the potential protectionist implications of the New Washington Consensus and the policies, the Wage Act was designed, and also the IRA, copycat with reproductions in Europe and so on. It is indeed, and of course, transmission channels of the fragmentation will be exactly a sort of a reversal of the path. Everything goes beyond trade and technology fusion, but it's important to leave the note. Now, of course, as we are in the beginning of this process, and well, any estimate of the costs are inevitably based on simulations on different models. And just for sake of illustration, I included here results of some studies that were presented in a recent seminar at the IMF. Several models with different aspects of the process, but one is the following with respect to those studies. First, costs are greater, the deeper the fragmentation is. Second, reduced knowledge diffusion due to technological decoupling is a powerful amplifier of the trade channel. Third, emerging markets in low-income countries tend to be at risk from trade and technology fragmentation. Fourth, transition costs are likely to be really considerable, in some cases even higher and the final bill of trading. It's quite important. To finalize, I and colleagues, we prepared a press brief to the G20. Because the G20 will not deal easily with the issues of national security that we're referring to. There's a lot that the G20 do, at least with respect to the other source of impact. By find the trade-offs of resiliency and efficiency, design policies so as not to resort to the least with distortionary
sets this scene very nicely for the development of our discussion. As you say, it's a bit early to judge what the cost of these measures have been, but as the numbers pan out, we see their impact playing through in outcomes in the international trade scene. In particular in Asia and the Pacific, where interdependence is much higher than it is globally generally. There's been a curve of trade dependence too, and for many respects beyond the ones that you just laid out there of where OECD did on the costs of these measures potentially in the region, it's actually very high and affects directly security of economic security and political security, for that matter, of Southeast Asian economies dramatically, with 12% drops in GDP in a very short space of time, potentially. So I'd like to drill down into that a little bit later on. But environment, of course, plays in to the management of the energy transition as well. And Alicia, you might tell us a little bit about how you see that playing out, how it affects the efficiency of the energy transformation, as well as what policy responses actually are dominating this response.
Very much. Well, first of all, for Suman for inviting me here. It's such a pleasure to share with you and all of today to put together three difficult words: globalization, de-risking, decarbonization. I'm like, okay, this sounds like the question I was referring to before. How you put together automation, AI, and decarbonization? I mean, basically how you put together everything we talk about every day recently. So it's a major task that I thought you had. I first saw Rihanna's presentation and writing on there's nothing else I can actually say about this topic unless I move on, which is what I tried to do here. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a review, actually, of the deglobalization part, but I'm going to focus on supply chains. Why? Because when I talk about decarbonization, I'm going to focus on the supply rather than the demand, rather than how we reduce emissions. I'm going to assume that we all want to reduce emissions. And I'm going to ask the question how to do it rather than focus on the demand. So because it's all about supply chains, what I'm going to talk about, I just want to start by saying that deglobalization is crystal clear there. Actually, if you look at input-output data of any sort, you basically see the peak of globalization in 2008 and coming down since, and there's nothing you can do about this. It just happens to be in the data very strongly. The country that suffers the least is China from this deglobalization mode. And the region that was most globalized, if you look at the actual size of those bars on the right, was Europe, because Europe was extremely biggest change. Europe. This kind of, even for Europeans, kind of, how come this is happening? I thought we were so integrated, but actually we're losing a lot of that integration. And I'll try to explain in a minute that's the case. But so moving on,
What I wanted to tell you is that the reason why China has lost the least is first, there's another reason, and I think I didn't put that graph missing somehow. It's not the latest version. I swear I sent that for the record and distribution. The reason why China is losing the least is that China is actually increasing value added. So basically, follow me. It means that China is importing less intermediate goods to re-export, and it's exporting more of its value added for others to re-export. This is kind of the input-output data. So that's why China, in a way, is more shielded than the rest of the world from this basically globalization as far as supply chains are concerned. A lot of that is because of green tech, which is the link to the rest. It's not happening in every sector in China. It's happening mostly in green sectors that China is managing to keep that value added. And that's solar panels, that's EV batteries, that's wind. And I focus on that. In fact, if I look at exactly, battery manufacturing capacity, you see China basically dominating over the years. And if I show you solar panels, which I will in a minute, is even bigger. Of course, this is something that, first, the fact that this globalization is so much centered in the supply chain and that is hitting the world asymmetrically, i.e. more Europe, followed by the US. I'm not covering India here, so apologies for that. And much less so China is partially one of the reasons why we have a trade war. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that there is something related to these asymmetric developments in terms of keeping the value added. And in fact, you've seen a lot of legislation exactly to kind of mitigate this development. Whether this legislation will achieve that goal is a totally different issue, probably not. But it does show the despair, if I may, of legislators, of politicians to try to avoid losing their integration in the supply chain, because these are jobs at the end of the day, beyond many other things, including, of course, moving up the ladder, innovation, etc. So everybody is doing that. It's not only the US, also Europe with, I would say, must into corporate sustainability due diligence, which seems to be related to human rights. There's a lot of other things in there. Japan, South Korea. So it's not a US thing. It goes well beyond. So part of the reason why we have this globalization, which is supply chain related, mostly in the green tech area, is technology driven. And this, of course, brings us to the US push for decoupling, especially on semiconductors. But it's much more general. On the left, you have a graph which shows US approval rate for export licenses globally, as opposed to approvals for China. So, the gap is extremely, so you can sense that this is not only fragmentation. We have a lot of things happening, globalization, conditions, but also decoupling, let's face it, on technology. So these are things together. And beyond that, we also have this in finance. So if you look at world inward FDI flows or outward FDI flows, they're coming down. And if you look at, again, on the decoupling side, US-China is even more obvious. So this is not only about trade or supply chains, but a lot of this inward FDI was to feed the supply chain. So there is also some globalization on overall finance, with portfolio flows. You can see the holdings, China's holdings of US treasuries, although there's other ways China holds US treasuries. Also, we'll get into that, and we have experts on this. But basically, you can see that it is happening. This globalization is happening across the board. So I'm going to move to the core of the issue, which links the two parts of the presentation, globalization, but where is the bulk of that growing in the world? And that's green tech. And why is it so? Because if there is a sector in the world where I'm going to see a few slides. We can get that later. This is red is China, so you can see that this is not only about rare earth metals. Actually, there's many other types of metals where the concentration is even higher. And this does not include China's ownership of mines or anything. It's just naturally because China is actually quite rich in minerals. On refining, the concentration is even bigger. And if you look at what may happen all the way to 2025, the forecast we have is like 90+% across the board. On innovation, and this is kind of, it looks like the Olympics basically. It's like you had in 2010, basically Europe dominating solar patents, or, interestingly, wind already China, which is I never thought that would have been the case, but that comes from the European Commission. So capture and storage. So, you can see the difference by 2025. China is dominating it on the innovation side. Of course, you can argue that there's other things coming. We had this discussion over lunch. Other technologies coming, maybe that's not the case. But the point is, this is what is being sold. This is what is being produced in that supply chain that is becoming more concentrated. Manufacturing is crystal clear. So solar PV batteries is 90% China, exports to the world. Less so for wind turbines, but it's 64%. Batteries is about 60%. There's a huge concentration on the manufacturing side as well. Now, what we do, not all the graphs there, we're trying to publish, a policy note on this at Google. That, and this is the key, that when you make some assumptions about net zero by 2060 for China, China cannot produce its own needs. And that has nothing wrong with China, because they're doing quite a lot, as I showed you. The point is the needs are huge. So we are relying, this is the key, we are relying on basically single producer. And this is irresponsible from the rest of the world side, if you think about it, because China has so many needs itself that it's going to be very difficult to even cover those needs. So what we are going to, and that's basically that a humongously increase in demand. And why is this risky? Well, any economist would argue that risk concentration in a single producer, whether it's because it becomes a monopsony on the, on the import of because of the monopoly power on the export side, that cannot be a sufficient solution. And that's beyond the intended risk, because everybody tends to focus, at least in Europe, I have to tell you, on the risk of retaliation from China. I want to even abstract from that. One could even think of unintended risks of every sort, including China's own needs, to understand that the way we're running our green tech supply chains isn't very, maybe efficient though, not very safe. So we are proposing, and this is why I'm so happy to be here in India, a decarbonization partnership. And this, we're trying to push this for the EU Council, and hopefully, everywhere else, including India, because we think it's central for this. For many reasons, including the actual economies of scale needed to create a new supply chain. The proposal really is to create complementary, you can choose the word you like, but an additional, maybe the word should be additional supply chain, coordinated specialization. So coordinated specialization means if you're good, if you're India, you have lower costs. We actually have cost of production of all of these three types of green energy. And you can see, India is actually, with some countries in Southeast Asia, extremely competitive, nearly as competitive as China. Needed. So that's where the coordinated specialization comes to the forefront, that you actually give, access to that technology so that other areas of the world with capacity to produce do produce within that coordinated area. Now, this brings me to how do you stop or how do you avoid that everybody continues to import only from China, because it's as of today cheaper. And that's where you need to scratch your head and stop ending into protectionism, but find a solution. And I think that's where carbon pricing comes to the forefront. In my opinion, any type of cross-border carbon pricing, because otherwise you just can't do that. It never work because nobody has the incentive to start it. So it's a question of aligning of incentives, basically, that we're proposing here, which you basically stop the monopsony on the inputs of critical raw materials, and you stop the close to monopoly on the export of green tech. Will China lose? In our opinion, China wins out of this because it actually can at least preserve its decarbonization objectives. So in conclusion, we think globalization is happening. It's very much into the supply chain fragmentation, and a lot of what you see there is related to green. And we are, although the first best would be multilateral, where you have multiple supply chains sprouting everywhere, we realize that that's no longer possible. It's just no longer possible. You see the concentration of patents, a much lower cost production in China. So we just think that you need some kind of policy action to do this. IRA, or what Europe is doing on that matter, Critical Raw Material Act or Net Zero Industrial Act, won't work. They're too expensive. So we need a partnership to do this. And I think India is very well placed to be part of this partnership through incentive alignment.
That those who want to intervene will be able to support. You get first in the queue as I see the pilot going up. Thank you.
Yeah. Unpacking. But there's a lot to unpack there, and including what the incentives are to join this partnership to subsidize the development of competing renewable energy production centers in major parts of the world. It clearly presumes some policy action. It's not something that you think is going to happen naturally. Sensible to shift away from the most efficient supplier of these renewable input components from the major producer, which is a major producer because it's been there first, basically, among other things. So we'll come back to it in the discussion, I hope. But I think one of the consequences of these developments is rotation effect. I see in the major countries and developments in the major countries and the retreat generally, as I called it earlier, the securitization, development policies for security reasons. And India is a good place to look at aspects. You can tell us how thinking is developing in India and where you think the most effective policy should lie for India.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I must compliment the two predecessors on the panel for giving us a very detailed explanation of
globalization Mark II and slowalization, and then what follows, and what implications for growth. So I thought of focusing my presentation on the growth implications for India and what we could do and where the potential is. But let me also begin by thanking the three organizers, Niti, IDRC, and GDN, for putting together this conference, very timely one. And thank you for the invitation, Suman. The question I ask myself is that in 2023, so even despite the slowdown, China stays at the growth pole of the world economy with 35% of the global growth coming from China. India's is 15%. So the question I was just thinking aloud is that leveraging the demographic and geopolitical sweet spots that India finds itself in or enjoying at this moment, and China's growth slows down further due to its transition to an aging society, India emerged as the next growth of the world economy, occupying something of a position that China have occupied very long time. It also means that the sustainability of that growth momentum for next 2 decades, in any case, fits very well, timed very well with this Vision 2047 of our Prime Minister to become a developed economy. I also want to argue that the way India has been running current account deficits and much larger trade deficits over the years, the rise of India, so to say, can be seen as a global good. Contrasted with China running increasingly wider trade deficits and current account trade surpluses and current account surpluses. So whether the other countries have opportunities to expand their trade, and I will end with a few lessons on the policy priorities. Many of them are already being implemented very well in the country. So, first of all, in this context of globalization, we should begin by recognizing that the globalization has had a mixed legacy. The gains have not been distributed equally. And, Alicia had these numbers also in her presentation. China has been the biggest beneficiary of the globalization, and having increased or having seen the share of global exports rising it from 1990 onwards, from 1.8% to 14.3%. So basically, the rise of share of developing countries in global exports is largely accounted for by China, one single country. And the other regions have had relatively modest gains. And sub-Saharan Africa has seen its actually shrinking, and then another pattern which is very clear, if you go back to the gains that different countries have been, is it has been very commensurate with the ability of the country to build manufacturing capacity, which China was able to do, pursue strategic interventions or the industrial policy all along. Yet, even though India hasn't been so deeply integrated with the global value chains and has not so much benefited from the globalization, so to say, we can see that globalization is bad news for India's economic growth. It has been a bad news for everybody's economic growth, so for India. And I think we may be losing at least 1 percentage point in terms of GDP
I mean, FDI slowdown and trade slowdown. And the point I'm trying to make here is if we want to sustain that growth momentum, which will take us to achieve 2047 vision, to the position of growth goal of 2020, some need to mitigate the loss of demand, or trade demand, to be specific, by some income augmenting scheme for the poor and the job. And then, of course, this slide talks about this restructuring of supply chains, which has implications for India. It has been discussed a lot in the previous presentations. So the restructuring of supply chains for de-risking, as a de-risking strategy by global companies, China plus one basis, friendshoring was also mentioned. So we're trying to reduce their dependence on the reshoring driven by new technologies, the AI and IR 4.0, but also by the rise of industrial policy globally. And the US industrial policy has been up again and again since morning. EU following suit, and this pattern is part of that global shift that Dani Rodrik has described as productivism paradigm. So in that context, millions of people, especially the unskilled ones, not only directly but also indirectly, given the linkages, forward and backward linkages that manufacturing has. So what are the key opportunities for industrialization for India at this juncture? Very quickly, obviously the first, most important is making for India, our domestic market. And we have seen in the past decade or more, by an expert. So some of the products which were made in India have been, outsourced to other countries, especially China. So bringing that production back, and the numbers are that $300 billion of manufactured imports take place, every year. And so if we target just substituting 150 billion of them, which mostly products which were labor intensive, consumer goods, which were made in India over the next few years, and because there is domestic demand enough to provide oil scale plants and exploit scale economies, it is doable. PLI scheme is trying to achieve that, incentivize local production. And some early results are very promising, especially since in, making for the world, would be a order in the context of globalization. However, this restructuring of supply chains by global corporations on China plus one basis is something which provides an advantage to India. Also, it is being done on a friendshoring basis, and then we can consolidate our presence in other areas of traditional exports for India, and that could again add up to nearly $100 billion or more of exports over the next 4 or 5 years. The third opportunity is about electronics and semiconductors, the new sunrise industries which have been talked about this morning in the session on technology. And we are having a growing list of electronics imports, and so this development could help in containing that. We have already become
net exporter of mobile handsets, but we need now is to deepen that manufacturing and going down to semiconductors and electronics ecosystem. So there are some very credible proposals for that. And then whole set of new green industries, solar PV, green hydrogen, wind turbines, electric mobility, lithium-ion batteries, and all that. So they have a lot of potential, and some of them are beginning to unfold for India. So manufacturing can contribute a rising proportion of India's GDP, and some projections, very crude one, back of the envelope type of projections. So currently, manufacturing value added of India is $550 billion or so. It could rise up to 1 trillion by 2027, and 7.5 trillion by 2047. So to sum up, my time is coming up. The agenda for sustaining India's growth momentum and achieving the targets, vision that we have before us, I think one clear priority would be the decent job creation through manufacturing, implementing the services-led growth. I am not at all saying that we dump the services sector, which has been giving to India a very robust growth rate. So building another engine of manufacturing, and that is where currently a lot of action is being, done by the government, PLI, and all that, Make in India, and is exploiting our geopolitical sweet spot. Fully, that would be important key priorities, and it is there, and then just reinforcing it further. Closing gaps in infrastructure and logistics, as we are doing through Gati Shakti Master Plan, harnessing demographic sweet spot that we have because of youthful population through new education policy and Skill India. But I also want to emphasize that we have a chance to become the talent capital of the world if we get our workforce ready for IR 4.0. Then boosting innovative activity is going to be very critical for achieving this excellence in manufacturing that we are talking about. And there, this recent announcement of National Research Foundation is an important step, but we could also look at new second-tier patent system to encourage incremental innovations. Accelerating decarbonization, clean transition, green transition are already being happening, and a lot of work is being done in these areas. But I want to also emphasize, and this is something which was we should consider moving to a new universal basic income scheme, targeting just bottom 30% of the population to boost not only immediate demand, but also address the rising inequalities. Not being written about rising inequalities in India, and I think this is something which we can think about. And the digital public infrastructure for implementing something like that exists already. And my feeling is that though one may be concerned about the fiscal space or fiscal costs or burden of this, I think there are a lot of social welfare schemes, and consolidating them into a universal basic income could be perhaps taking care of most of the cost of something like this. And finally, need to go back to the rulemaking in WTO and try to retrieve some of the policy space that was lost for pursuing industrialization and facilitation of transfer of technology, especially the environmentally sound technologies. There is an article in TRIPS agreement, for instance, 66.2, which was never implemented, not even defined properly, which is about transfer of technology. So I'll stop here. In any case, my time is up. So thank you very much, Peter.
as I hear you, part the uncertainties in the global environment in your, at least in your mind, and maybe more broadly in India, towards called a sort of import substitution development strategy, and a development strategy that turns much more forward, allowing domestically driven growth, and that's a big call, and I think we want to ask you more about that. Let me open it up to questions and the comments, and we'll start. I think you'll stop around.
So thank you to the three presenters. I really enjoyed that. This is a bit of a question comment on Alicia. So maybe I misunderstood you, but on the one hand, you say, look, when we put a price on risk on China, the risk from China, we're also trying to put a price on carbonization. So we have these two objectives of risking from China and at the same time building capacity, great technologies that are not depending on China. But I read you, and I might be wrong, so we have two objectives that are conceptually separate because the risking from China has other dimensions aside from green technology, like making computer chips and making other stuff. So I'm not, where do you draw the border between pricing risking from China versus pricing carbonization and exactly the mix of instruments that you want to use to achieve that? I'm sort of, it's very difficult to tangle.
Let's collect some questions and come back. I think Arunban, you're going.
And then we'll take. Okay. Has she left?
She's there. I'll come back.
Many thanks for all the presentations. My question is to Alicia and to Nagesh, but let me just outline a concern I have. And it came up a little bit in our morning session as well. While the idea is market capitalism, what we're getting increasingly is directed capitalism. Right? So in trying to reduce the reliance on China, now major economies to lesser or greater extent and pump money in their economies. Industrial policy is back with a bang. Chains. Now, who does what? And of course, we cannot cherry pick who makes which parts of the pin. But we don't have a mechanism right now to have that conversation. And to have that mechanism, we have to understand what are the drivers. So far, I think we are only scratching the surface in terms of the drivers. One driver, of course, is security of resources, is energy, supply chain resilience. But the driver is, technological leadership. And we cannot just assume that swinging from one country to another would mean that all the other countries would not want to be anywhere near the technological frontier. This is where Suman's point earlier from the previous session of dual and multi. So unless we can unpack those political drivers for what is defining our industrial policy, unclear as to how we will get to a more rules-based coordinated capitalism that will be a little less, not ideal, but less worse than pendulum swinging completely in the other way.
Thank you. Hanan, would you like to?
Thank you. My question or comment and question is for Alicia. She talked earlier about the issue of the concentration for these technologies. And I just wanted to perhaps provide some information on a study that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa did on the cost of producing batteries in DRC, showed precursor batteries, showing that it's 30% cheaper than the US and China, less in net emission. So my call here is, instead of subsidizing production in Europe and elsewhere, why not actually focus on where these green minerals are and actually build supply chains there that is better for the environment, more cost efficient, and also better for diversification of the production and sourcing of that material. So I think there is a different or alternative way of doing it than what was suggested. Thank you.
Let's take a pause.
Yes. So for two reasons. First, because that was indeed the proposal. Maybe I wasn't clear, or maybe you're going all the way to having the production only in Africa, which could actually be compatible with our proposal, but because the proposal, when we say coordinated specialization, it doesn't mean you produce in Europe or in the US. We're actually criticizing that IRA, or the 30% reshoring that Europe has in its industrial in its net zero industrial act, exactly for that reason, because it's not cost effective. However, could Congo produce on its own without technological transfer? Maybe not. So that's the idea of the partnership. That's exactly the point, that each serves the partnership with its best, with its comparative advantage. It's an idea of comparative advantage. How you join the partnership, I guess, starts with your comparative advantage. So those with the critical materials, or the ability to refine, or the economies of scale, fully on, if so. But of course, that doesn't mean that we know how to do this, because there was a comment on have the instruments to align those interests. I mean, that's a much harder question. But I think I want to go back to the first question, Santiago, and I think this is because I'm bringing this discussion from Europe. So when Europe talks about de-risking, most of the talk is about decarbonization. The key problem that Europe faces as regards China today is not decoupling, is not, I mean, yes, of course, the Netherlands is following the US on the chips ban, probably forcefully. So, but what really worries Europe is that our main project, which is this deal, is facing a concentration risk. So the word de-risking is so much linked to, can we decarbonize with such a concentration risk? When we started this project, we realized that it was not only about de-risking, which is not in the title of a paper, but it's more about actually, do we have enough? And there's two problems here. One is risk concentration, unintended or intended, as I explained. I mean, you trust China's ability to leverage or not, but the unintended risk is, you could argue, military or maybe environmental risk in China. Something happens, China cannot produce, as it happened with semiconductors in Taiwan in September 2021. So these things can happen. But beyond that, what we started doing was to actually calculate how much of that installed capacity that China is able to produce will need to remain in China if China needs to decarbonize. And that's where we realized, because China now exports about double what it installs. These are the numbers. So if China continues to do that, to serve the world, which is we are all in a way benefiting from, China will not be able to decarbonize as expected. Unless, actually, we did estimations of basically tripling capex per year. That is just humongous. And that's why the problem is no longer only risk concentration, but also the amount of green tech to be produced. That's why the point is not only de-risking anymore. It's basically amount of green tech available. Yeah, and I think I've not covered all, but that's.
Did you want to come in at this point? Yeah.
You, Peter. Yeah, I want to respond to Aruna's question that are we not moving from market led capitalism to some kind of a directed capitalism. I think it is, yeah, it does look like that because because of the need to focus on green industrialization or green jobs and green economy or green growth, there are very significant market failures, so there's no option but to have strategic interventions, play a role. But I presume it is for the transition to, getting there, then the markets to take it forward. So once these market failures are settled, so to say, that innovations and the need for a new large investment the problems which will come up could be driven more by efficiency considerations and left to the market. And this is, I think, the experiences of all our mature economies, industrialized economies, and industrialized economies are very similar. That in the early stages of their development, they were heavy and state, whether it is United States or Germany or Japan or Republic of Korea and China continues to. So I think history of industrialization in that respect is very much state exercising strategic interventions. In this current context, we have to perhaps live with it. Over time, hopefully, it will settle down for, more market-led.
Ashima, I think you're next.
Yeah, actually, my question is similar to Aruna, and since we're running out of time, I think just quickly, I think most of the questions I addressed to you, Alicia, because it's a very interesting proposal. I think what this panel seems to be pointing towards is really that you're moving away from free market towards some kind of state intervention. And when you say that China is the one country which did not disintegrate to the world, it was probably because of the government policy as well as technology which you underline. So when you think of some kind of coordinated effort, then it has to be in line with comparative advantage, whether it's a labor advantage or resource advantage, right? So I think you're pushing us to think more deeply about this and what it will look like and what will make it feasible, whether there's some incentives and so on. Yeah? And I think I just need to come back to the basic income. I think basic income has to be very narrowly targeted at those who are disabled, those who are elderly, who just cannot participate in the labor force. For the rest of Indian intervention, which is based on work related and so on, keeps people active and helps them acquire skill is important for the rest. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's take another question and we'll come back. Mary Pangastu, I think you're next.
Thanks, and thanks for the great panel, many perspectives. I have 3 questions, one for each of you. The first question is for the first presentation, Ottaviano. You in your conclusion, you said that G20 probably cannot touch national security issues. But I just want to put down the view that I think the Sherpa mentioned that about WTO reforms, and all your presentations are indicating we have globalization, we have disruption of supply chain, and that security issues and industrial policy are here to stay with us. So it's about how to deal with it. So I think on the security issue, I actually think part of WTO reforms is addressing the security clause in the WTO agreement, which is right now very loosely used, right? So can we come up with principles and disciplines or sub-agreement as to how the security clause could be used? That's just a quick suggestion as part of the WTO reform. And I actually like your suggestion about domestic policy design, which gets into the industrial policy. I think it's time to have another good discussion on what does industrial policy in today's context means, both for developing countries and for developed countries. We had this discussion way back in the 80s and the 90s. Some of the lessons are still, I would say, relevant. I think all of you are, at least I'm old enough to have gone through that. Many of you in this room have also gone through that. So I think this is timely, and G20 can be a forum to discuss this. And it leads to you, Anvesh, to your point just then about industrial policy. You know, I think we have to look at what the lessons are and what the principles could be, whether it's need for performance requirements, transparency, you know, measured, sunset clause, well-targeted. All these are lessons that we learned from the past, right? And similarly with trade restrictions, I think that's another area that G20, I was a trade minister during the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, and the G20 came up with this thing called, what was it? Anyway, self-reporting of trade and investment liberalization or restriction measures. Actually, it was a good discipline for trade ministers because we could say to our leader, hey, we have to report this at the G20 leaders meeting. I don't want to look too bad. We'll do some of it, but we shouldn't look too bad. So it did create this disciplining measure, which is not in existence today. But there is the agreement by the G20, if you will recall, 2 years ago, on if you wanted to do trade restrictions in the name of security. And targeted way. So it is not in the WTO, but it is something that the G20 leaders actually agreed to. So can we keep on reminding, or can we enforce it? Can we at least report on it? I just wanted to put that on the table as something that G20 could do. And Nagesh, I think it is about, my question is about industrial policy and how realistic you think you can do it in the case of India. And you mentioned WTO as one of the answer, looking at more industrial. Part of the response to these risks of what's happening on the global value chain is actually regional value chains. And this is responses by companies. So in the context of regional value chains, can India see an opportunity in being more integrated, at least the region, you know, whether it's RCEP, whether it's CPTPP, just a question for you. And then for Alicia, just wanted to, I think, kind of follow up from Hanan's point earlier about, you know, rather than reshoring, and I think you clarified that we're not talking about, you don't agree with reshoring or even ally shoring in the case of Europe and the US. But I just wondered, as also posed this question, what's the incentive to join this partnership? What was it called? The decarbonization partnership. Isn't it better to just have a globalized supply chain rather than a supplementary supply chain, which would still include China in there? Because you can't, you know, the concentration in China is not going to go away. And the only way we can achieve decarbonization is with China engaged rather than, you know, not without China. We'll reduce the cost. I think earlier in the first session, the cost of the technology diffusion and so on that could happen. And to complement Hanan's point, it's better to diversify investment and expand supply and refining capacity in resource-rich countries, including in Africa, including in Asia. Whether or not they would lead to refining or downstreaming, that should be also, as I think you said, it should be based on comparative advantage. But we are facing countries that are trying to do industrial policy with downstreaming and wanting all the EV batteries, for instance, to be produced in their country, which is also not going to be workable. So I just wanted to know how much more thinking you have on this issue.
Response from each of the panelists. You have to say,
But the board is.
No, we need to first invite expert, yes, before we go out. We're running out of time.
Kevin, yeah. Like an agreement, I said about the G20 impossibility or difficulties to discuss the issue of national security, but definitely to the least the principles on how to do industrial policy less distortionary as possible for the agreement. 2 points, maybe the enthusiasm here demonstrated with respect to the role of the public sector indeed leading to a systemic change that may be overweighted. There's a logic followed by the managers, the private sector that manage the value chains, and there is the one of the policymakers. Definitely, the policymakers would like probably to have more of friendshoring, but all this is costly. In terms of subsidies that the public sector will have to pay in order to match value chains. So that's why I warned by Mr. Trump, it was estimated clearly by the economists of the Fed how harmful it was for the U.S. manufacturing industry. My point is the following. I believe that this whole dispute with respect to some segments, to high tech, and not an overall change of the production. Second point, final point, Alicia, speak about the additional supply chain, but I probably will not think of the model used by the US for semiconductors, right? Which is us for them. It's just that either if you use US technology, either you have the license from the US or you are, because that would not be possible for, let's say, a full value chain, and particularly if you think of the raw materials and so on, right? That's a question more to Alicia. Thank you.
Alicia?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm sure they're very clear. But there is no multilateral standard in the current green tech supply chain. The market is not free. We're not saying it's free. It's not going to be free. It's not free now. And it won't be free later. Basically, technology. There's no technology diffusion. I don't know what we're really referring to. There were maybe Congo could produce batteries. Congo can't produce batteries. So that's the reality today. We're not in a multilateral world anymore. That's the beginning of the story. And the second, and I will be very brief, is that the idea that the current situation is optimal, in my view, is wrong for two reasons. One is there's not enough to be produced for the foreseeable future, even with China. Secondly, we are technologically dependent on existing technologies because of cost effectiveness. So we're not developing enough technologies. And third, there is a huge concentration of risk. So this alternative might not be ideal, but the current setup is not ideal either at all. Actually, I think it's a very risky situation we have because the decarbonization projects of the whole world could be severely affected.
One very quick point.
Yeah, I think I'd like to respond to Mary's question quickly. I think the point you made about regional value chains is really very well taken. I think India should fully explore the potential of regional value chains. India has SECA, some preferential arrangements with ASEAN, Japan, and Korea. But I think one of the regional arrangements, whether it is RCEP, CPTP, or the IDRC, Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership, one of them, giving us access to the larger regional market, be fruitful or helpful in that context. So That's fair. I'll leave it. Thank you.
Let's turn to our expert comment from Niti Aayog, CEO.
I have 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. 7. I'm aware that I'd just like to make a statement. Firstly, as a bureaucrat, and it's only about myself. As a bureaucrat, I'm humble enough to believe that I can't pick winners. If I could have picked winners, I would have been a businessman myself. And there are not people in government who think like me. So I think that answers a lot of questions. Having said that, it's a lot of critique of the PLI of India to realize largely for 2 objectives. Firstly, the huge internal disadvantages within India and largely to overcome logistics, electricity supplies, etc. I think that's how it's structured. The second one was to promote production in area of strategic importance. I mean, let's be very narrow. The insignificant portion of Indian is actually devoted to life. I think its importance would be blown. Except that, I mean, I would have spoken on supply chains, I would have spoken on India and India's stance on trade or the WTO, but since this amount of discussion has been on the WTO and Mr. Ari has raised about WTO, let me say a couple of things. Structured trading system and last hour or so about risk of fragmentation, protectionism rising, the nearshoring, friendshoring, and tourism on the rise, etc. The fundamental question is why is all this happening? Well, one. I think the WTO is not delivered. It's not delivered for a very long time. I mean, to move around, else has it delivered in terms of substantive liberalization? Maybe the IT agreement, of which India has benefited a lot, irrespective of what we stance in public. There are nations in the world of the WTO. I think so. The developed countries are there, but to go to the table to offer to extract concessions. There's also lots of patience there. And agriculture, the developing countries are also quite fed up on that. This services agreement is too complex to negotiate. We have negotiated with 160 countries or 80 countries in parallel. So it's not a workable system. That's why, otherwise, the gradual rising behind the border issues. Behind the border issues, the system is jammed in terms of unable to tackle labor, environment, a whole host of things. And then also these supply chain issues, concentration, also led to this fragmentation. We've heard that. We've also heard about geopolitics. But then I'd like to give you some trends that are happening. So I'm going to overlay all these. And these are important to understand why the system will adjust, whether we like it or not. But the systems are not permanent, small situations. And if the existing ones don't work, this is a G20 becoming a more important forum. The Finance Ministers Association, and then it's become a government thing. And it's addressing things which are, finance is just a small part. But then that, on the trade front, I mean, the rapid growth in services. It's so fast. I mean, in India's context, I mean, it's going to be ahead of manufacturing very soon in terms of trading services. Secondly, some of our services with goods. When you export of goods product, we make 30 to 50% of the value in services. So actually, see the mega trend which we all have to recognize. The second is demographics. Demographics are going to yes, in the world. And I think that needs to be looked at. And I'm saying across the world, the behind the border issues are no longer now treated as behind the border. And I think for countries like India, which used to be in a position to give up behind the border issues, we will not touch. No longer India's stance. They changed their position because it's a gradual realization that we need to work with the rest of the world. So India today, when we're negotiating an FTA with EU, UK and others, discussing environment, labor, gender, transparency, anti-corruption and whatnot. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, India would have been a solid opponent of all this in the WTO. They continue to be. The first things I had to do as Commerce Secretary was remove all the old WTO staff in the ministry and throw them out. So we have got legal positions. And they make their lives actually selling those positions. You need new people to do that. Last is, important mega trend is the massive flow of intellectual property across borders. massive flow of technologies across borders, massive flow of students across borders. This is going 2 to 3 times faster than growth of trade. Now, all these things also, countries need to regulate, they need to talk, and they are talking bilaterally in agreements and communiques, whatnot. But I see the future. The future is going to be very deep free trade agreements. Because the multilateral system is not delivering deep, either bilateral or regional trading agreements, so we'll go into a whole host of issues the WTO currently is not able to deliver. That doesn't mean the WTO will not deliver. What will happen is developed countries which either do not have the capacity to negotiate on these areas, which actually do not have past experience in negotiating the areas, actually test the waters regionally. Then, serious issues will get multilateralized. I don't see a long time from the future. The WTO will have, I mean, for the first time after 20 years, the WTO added an agreement on fisheries. Can add 20 years down the road an agreement on labor, an agreement on environment, an agreement on many other areas, which is inevitable. I mean, I'm actually willing to put my money on it. It's going to happen because we have signed these things bilaterally, unilaterally with a smaller group of countries. Everybody has to get on board. We have a peculiar structure where it becomes difficult to get things into it. I think it's not far away. After all, what are regional trading agreements? Mega regional trading agreements that they are not implemented at the WTO and they're not part of it, but they de facto bilateral agreements without having the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism in it, but they have a separate dispute settlement mechanism in it. So I think the system is moving, it is evolving, and see the India has moved in the last 2 years in that direction. India has changed position in many of these areas. We are negotiating with the EU, with the UK, and all others. It's actually a stepping stone. So India has been a major player at the WTO, so it will have to actually make a role there, actually. That's happened. I mean, in stance. It can't stand in isolation. It's also losing out because of all the inherent advantages it has to export. And I think that's something which is gradually been realized. My own personal feeling, but really, is that being integrated with large parts of the world economy, many areas, it is going to hurt India from greening itself. That's very, very essential. Just heard about scheme or a big scheme because there's not that much capacity for green technologies in a country A. There could be the country B, but it will not be the country B unless it integrates. I think that's important. That's going to drive, and I think there is realization at multiple levels that this is there. One which I heard is, all this question about, how do you separate out what is being done for political reasons, what is being done for other reasons. I mean, this as a bureaucrat, and my whole life has been one, is that you have to take socio-political systems as given. And there's no point trying to avoid it. Best deal are those which actually manages to sell things to socio-political system. It may not be economically the most perfect answer. To pay the political and the social cost that you need to get the deal through, I think it's better. 50% deal is better than no deal, or a 50% deal is better than no deal. It works. But I think this is way forward. I think in Indian context, I mean, the country has actually changed stance. Changing countries' stances, its position, it's like steering an aircraft carrier. It takes a very long time to turn. When it turns, and then it sticks to it. Very hopeful. And this implementation, etc., which you see the system evolving to actually accommodate all these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I think closing comments really during this discussion because the issue, as you say, is defining the strategies which will effectively protect the interests we have in the multilateral system. We have to move forward on that now. And I think to us, as a number of people have identified in the course of the discussion, clear for measurement and assessment of what those alternative strategies might be. Some more numbers of the kind that will help policymakers to better judge which way to move on this. And the trajectory of interventions in the international economic system that we see is one that certainly coming from an East Asian interest. Australia is a part of that, very deeply connected to the whole of East Asia and China in particular. Increasing nervousness about the direction of these trends and increasing anxiety about how to coalitions that are necessary to deliver protection of the system that we have. So very economically, but also very politically damaging. And we want to avoid that. So the second stream to alliance with the United States, countries like Australia and Japan, is to think about the second way to protect the multilateral system that the United States delivered to us in the post-war period. And so that's a major priority. Should be a major priority in our groups, regional, but also G20 process, and this is where the WTO reform agenda, which incidentally Indonesia initiated in the G20 meeting in Osaka. Qualified this to some extent, but there's a developing consensus on going it around. And I think, as you rightly pointed out, it needs testing against the facts too. Ask yourself, India agree with this question I ask again, and we're still successful. You might deliver development trajectory along these lines over the next 5 years, ministerial period, or years. Stretch you towards Japan or something, but this is a 4.5% growth rate, which doesn't solve the problem of absorbing India's abundant labour and building on that. Really competitiveness in manufacturing and the international economy, which is clearly what the ambition of Indian strategists would be. So, more questions for around that. So that comment will let me say thank you, Thomas, and thank you very much for the discussants for engaging so willingly with the panelists on their propositions.
So please join me in thanking Peter and the panel. We have skipped going back to the other participants, and I think because I know MK Singh has taken time out from discussion with Japan to be here, to honor the time that was given to him, which was 45. So I will take an executive decision to move straight on. I hope the organizers don't split with me. Let's just have a kind of shuffling of nameplates. And MK, if you would, as chair, join us now. But please be aware that tea and coffee are available outside. Please feel free to go outside. And so this is the payback for the 15 minutes of interaction time that you had after lunch. Thank you, please. Thank you, Nagesh. Thank you.
friendship for several decades. And it's an important initiative which, under your leadership, the media think tank of the government has really catalyzed and initiated. I find my good friend, he's just gone out, Subramaniam, who is the CEO and is full of ideas on what can be done to reposition the premier think tank of the country, the Niti Aayog, to contemporary global challenges and to address India's important economic issues. The theme today, this session, is reshaping global finance for sustainable growth. To some extent, there is a degree of ambiguity in the formulation of the broad theme of this question. Of course, the reform of the global financial architecture is an issue with which, in some ways, as you said, I'm grappling with currently. Not an easy grapple. The global financial architecture is cluttered with all kinds of other non-economic issues which has come in this play, but I'll be happy to take that up in a question-answer session. Broadly, I will say that the global financial architecture is dysfunctional and requires a basic, not rejuvenation, a fundamental restructuring to meet really the needs not only of adequate finances for an orderly transition to a green economy, in terms of the issues with which we grapple with, where geopolitics and other kinds of considerations have begun to play an important role to deflect us away. There is clearly an inadequacy of finance. And how does one, what is the kind of financial requirement? That's anybody's guess. I mean, I was audacious enough to pick an odd figure that from the sort of figures currently in use in the United Nations, in the OECD, in the IMF, and the World Bank, they believe that you roughly require about $3 trillion a year between now and 2030. If you ask me whether it's 2.8, I will say could be. If you ask me, could it be 3.2? Say could be. And I have no better answer to give, except that it has to be significantly and enormously higher than the current capital and the current investments which are going in. So having gone into the requirement of that kind, how is this requirement going to be in some way met is the principal issue. Now, the assumptions which are being made is that have told me just last week that, NK, everybody's talking about your 1 trillion. Nobody's talking about that 2 trillion. I said, well, Christina, better you talk about that 2 trillion because the International Monetary Fund is in some ways positioned, given the fact that they are looking at revenue buoyancy, tax GDP ratio, the kinds of domestic reforms which the economies would need to be able to garner that kind of capital. So that leaves 1 trillion. So what the hell do I get 1 trillion from? So 500 billion should come from private capital. Is it possible? I don't know. What will make it possible is the issue with which we are dealing with. And then the balance 500 billion, a mix of concessional and non-concessional. So let us say if today all multilateral development banks, and I bet even a knowledgeable man like Subramaniam, who is exceedingly knowledgeable, if I asked you the arithmetic of how many multilateral development banks you think exist today. Okay, all right. So would you, I didn't know, and I have many financial pundits, I see Surjit, many of you have worked in the I didn't realize that there is a separate multilateral development bank for Black Sea development. Till it was brought to my notice, it exists. And then there are such things. So anyway, there is a whole family of multilateral development banks, and of course the World Bank Group, which is the IBRD, and the IDA, and the other International Finance Corporation, MEGA, Global Environment Facility, all added together. As of 2019, all of them, their annual thing was about 100 and between 110 billion to about 120 billion. The challenge is, how do I triple the 110, 120 billion, 3 times that number? And then you add up the private capital to get to 1 trillion. Then in some form, that's one way of addressing the compelling needs of what you call global reshaping global finance. Means most important, availability of the adequacy of finance to address the needs of sustainable growth. Of course, it requires a constellation of other action, which we can go into at some length. But the purpose is not to listen to me. The purpose today is to be able to listen to the 3 very eminent panelists which we have before us. I'm going to first request Hanan Morsi to kindly make her important observations and presentations. I know that she's the Deputy Executive Secretary and the Chief Economist of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. By the way, let me add that Africa is one of the very dominant and important focus as I grapple with the problem on this, because it is generally known, not many seem to address it, is that that's one continent where large parts of sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Africa, extreme poverty has gone up, shared prosperity has gone down, and I must say, in a lighter vein, it was told to me very often, look here, don't tell us about all this green and non-green before we begin to make choices on energy and exercise energy option. We do not have any energy. So these choices only become meaningful when you at least address the basic energy availability. You are having a very, very important responsibility, and I'm going to request you to kindly make your observations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. I think you summarized it quite well. Africa actually, have had a development progress, regression in terms of all the achievements that have been done on the SDGs due to the tsunami of global shocks. And while we have to talk about all the climate action and the things that need to be done, at the same time, we have Africa having 3/4 of those that don't have access to electricity, and hence come the arguments that you've been hearing. So let me give a, hope this is working. Okay. So just for background, part of the work that I do involves heading the Secretariat for the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture. And this is a group that is composed of African Ministers of Finance, Economic Development and Planning, along with IMF, World Bank, African Union, African Development Bank, and Afrexim Bank. And the group has aimed to really build a consensus on African position on what are the asks for the reforms required for the global financial architecture. This group was formed in the beginning of last year, 2022, and has been meeting regularly to develop these asks. So I'm going to kind of like take you through some of the key components to that. So part of what has been discussed, for example, are issues related to IMF special drawing rights and its role in the global financial safety net. And for background, the SDRs came to existence late 1960s and with the objective to supplement official reserves and facilitate global liquidity. In the Articles of Agreement, there are 2 times where this is supposed to happen. Every 5 years, the decision is supposed to be considered, with basic period, and then there's also allowance for such allocation to be made because of unexpected major development. Out of the 12 periods that happened since the institution of SDRs, we had only 4 general allocations and 1 special allocation. And you can see even in terms of size, there are really 2 significant ones. In 2009, after the global financial crisis, and then in 2021 following the pandemic. What is important to see is even when we have SDR allocations, which are supposed to help with the issues of global liquidity, how it's actually distributed relates to IMF quotas, i.e., it goes to those countries that have larger economic size and have better financial positions. So basically, ends up mostly with those that, and also in terms of the utilization, if we look at it, how it's utilized across developing versus developed countries, even though they get the majority of the allocation, they utilize less than 6%, while developing countries utilize 40% and above. So basically, some of the things that we've been calling for in terms of reforming that system is to make that allocation more rule-based, analytical, and less discretionary, and to have a way of operationalizing the unexpected major development, clarifying and having automatic triggers for it to include things like force majeure allocations related to pandemics, natural disasters, to have also things like, a definition of a global recession. So we define it as economists, 2 consecutive quarters of global recession. And to also consider this, one of the triggers, as having a widespread capital flights from emerging and developing markets. So this is in terms of how to refine the system of unexpected and year basic period. Another very important element would be how do you reform formula of the allocation so that it's actually going where it's needed most, how it was actually intended in spirit, which is in addition to the IMF quota consideration, to include liquidity consideration so that countries that need it most actually get more of the liquidity. And then the other issue, which we've been in a way stuck with following the last allocation, is how do we really stimulate the SDR rechanneling? So the last SDR allocation, a number of countries have pledged that they would rechannel these SDRs so that countries that need it more can benefit. But there has been a number of obstacles. So some of the things that can be done to actually unleash that is, for example, to enable rechanneling of SDRs to multilateral development banks. We actually have a viable option that has been put on the table by Inter-American Development Bank and African Development Bank that need 5 SDR donor countries to make it operationalized. And of course, there are other things also in terms of reviewing the SDR reserve asset characteristics and so on to make it more up to date with the practice of many of the major central banks now. For sake of time, and then on the other major area that we've been working on are reforms to the global debt architecture. And here, this is kind of, it gives you a sense of the evolution of the landscape for Africa. And you can see that really things have been changing. And part of it is driven by the fact that there has been a decline of official development assistance and availability of concessional financing, which basically also contributed to having much higher share of commercial and private creditors, but also there has been an evolution of the landscape of official creditors with, more increase of role of China and other creditors rather than just Paris Club. Of course, this has implications for the issue of debt resolution and restructuring. And some of the things that actually out of the working group that came in terms of recommendation of what needs to be done to the need for overhauling G20 common framework. Just to give an example, we had African countries that from the time they applied until the time just a creditor committee was formed for 2 years. I think it just illustrates how, has been very slow, and need to really be reformed so that it can be more time-bound, efficient, and transparent. There's a need to actually implement suspension of debt service upon application, and to have bolder use of IMF lending into areas for both official and private. But also there's a need to establish a comparability of treatment formula to reduce technical disputes and to expand creditor committees to also include private sector creditors. Other areas of the global debt architecture that would need really some also additional focus is the need on the regulatory side, the need to really have enforcement of enhanced collective action clauses in debt issuances and contracts, to have force majeure and climate resilient debt clauses, and we had some progress this year on this area, and to also implement anti-vulture fund legislation. There's a need, I think, in the long term to kind of establish a multilateral creditor club to coordinate, the framework and oversee kind of the outstanding global debt issues. A third pillar has been really issues related to market access, and this relates to the chart that I've seen earlier of how countries have actually kind of started to have more, resorting more to private credit. And basically here there are, there's the issue of the Africa premium that has been already identified. So African countries tend to pay 150 to 250 basis points higher than countries with the same economic fundamentals. So this is really driven by two issues. One is information asymmetries, and here there's a need to help, and from the G20 to provide support to build capacity and enhance that area by increasing resource deployed for it, to expand partnerships also to support market access in terms of access to ESG investment and green capital markets, and very importantly, looking at the regulatory side of the credit rating agencies, because there's also, for the same fundamentals, tend to be some bias. So there is a need for an oversight. We have that in the European Union, but also that need to be considered, the need for it at a global level to really look at the regulatory framework and, have suggestions in terms of oversight reforms. And finally, of course, the need to also fund homegrown African initiatives, and there are a number of them that we can talk about. In terms of the green finance area, despite that Africa emits less than 3% of global emissions and it's the most vulnerable region to climate change, Africa benefits less than 1%, has basically less than 1% of global green bond issuances. And as we talked earlier, also it tends to pay higher cost. So there's really a need to tackle these issues. From the IMF side, I think the move for having the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust was a move in the right direction in terms of having facilities that look kind of, they are more long-term geared and structural and climate action geared. But there is a need to increase the flexibility and eligibility criteria for it and to fast-track operationalization. Other very important things for Africa in that side is also to strengthen the inclusion of these climate contingency clauses that we've talked earlier about, and to stimulate debt for climate and debt for nature swaps, and to use more guarantees and availability of it to reduce the cost of finance for the continent, and of course supporting more de-risking and blended finance, because we need to crowd in the private sector much more. The private sector currently is 14%. I mean, this is like almost a third of what it is in Asia now. Sure. Oh, okay. So let me just very quickly say that we've also discussed issues of reforming of the Bretton Woods institutions, and here what needs to be done is the focus or the operation, the way it operates has been more geared toward country-specific shocks, and things have evolved with us facing multiple and tsunami of global shocks. So the tools and the way these institutions have been operating need to change. And that I'm happy to share the presentation itself with all of you later. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that was a very good broad oversweep of the sort of issues which we need to grapple. One of the things that struck me is a remark which was made in a light-hearted spirit, which I must germane to what you say, is that if I asked you the reversed question, I do not expect an answer, that why is it that the last 3 G20s have focused enormously on the reform of the Multilateral Development Bank and have not given adequate attention to the reform of the International Monetary Fund, which is the centerpiece of your presentation? I did ask this question, and because Chatham House rules are applying.
No, live stream.
Oh, I think I better not ask that question then. But I'll ask what I wanted to. Perhaps there is as much need for the fund to be restructured and reformed. Sujit, you'll forgive me if I say this in your presence, given your intimate experience of working in the fund. There is as much need for reforming the fund and make it in tandem with the reform of the multilateral development banks. Because do not forget the lasting words of John Maynard Keynes at the conclusion of the Bretton Woods Agreement, that in the final analysis, we must admit the bank is the fund is the bank. I now turn to our next speaker, Tao Zhang, who has, of course, this enormous experience of having worked in multiple capacities with the Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. I just made a comment on the International Monetary Fund. And of course, in the engagement with the bank in your own country and in responsible positions. But today, you speak as the representative for Asia and the Pacific of the Bank of International Settlements. Now, why it is of enormous interest, if I may say so, is that one of the very opaque areas is how is the bank, the norms of Basel norms being restructured and revised, and how contemporary are they to the norms of the credit rating agencies? Because there seems to be a degree of opacity on the way in which, for instance, credit rating agencies take shelter under the Basel norms, and the Basel norms will take shelter under the credit rating agencies.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I was wondering, Hannah, run out of the time, did not, if she was not able to present the proposal for MDB, and I'm wondering, do we have another slides for BIS? Now, Chairman, you mentioned it. With that, I'm glad to be here, and good afternoon, everybody. And let me first, of course, thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important event. And here in New Delhi, at the occasion of India's G20 president. My main messages today is that there is absolute urgencies to find and implement solutions, promote green and sustainable growth. And of course, we have already heard many insightful suggestions, comments this morning during this conference and until now. And what I would like to emphasize is that we have to give the importance of the market-based incentives for the net zero transition, and what can be done by, for example, central banks, which the BIS represented for. So this is my main focus. I may disappoint it without any upfront proposal for how to regulate the credit rating agencies. But I'm sure during my remarks, I think we'll somehow touch upon it. So let me start why market-based incentives. Here, I don't have a lot of slides, only two. So simply try to highlight the urgencies. The first, of course, you can see that we run the large CO2 gap between net zero ambitions and the achievement we have made so far. So you see the gap is quite huge. For example, we are 7 years into the COP21, and the objectives of 45% reductions in GHG emissions by 2030 from the 2010 level is still needed to reach. So without further actions, of course, we are headed to a 2.8 degrees temperature increase by the end of the century. So the timing is clicking. Second, of course, as many already mentioned, that there's a large financing gap. And the numbers I don't have to repeat. I sense the different people cite the different sources, but more or less we worldwide we have averaged 480 billions annually US dollars. During the last 10 years, which fall short of the US dollars of 4.3 billion trillion US dollars annually. So the number is quite a phenomena. Moment ago, Chair also mentioned 2.4 trillions, 3 trillions, but in the neighborhood of the trillions. So question is, where the money come from? Right? MDB, SDR, these are here, readily tapped private sectors. But we know all the money comes with a cost, and the private sectors, have the incentives. If we want to put in the money, we need the returns. And this morning, Professor Stanley mentioned the cost is upfront. The benefits come out some years later. So how to bridge? So this is my focus. Then here I proposed a three-pillar approach to accelerate the transition. And the core of it, market-based incentives. This is as a first pillar. Why I say that? You know, a moment ago, some people mentioned who is picking the winner or what. So I said instead of indicating who should reduce emissions, who should finance the emissions, let the market play the role. And of course, the key is, you know, the carbon pricing right, and the carbon pricing, of course, the economic signal, and allow them to decide to either transform their activities, emissions, or continue the emission, but higher pay. So that's it, as simple as that. Because otherwise we just ended up who's pick up the thing. And of course, right now, carbon pricing can take all kinds of forms. Currently, for example, emissions trading systems, carbon crediting mechanism, to say a few. But we have to admit the progress has been made very, at very slow. We have to ask ourselves, why that? And this morning, I recall some participants mentioned that we need to promote the global trading emission system. So I wholeheartedly support it. Between now and then, we have a lot of work to do. So far, at the end of 2022, there are only 34 ETS globally, covering only 17% of global GHG emissions only. And carbon credit market is only voluntary for business. There must be some huge impediment on it. We have to work on it, find it out. And I think the G20 can work toward that. The second pillar, of course, as everyone imagine, this is we need international cooperation. No one can do that alone. And for obvious reasons, high industries would simply migrate to where the climate regulations are the loosest. So unless all the jurisdictions in a very close coordinated way, these things cannot be done. And of course, international cooperation is necessary also on the account that there is a need to ensure the equitable burden sharing between developing countries in pursuing the net zero objectives. And the reason is very simple, compelling. Developing countries are, hit hardest by the climate change, but they are also the less able to finance the climate mitigations or adaptation. So external financings and technological transfers are most needed for developing countries to build clean and climate resilient futures. That's for sure. The question is how to make it happen. So this is up to, of course, G20 to answer. So the third pillar, of course, you have to rely on the public policies. So in order to get the carbon pricing right, the market forces sometimes cannot achieve. So the public policies, the important roles in it. For example, the carbon tax. But carbon tax, you need a basis how much and how broad. And of course, this is also related to the subsidies removal, and of course, the related to the associated regulatory policies. Also impose the shadow price of the pollution. So, in general, the policies play an important role. And here, because I came from central banks, so I have to say a few words on central banks. Particularly including us, the BIS, what the role could be. To say briefly, three roles we can play. First, screen investors. Indeed, many central banks, including ourselves, BIS, already adopt the investment strategy. ECB is, taking the lead in this front, and indeed, the RBI India, early this year already issued a debut bond issuance, and early the RBI also issued the framework, which highlights what is the qualifications and disclosure requirements for green bond. So things are happening on the ground. For us, of course, the BIS issued, set up the green bond fund. The number is like 3.5 billion US. So the number is not huge compared to the $1 trillion requirement. But we think, with our issuance, and the private sectors and others can follow up. That's one. Second, it can also work as a technology enabler. In a sense, the central bank can promising new technologies for finances. And here, I'd like to do a little bit promotions. The few years ago, BIS set up the something called Innovation Hub at headquarters. And subsequently, we set up, until now, 9 Innovation Hub centers across the world, including the 2 in Asia, one in Singapore, the other one in Hong Kong. In these centers, piloting quite a few number of the projects. Including, the green bond financing can be utilized take the benefits of the technology, improving efficiencies and measuring. So, third, of course, as regulators, not to speak, central bank can regulate and can put on the disclosure and working that. So let me conclude. Because my time is up. So there's real urgencies among us to act now and act earlier. And Asia should take the benefit on it because we have only the most populous region in the world, but also this is the most dynamic. And if we do that earlier, then of course it will make our contributions to the world. Okay, let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tao Zhang, for your very wide-ranging set of remarks. I'm glad you focused on this key issue of the financing and the role that carbon tax can play. Of course, that has to be quite consistent with the well-known principle of climate justice, and that the burden must be equitably shared. There is a historicity, and so you rightly pointed out on the complexities on the imposition of the carbon tax, which in some way can really ameliorate the financial burden. We brought that out very vividly. So I think thank you for bringing out the innovative role that the Basel is playing in trying to garner adequacy of resources for more orderly transition. And now turn to the next panelist, Poonam Gupta, who is currently the Director General of the National Council of Applied Economic Research. Poonam is a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He has held very important positions as lead economist of the Indian IFC, in the World Bank, the Reserve Bank of India chair, professor at eminent institutions. But Poonam, I know her as one of the best macroeconomists which we have, working on issues of state policy, on issues of debt. I think she very recently presented an outstanding paper on the issues of the general debt of the government and very few have disaggregated the issues of the central government and the state government. Poonam is one of those who has done that enormous work. So without further ado, over to you.
Thank you. Let me just see it works. Perfect. A real pleasure to be here. The conference has been a real treat. So thank you, Niti. Thank you, Mr. Berry, Mr. BVR. The presentation that I'm making in my 12 minutes is based on the work that I have been doing over the past 2 decades. 1 decade at the IMF, nearly a decade, 8 years at the World Bank, and last 2 years at the think tank, India's leading think tank called NCAER. The co-conspirator of this work has been Barry Eichengreen at UC Berkeley, but today's views presented are to be attributed only to me. As has been said throughout the day, financing needs have increased around the world, even as the global liquidity has become lesser. Private capital flows remain as fickle as ever, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on. There are 3 kinds of financing available to the developing world in general. When I say developing world, I mean emerging markets and low-income countries. They can access different pools of financing. So there are 3 kinds of financing available. Private sector funding, which is on market rates, which is volatile, which can flow in and out at very short notices. It's the emerging markets which are usually able to attract private sector funding. Then there's multilateral funding, which is long-term and concessional, but is limited in volume. And increasingly, it's low-income countries which have more access to multilateral funding. And then there is bilateral funding, which is even lesser in volume than multilateral funding, which has increasingly become more strategic. It's tied with specific projects. And new funders, particularly China, have replaced the other traditional funders. So when we talk about global finance for sustainable growth, the framework that I have in mind is that we need to de-risk private capital flows for emerging markets, and we need to rethink the financing envelope and sources for low-income countries. As I said, my focus is going to be more on de-risking private capital flows for emerging markets. For those of us who have been working on this issue of capital flow volatility to emerging markets, can sense a shift in the way volatility impacts these economies. Capital flows have become more volatile over time. Episodes of reversals have become more frequent. Now they happen almost at the frequency of 1 every other year. Earlier used to be the case of country-specific sudden stop events. Remember Mexico 1994, remember East Asia late 1990s, remember all other countries, Brazil and Turkey and Russia. Those were the sudden stop events with some contagion. Increasingly, we have events which we like to call emerging market sell-off events. Whether the emerging markets do something or not, capital suddenly reverses, rebalances out of emerging markets, and reverts to the advanced economies. We remember the 2013 taper event. There have been other events as well, as listed on this slide. There was 2016, 2018, 2020, and 2022. So 5 events in a decade. So when such capital flows reverse, there is, of course, volatility. It creates challenges for the policymakers. They have to, within a very short period of time, manage their exchange rate, communication, market sentiment, reserves, etc. And as I said, this is despite the fact that emerging markets now maintain strong economic frameworks. The best policy frameworks that the IMF recommends on a routine basis are already being implemented by emerging markets. They have more resilient growth outlooks. They have strong fiscal positions, sustainable public finance and debt, credible fiscal frameworks. They have independent central banks. I'm talking about an average country. There are exceptions, of course. They have credible monetary policy frameworks. A number of countries have these monetary policy frameworks under inflation targeting. They now know that they have to hold large volume of forex reserves. They try to limit their exposure to foreign currency in their debt portfolios, and they have flexible exchange rate. India is one such example. India does all of the above. And still it gets battered by the reversals of capital flows from emerging markets during an emerging market sell-off episode. So how do we make access to capital flows safer for emerging markets? Global financial safety nets need to be strengthened. And here comes the role of many institutions and bilateral arrangements, G20 and IMF. So countries now sign up bilateral swap lines in currency liquidity. India has a swap line with Japan that we know of. There are countries which are signing up bilateral swap lines with many countries at any given point in time, but these have not been enough to insulate them. Federal Reserve Board offers its own swap lines in a very limited way. Countries also signed up for regional financing arrangements. There is Chiang Mai, there is BRICS initiative, there is SAARC initiative, but again, these have either not been invoked or have not been found to be very effective. IMF has contingency lines, 3 lines. Hardly any country has ever signed up or has ever drawn upon those. And these need to be reformed. So, Mr. Singh, when you said that none of the previous 3 presidencies have taken IMF to the task, I was hoping that your report will do that. And I pointed it out to one of your advisors, but it seems that my suggestions were not taken on board. But I have specific suggestions on that. Fairer credit rating is something that panelists have already talked about, but I'll show some quantitative results on those. Eventually, given that these global financial safety nets have been inadequate or ineffective, there's no alternative, it seems to me, but for large emerging markets to accumulate and use their foreign reserves more actively, and possibly there is a case for capital controls. But then advanced countries cannot delegitimize the use of these because these seem to be the only working safety nets that emerging markets have. I mentioned bilateral swap arrangements. They have proliferated, led by China. China has these swap arrangements with many low-income countries, with countries that it considers of strategic interest, with countries with which it has strong bilateral trade relationships. The US has offered these very selectively to other fellow advanced economies and only to 4 emerging markets. India has not been one of those 4 emerging markets. Empirical results show that these swap arrangements are of limited use unless these are from a large, credible country which issues hard currency such as the US. As I said, there have been 3 IMF contingency lines, first introduced in 2009. Since then, these have evolved. The latest one, the 3rd one, was established in 2020. And guess what? Until 2021, only 8 countries had ever signed up for those, which included Mexico, Colombia, and others, mostly in Latin America. Only 3 countries have ever drawn funds from these smaller countries. Yet there has been limited innovation despite this very limited use. And this point I have made over and over again to the IMF representatives. And they look embarrassed and they say, yes, we are working on it. So this is something that a sequel to Mr. Singh's report can perhaps take on. One suggestion that I have is perhaps the World Bank can come up with its own contingency lines under MEGA. Competition always does wonders, and maybe that's how things will reform. Credit rating of an emerging G20 country versus an advanced G20 country. Shocking results. An average advanced G20 country has an almost perfect rating. So what we have done here is we have taken a numerical rating, credit rating, sovereign credit rating, which goes from 1 to 20. An average advanced G20 country has a nearly perfect rating of 19. An average emerging G20 country has a rating which is 7.5 points lower, just 1 notch above the junk rating. This is where India is. India is at the level of an average emerging G20 country. Clearly something is missing here. And we control, others have talked about it, for the usual kind of variables. And when we do that, the wedge remains more or less the same. So this is more or less for emerging markets when it comes to financing for low-income countries. I'm not a specialist on this, but we covered the issue in a recent paper that Barry Eichengreen and I wrote for the India's G20 presidency year. Most of the low-income countries are in some debt distress category or the other. The average general government debt to GDP ratio is high, and a significant portion of that is externally raised. When we decompose into different kind of lenders, we realize that multilateral institutions actually hold about 50% of this debt issued. There is a large bilateral debt as well, and there are new bilateral lenders, but multilateral institutions are holding 50% of this debt. I talked about the new lenders. China tops the list. But when we think about finance for low-income countries, the question is, the same multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, they have to, before they lend out to any country, they have to do their debt sustainability analysis. So if most of their borrowing countries are in debt distress, what were they doing with the debt sustainability analysis? Where does the buck stop? If you're telling the country you can sustain this debt, why will they not take it? Exchange rate risk is another concern which we need to talk about, and hopefully Mr. Singh's sequel to the report will take it into account if there is one. How do we take away the exchange rate risk, not fully, but at least partially, from the financing for low-income countries? So rethinking global finance during the G20 presidency, we need to account for the impact of the policies of advanced economies on emerging markets better. There has to be a gentler cycle of the monetary expansion and withdrawal. If you recall, in 2008-9, as well as in 2020, when monetary policy had to be expanded, it was discussed extensively in G20, within the G20 forum. All countries were convinced that we need to expand. When the time comes to withdraw, it becomes a bilateral decision. We need more symmetry in that process. The policy to build forex should be supported. Countries cannot be branded as currency manipulators when they need to use those reserves. The role of credit rating agencies ought to be regulated as well. I'll just take 30 more seconds with the chair's permission. The G20 should encourage central banks to broaden their networks of currency swaps within the forum itself. US Fed needs to open up its credit lines, to many more countries. Ultimately, the issue related to monetary policy originates in the US. There has to be some more responsibility that it takes. Swap lines from other issuers of hard currencies can be expanded as well. India has been playing its role and will continue to play that role. India makes its liquidity available to its smaller neighbors. IMF ought to extend the use of its contingency lines. It can include in the Article 4 report. If we are extending the term MDB to the IMF, I don't see why we cannot do that. Then this is one institution which ought to play a bigger role, taking into account modern realities that countries do not face sudden stop anymore. So why are you keeping ammunition dry? They face sell-off episodes, emerging market sell-off episodes. They can declare in the Article 4 reports automatically which country qualifies for which line, up to what amount. It should not require a country to apply for this line and to start paying a premium right away, whether they draw on it or not. So all of these 8 countries that signed up for IMF program, they started paying an insurance premium from the day they signed up, even if they remained on that insurance without ever drawing on it. There should be an automatic trigger when this liquidity becomes available. Yesterday, I was in a meeting at the World Bank where I suggested to them that MEGA can offer similar lines. As I said, we will stretch World Bank's resources better and we'll get better action from the IMF by doing that. I think I'm almost done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Poonam. Very telling kind of an analysis. You asked a provocative question addressed to me, and therefore, before I request really, Manjeev, may I seek to answer that? when one of the real top advisors of mine, you asked this question that not perhaps unknown to you, is since you are mentioning the top advisor. You see, we did not have the flexibility of crafting our terms of reference. Our terms of reference were given to us by the G20. They were in 3 parts, and none of that really had the International Monetary Fund. By a certain stretch, I did ask the question to the topmost management of the International Monetary Fund on a lighter vein, and they told me, thank God, it's a great relief that nowhere has the fund been mentioned in your terms of reference. This really completely precludes us from any kind of a participative role. I did, however, then respond that there are 2 ways in which we can pull you in. You manage 2 funds. You manage the Resilience Fund. You also now do this Poverty Fund. This is, I will not say mission creep. They are managing also funds which are germane to the things. So I think that we go back to the issue which I raised, that it may be a good time for the G20, in addition to the multilateral development banks, to look at the entire gamut of the working of the International Monetary Fund. This is one thing I wanted to mention to you. It was very evident, Poonam, I cannot resist myself but to ask you this question, that you mentioned about this obvious bias of the credit rating agencies between the developed economies consistently getting AAA and even emerging markets with a good macroeconomic record and a high growth propensity getting much lower rating. Suppose I asked you the question that how would you value the importance of callable capital as an important factor which would influence the credit rating agency's thinking? And what is callable capital? It's callable because it's never called. It flourishes in its opacity. I find, as I'm you smiling, having been the former deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund, you perhaps understand the import of what is callable capital. And therefore, could that be one of the factors which explains this kind of an asymmetry of behavior in the way in which they treat one set of economies versus the other? But I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for many of those suggestions. I turn to you, Manjeev Puri, not in your famed capacity as one of India and with great diplomatic skills, but in your experience in the area of climate change and sustainable development. And that particularly request you to focus on an area that Poonam raised, it was raised by others, on how to attract private capital in the area of climate financing, because you have some very tangible thoughts on it.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm particularly honored to be here in a panel chaired by you. But I also want to thank Mr. Berry, Subramaniam, and Niti Aayog for calling me a practitioner in this forum of those who are thinkers. We are. I've spoken about all this before and will be speaking about what the world is likely to face. Thank you very much. But Mr. Subramaniam, thank you very much for telling everyone in your speech from this very chair that geopolitics, the realities of governance in countries is a given, and you need to work in that. And we need to remember that the G20 is also an intergovernmental forum. So wonderful for our discussion here. It is in that context we need to keep that in our mind. I want to make another point that though Poonam Gupta and I, in a sense, represent India, we didn't coordinate. It isn't the Tweedledee and Tweedledum foreign exchange. She has focused very aptly and very well on the macroeconomic aspect, the fund and so on. I want to draw your attention to the hard realities of And let's take India as the benchmark country. Climate change. Where is the most important amount of action required to be taken? Let me be very clear, and this may not be politically very correct, but it is the large developing countries, most of whom qualifying as emerging markets. Secondly, do they have sufficient capital by themselves? Can we simply squeeze it out of them, as is normally said in multilateral meetings? We will do best practices, sharing, capacity building, tell you how to go about doing it. You really think that's the case? I can give you the figures as far as India is concerned. Only looking at the announcements we have made till now, renewable energy, etc., even to meet a part of them, take care of a fourth of all deposits in Indian banks, and so on and so forth. And I'm not talking about adaptation, which is a completely different ballgame. We have no choice but to get capital from overseas. Macroeconomics, swaps, portfolio investments, all those are issues. I was looking at straightforward matters. How do companies get? Why can't our companies be able to raise monies overseas? Of course, there are some cases which are very successful, but I want to tell you, in the context of his report, Mr. N.K. Singh carried out a small group session which included two of India's large players in the international market, one from the private sector and one from the state sector. And sir, I hope you will recall that the one word that both of them used was bring down hedging costs. Do you know what the hedging costs today are? Some of India's largest and best known groups, it could be upwards of 4%, only the hedging cost. This is the reality of things. Today, interest rates worldwide are a little high. A few years back, they were rock bottom. What was it that our countries and our companies were able to meet? And so, therefore, the one idea, a simple idea, it's not the panacea to climate change. It's not the panacea of meeting everything. We accept 100 billion, don't know about that. 3 trillion, sir, I have no idea about that at all. But where are we going to be able to get funds? We have no choice but to turn to what is the situation? Is there a macroeconomic deficit? No, there isn't. In the world, there is enough money. We who need it don't have it. How do we attract this money? By making investment in our countries interesting to them, worthwhile for them, and for our people who are doing business affordable. There's two sides to this coin. Can we just do one little thing? As I said, it's not panacea, but will it help? And that simple thing is, can we do something about foreign exchange costs? I want to read to you something from the triple agenda. Very lovely paragraph, small one, I'll read 2 lines. Point for private investments, to private investors, is that exposure to currency risk. And then they go on to say that they will deal with it in the volume 2. These are simple words. Pain point. What does it mean? It simply means that on both sides, the affordability remains a real problem. Can we do something about it? And you know, I don't want to get in again, as I said, on geopolitics and so on. The smallest developing countries, the LDC, there's much that we need to do for them. All of us, including emerging. But if we can't get things done for ourselves, what are we going to go? What is international cooperation at the end about? Not telling me, I did it, have a look at what I've done, good ideas for you. Come forward. And what are some of these ideas? If you take this kind of an agency at the multilateral bank side, and sir, I believe bank is a better place than the trust fund under the IMF for this, because it is in the nature of action for a particular investment, a particular company or a project. If you can try and make it for the private sector there to invest, someone from here to be able to afford it. And if this game gets played well, and there are examples, there is this TCX and others, which are on a real small scale. If done on a large scale, it could really become somewhat like an insurance product to use this particular expression which Mr. N.K. Singh just referred to, we could perhaps just need callable capital, but we need to do it. I want to stop this because I just want to make this one focused point. What can we do to make the movement of capital from the industrialized countries to projects, companies, corporates doing green work, only green climate-related investments in the developing countries? And I dare say much of that will flow to the largest developing countries. Remember, climate change is a global problem. What I do here affects you, what you do there affects me. So it has a global impact. Thank you, sir. And I think I've still given 10 seconds over.
No, not only that, you have the license. I took away 2 minutes or 2-3 minutes of your time, but I thank you very much. Sujit, you have been wanting to speak for some time. Please.
Thank you very much. I have 3 very simple points, and would like to get your reaction. First, sir, for you, you said about mission creep at the IMF. You did not mention the latest addition to the mission creep, at least as a year ago. They may have added more. It was a food shock window where the IMF would give out money who were suffering from food shocks. And the first country that got the food shock was Ukraine. So about $1 billion because they had suffered a food shock because they could not export their wheat. Second, on cost of capital to emerging markets, I brought this up often enough at the fund with many individuals and with the MD, deputy MDs, and with several EDs. And the net result that I got from that discussion was don't look anywhere about the cost of capital cost of capital for emerging markets is basically a big subsidy to big fat commercial banks in the US. Let's just cut to the chase. That's what the story is about. Third, on carbon tax. Again, I brought it up at the fund. And one thing that is not advertised about the carbon tax is that the country imposes the tax, collects the revenue, and redistributes it within the country. So in other words, the idea that the carbon tax is supposed to raise funds for the rest of the world or anybody else is utter nonsense. So I brought up the simple proposal. You have the carbon tax, raise it a lot more than 25, 50, and 75, and allocate some to the developing country. It will be costless for them, relatively costless, and met no response. Finally, on the carbon tax itself, that it's the most regressive tax in the sense that the poor countries pay more and the richest countries pay the least. So I don't know why it's not a redistributive thing. It will raise $0 for any refinance. So I think, this is my net conclusion is that system is broke. Thank you.
Thank you. Not a very happy note. Can I request Paul to ask his question or make his intervention?
Thank you. I do have a question, and I was going to comment on reform as well. And maybe I should, given the way the last sentence ended, to be a bit more positive. But the question I had was about the $3 trillion financing gap, give or take. Private sector, one of the least activated variables in that. Why is it that Article 6 under the Paris Agreement
is not pursued more aggressively. Mentioned this morning by Professor Stevens, and the Article 6 is the voluntary trading of carbon credits. When this first came out under the Kyoto Protocol, there was a lot more excitement about this idea. I think one of the things that stopped it was, and the perfect was the enemy of good, and that the trying to perfect the exact count of these projects made it more difficult. But it seems to me that 2 points. One, this would be an enabler for private capital to find more developed projects as the pipeline would be improved. And secondly, a country like India could be well positioned to do this. So the question specifically is, why is India not more active on Article 6?
Thank you. Thanks for that. Ashima?
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting panel, very crucial issues, good suggestions. But, the basic problem is that long-term hedges just don't exist for infrastructure, the kind of green infrastructure that has to be built. So the question is, who is going to build the cat? And I think Dr. Zhang, you were suggesting central banks and BIS. So there was a suggestion in India from a fund that the central bank can take a swap, say, from the US Fed, and use it to reduce the cost of borrowing for green infrastructure. So, and if you ask the central bank this, they will say that, no, it doesn't work. Swaps are costly. They're not keen on swaps in India because they have reserves and swaps have a cost, etc. So the best people to do this is a G20. No? So, but actually it is that missing person, the IMF, because they have a lot of information on exchange rates. And the emerging market exchange rate risk is like a catastrophe. There's a fear of a large fall, which doesn't actually happen in the data. So I think some sort of insurance and catastrophe risk reinsurance, this can be very expensive, but the cost can be reduced if information on exchange rates, the whole history of exchange rate movement, and there are again some fund houses that are doing it, Seafarer funds, for example. ILX is another one apart from, and they find that when you select countries and you do this sort of thing, then the cost of borrowing is much lower than if you actually do hedges. This sort of example can be scaled up, but the IMF has to make its information available. That's another way the IMF.
Thank you. Arnaba?
My question is, first of all, many thanks for the presentations. My question is partly related to what Ashima just asked. But I'll illustrate this with a conversation I had a few months ago with one of the world's largest institutional investors. And the question was, what is the delta between the OECD level of risk and the emerging market level of risk that they'd be willing to tolerate in order to invest in emerging markets? And this is an institutional investor that has openly declared their interest in investing in green infrastructure. The answer was zero. So that circular logic strikes me that if the level of risk has to be, the delta has to be zero, then that emerging market is already an OECD level economy. But it can't become an OECD level economy if you don't invest in its infrastructure. So it's a passing of this buck that everyone is declaring an intention of doing good, but no one actually wants to pay the price. Citizens don't want to pay the price for higher energy costs. Institutional investors don't want to take any risk at all. And the international financial architecture that we have right now in the form of the MDBs, the countable MDBs that Mr. Singh referred to, also not willing to take any risk. Instead, it's just vanilla project financing. So it goes back to something that Hanan and I were discussing offline, and her presentation also brought out. Money effectively has to be relatively cheap, relatively long, and relatively convenient. That is what matters for emerging markets and a project developer on the ground in emerging markets. Relatively cheap, we talk about green bonds. Right now, green bonds will give you 50 basis points max. So you'll go from 16% to 15.5%.
That's not enough for you to invest. How do you shave off 3, 4, 5 percentage points? It has to be relatively long. The work that we've done, we've seen that for small businesses that account for the bulk of the industrial infrastructure from any emerging markets, you extend the loan term by just 1 year, and the payback probabilities rise extensively. We're not offering long tenure loans for infrastructure that is by design long term. And then it's not convenient. If you have the Green Climate Fund, the application for a Green Climate Fund would be longer than my PhD thesis. I know this because I've written them out. So the question simply, which I agree with Master Puri, that we need to just focus on simple things like currency risk, etc. The operationalization of that remains highly complex. It's not that the problem is simple or difficult. It's we are not thinking of what is the relatively easier way to handle it. And that's the institutional architecture we're looking for.
Subramaniam. Just 2 quick points. And I saw that bit about credit rating agencies and how they rate pretty identical economies quite differently depending on which class they're under. A simple thought is that they're free to follow their own frameworks. They're not under our guidance. And they have clients who seem quite satisfied with that. So the question is, are we talking of modifying their behavior? Are we talking of actually creating substitutes for them? And if you create substitutes for them in their mandate, will they be credible? The point is, buyers will buy what they find credible. I think that's something important to look at. The second point, and I'll just put upon the point which Mr. Singh has said, he raised a very pertinent point, cost of capital. That's very important. My concern as I hear not just what's happening in the recent past, but in the long term, I mean, it's all the people who are discussing this actually have the levers to make any difference. I think that's an important because we're talking of MDBs, we're talking of IMF. Do they have any levers to make any difference to cost of capital? I don't know. It's almost like, a group of countries who don't have any chemical weapons to discuss abolishing chemical weapons in the world, because those who have them anyway are not going to listen to them. So cost of capital is very important. Anyway, it's not about green finance. It's about all infrastructure finance. The cost of capital thing affects infrastructure finance across the board, of which green infrastructure is just a subset. And I think there are much larger issues which have not entered the debate. And I think that's something where everybody is missing. It's not macro issues. There are micro issues there. And it's those micro issues which affect risk perception. And that's why that risk perception appears, credit rating agencies, etc. It's just because keeping green out, when you study infrastructure finance and water capital flows for infrastructure finance, you're realizing it's the same issue there. And that's something to be very seriously.
Well, thank you very much.
Alicia, I think just wrap up, Island.
Yes, please, Alicia.
And then we come back to the panel.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because I know I was late in lifting this thing. So very, very quickly, and a little bit on a contrarian view here. I understand that this is, developed versus emerging market issue and that we need more finance for, and all of that is clear. But I also want to say that if you look at it from the perspective of net creditor here, things look very different. The largest net creditors in the world are no longer in the West. South Korea, the mainland, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan. This is what it is. And on top of that, we also know that that's where structurally interest rates are lower. So as of today, if we talk about cost of funding, the US is probably much worse than, not probably, surely much worse than any of the countries I've mentioned. So they actually also suffer from this very high cost of funding. And to end on this contrarian view is also the issue that, yes, I agree, there is a lot of money to need it. There's a lot of funding going to the wrong sectors, to the carbon emitters that everywhere in the world. So if one were to lift those subsidies, you would already have a lot of funding out there to be shared. So perhaps sometimes we might need to think about it from perspective, no matter how costly, which I realize it is.
Well, the time is up, but I think I need to perhaps have two sentences. First, I think that seems to be the unanimous opinion among all the participants here to pass a resolution for the attention of the G20 that please do not forget the reform of the International Monetary Fund and its architecture and its manifestations. This will be a resolution in absentia, but it can be certainly addressed to the G20 that perhaps since the Indian presidency took this step of doing an in-depth thing of the reforming the multilateral development bank, the next step can be addressed to the next presidency, perhaps a suggestion of doing the same. And by the way, without going into more details, some of the bigger shareholders, the International Monetary Fund, would not be averse to it. Would not be averse to it. And I get the feeling that just as in the case of the MDBs, in the case of the other institutions, the settled bureaucracy is feeling too unsettled with perhaps a new operating model. And the new operating model is not yet evident because we have to realize that if by conventional logic, $1 of equity gets you $8 effortlessly, then if you leverage that, it gets onto you 15. And since today, $1 gets you only 0.6 of private capital, by the power of compounding and leveraging, there is a huge financial possibility which really awaits. The second broad lesson which I draw is, apart from the many other points which have been made, is that clearly there is an element of disharmony in the manner and modality of the functioning within the international financial architecture. I mean, for instance, anecdotally, to ask you, the Deputy Executive Secretary, that why can't, for instance, the African Development Bank perhaps lend its balance sheet temporarily to any other development bank, or be able to operate in tandem with the other development banks? Yes, each one has its unique shareholders and their own governance structure. And each one therefore can say that I'm functioning within my autonomy. But the fact remains that if they functioned as a family, the reach of the resources will be infinitely higher than what it is today. That's one of the issues which we seek to address. I don't want to go. I'm up for time. Surjit, sorry.
Okay, there's two things.
Yeah.
One is, we have a commitment to other participants, but more importantly, I think we do need to get back to the panelists themselves.
Yes. So I think that
we have another 5-7.
we have.
Yeah.
So any other comment?
Any of the other participants wish to come in before we return to the panel? I think people are bludgeoned by this time. So, in what order would you like the panelists to respond to this?
This time in the reverse order. So, expert commentator first, Manjeev.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chief Executive, I think you addressed one of these to me. Let me say this to you. Issues, and I had the opportunity of discussing this with the Vice Chairman at your dinner last night. Issues of governance, policy, flip-flops, etc., are all over the place. And yes, for many of these from the settled economies, it seems this is a major risk, but this is always going to remain. Can we do something about just one aspect? And then we slice away to this particular thing. Normally we talk salami slices against us. Let's try to do some salami slicing in this direction. If we are able to slice some of it, and let me tell you how does this necessarily work, not necessarily like this swap. Large project grow in the international market, and we need to encourage them to go there. We are able to attract funds because the projects themselves are good. The affordability becomes one of the issues. So balance sheet issues, not just the operational issue, become one of the things. If we can do something, we good. The triple agenda actually notes a small success in Europe with Africa called the TCX. I really believe scaling it up. Sir, that's what you referred to just now. What can we do about scaling things up? Would and should, in my opinion, make a difference. I dare say a significant difference that we can chip away at the problem that.
Thank you.
I'll try to take just 30 seconds. One clarification, swap lines among countries are costless. Receiving country does not have to pay anything. I think the only issue that I can relate to is the one on credit rating agencies that Mr. Subramanian asked. We did some research on this. So credit rating agencies are headquartered in advanced countries. They're very careful about how they rate their own sectors and firms. They worry about repercussions, including the political ones, but they don't have a similar concern when they rate us. So just think about it. India has come a long way in the last 15 to 20 years, still stuck with the same credit rating. And look at where the US has gone. Almost at the verge of default, credit rating remains the same. You mentioned internal issues. Internal issues, absolutely, we have to sort out, but those are perhaps not to be discussed in an international diplomatic forum. We'll work on those ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I will address two issues. One is on the exchange rate risk. The other one is on carbon tax. The exchange rate movement or shocks of exchange rate or risk. One, these are major issues concerned by particularly central bankers around the world. And in terms of the international organizations, both IMF and BIS had quite a bit of the discussion. And that, in short, what I trying to point it out is the couple of years back at the when I was at the IMF, we discussed this in something called the Integrated Policy Framework (IPF), and later on, when I moved to BIS. We work on something called the macro financial policy framework. There, we try to use policy tools, particularly from the prudential policy tools, to address the issues which the exchange rate fluctuations caused by other sources, such as global financial condition tightening. For example, this episode, because of the high inflations during the last 2 years, then the advanced economies raise up the interest rate, and then that caused the capital flows, and then caused the exchange rate movement. So these are the things heavily discussed, not only discussed, but the central bank, they met regularly in Basel almost every 2 months to talk about this. So these are. Right now, I think the consensus is that people, the authorities, including here in India, they were encouraged to use the what we call the macro financial policy framework, try to address these issues. So the idea is you cannot sort of eliminate completely the the exchange rate movement, but they are market, institutions, but as you said, the insurance, everything's quite costly. But at the macro level, the policymakers try to smooth down. The carbon tax, I think the idea is try to embed the environmental cost into the value of the creation of the economic activity. So not yet addressed to the redistribution benefit. But I think some of the taxes, like when I recall when we discussed at the fund, something called the adjustment tax. Then those issues is
was for. So I agree with you there. You have to address on that part when you get to some specific taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. I request you, Hanan, to make any brief observation you have.
Thank you. So on your comment, Chair, just wanted to share that we are actually preparing as the Secretariat for the Africa High-Level Working Group, a report on the reforms of the IMF needed for the 21st century. Would be happy to be ready by the end of the year. So just a side note. Then there were also points made on the fact that we have high cost of funding everywhere. I agree with this. However, we have a huge amount of unutilized IMF special drawing rights that almost, very low cost, all those that hold it. So there are options that we need to make sure that we're utilizing. We understand there are constraints and fiscal constraints everywhere, cost of funding, but there are options that are not being seriously and sufficiently considered. Then I like the point about MDBs need to work in harmony. I could not agree more. I think we are at a point where we all need to come together as a global family for the common good. So we need different institutions to work, under an ecosystem to support, the developing countries to both address SDG investment needs and climate action needs. There were also the issue that was put forward on carbon tax. Agree with the need to consider cross-border element of it. I also want to say it's not only the tax, but it's also the credit, because actually Africa has the potential to sequester a third of global needs, similar to Latin American Amazon. So not only we're talking about, the kind of taxing the problem, but also giving credit for the solution. And we need to really have a serious conversation. It cannot be that we only have the carbon credit trade within borders. This has to be across border to really compensate for also being a part of the solution. And finally, I think behind all what we discussed is the need for the global south, and particularly for Africa, to have more voice and representation at the table. And that's why I'm hoping that the Africa seat in the G20 will be confirmed this year to really enable that as a first step. But beyond that, I think we need to look into the reform of the global institutions, including the IMF, the voice of the South. Just one illustration, for example, the operating cost of the Bretton Woods institution mainly comes from loans that are basically from the South. So, I only recall, living in Washington, D.C., there used to be a decal on the car, station without representation. So I think we need to really make sure that also, as we are contributing to these operating costs, we have a bigger voice in decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time is up, and may I therefore take this opportunity of very briefly thanking you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Berry, the distinguished panelists, the expert, and all the questioners for an exceedingly provocative, useful engagement on an issue on which I think that solutions are still a bit elusive. Let's end on an optimistic note, Hanan, since you said that as the last sentence, that we join you, that may the international community make this the last G20, that the next one would be a G21. We are with you on that. And so let us end the session on that optimistic note. Thank you.
What's the age of G20?
There will be no intercession break. Ashima just come here. The next session starts with 2 virtual presentations. One, because these were people who are not in a position to travel. Are they on or yeah. Robert, welcome. You're on. So, let me, Menke, if you don't mind, I won't walk out with you.
No, please don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye, homie. Bye. Oh, good to see you virtually.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me start by introducing session chair, Shima Goel, who professor at the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research. I'm very pleased that she has traveled down from Bombay to be with us. She's an emeritus professor and is widely published in international finance and governance, and has received national and international awards. It's a Routledge Journal and is active in the domestic policy debate, served on several boards and policy committees, including the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, and she's a member of the RBI's Monetary Policy Committee and chair of a task force on repurposing the international financial architecture in T20. She's received various national and international awards and was selected as one of the most powerful women in Indian business by Business Today in 2021 and 22. Shima, thank you. This is somewhat different in its rhythm from the other sessions, but because it's virtual, it works just as well. So two speakers are not linked by themes. I think what they have to say in succession will illuminate some of the things that have come up during the day that they've not been able to share. And then following their interventions and the discussion around that, I will call on Kapil Kapoor, Regional Director for Asia at IDRC, provide a summary of the first day before we on for. Okay. Well, I think how long will your summary be, Kapil? Okay, because they've does that work for you? People have already been waiting a while. Would you like to go immediately, or would you like to hear a summary of the day? Your call. I think, Robert, you're first. I don't know what time.
It was very helpful for me to hear what has been said.
Is that good? Do you have time for that, Omi? Okay, good. Over to you, Kapil.
So I just wanted to thank you for setting up the session and this conference, for inviting us. And it's been a really tough day, a long day, but very interesting. I think we have some fresh blood, as they say, coming in this session. So we look forward to hearing the speakers who are joining us from outside. We thought that it would be very helpful if Kapil just gives a brief summary of the day's proceedings, which will help the outside speakers to queue in. So, Kapil, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Let me first say that we've had an incredibly rich set of discussions today, and trying to summarize it in 10 minutes is going to be a challenge. We've had a team from IDRC and GDN that have helped me to put this together. And I understand that some use of artificial intelligence was also made because they use ChatGPT to try and structure the summary. So if it doesn't work, let's blame ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, not me. So we started the session, the first session today, which focused on energy, climate, and growth. And the session began by asking the question, how do we move towards a green development pact and ensure a just transition to mitigate the impact of climate change? A transition that takes into account livelihoods and the human impact of transitioning to net zero emissions, while ensuring that the shift to net zero is net positive. It was pointed out that the benefits of addressing climate change are distributed globally, the costs are localized, and therefore international collaboration is critically important. tough political challenge is that there are short-term upfront costs of mitigation, while the benefits only materialize over the longer term. So this presents a political challenge. Strategies such as carbon pricing, smart infrastructure, and the flexible elements of the Paris Agreement can help manage these challenges. Speakers indicated that a significant global emitter reliant on fossil fuels, while India is facing a challenging transition, renewable energy sources are gaining ground. The transition presents substantial potential for job creation, particularly through distributed energy and economic activities. It was pointed out that climate emergencies exacerbate fiscal challenges and result in several trade-offs: energy access versus clean energy security versus energy sustainability, and job growth versus job losses during the transition. Given the high climate variability and vulnerability of regions like India, there is a need to view adaptation as an economic issue. This includes incentivizing transitions in individual choice, procurement, infrastructure programs, and innovation. A couple of the speakers highlighted the importance of multilateralism. Climate change requires multilateral solutions, including creating resilience funds, de-risking, promoting circular economies, joint technological development, enhancing green security, and transition partnerships. The importance of flexibility, especially for countries in the global south, was highlighted. Flexibility in terms of switching sectors, switching inputs, and changing locations. Such flexibility will provide countries with the means to adapt and innovate in response to environmental shifts. We then moved on to the second session, which focused on technology, policy, and jobs. Presenters pointed out that the emergence of new economic models, national security concerns are impacting the ongoing technological revolution, particularly AI advancements. Demographic and economic shifts contributing to the rise of a multipolar world. Global growth is impacting the environment, raising the likelihood of unforeseen disruptive events. Presenters highlighted a series of challenges. Technological progress and AI are reshaping the job landscape, raising concerns about job displacement. The aging global population presents a significant challenge to maintaining economic growth. Migration, triggered by environmental pressures, also shift future carbon emission patterns. The rapid pace of AI progression is creating numerous policy challenges, including regulatory issues, AI's carbon footprint, ethical considerations, security risks, and potential job losses. As a way forward, presenters made the following suggestions. It is crucial to invest in education and stimulate labor force participation through measures such as extending the retirement age. Sustainability should be viewed broadly to encompass human well-being rather than strict economic activity. There is a need to strengthen and restructure international cooperation to tackle shared challenges like skill development, job creation, and productivity. Generative AI requires a comprehensive regulatory framework, ethical guidelines, and proactive industry self-governance. Investing in technological infrastructure, enhancing digital education, and boosting public-private partnerships are essential for an inclusive and sustainable transition. Adopting progressive labor practices and leveraging emerging technologies, particularly in developing markets, can be transformative. Industry investment in R&D, training, and multidisciplinary research are also key to navigating future challenges. We then had this very interesting session just before lunch, where Nandan Nilekani made a presentation, where he pointed out that in an era of global demographic shifts, warming climates, and geopolitical changes, technology is enabling the reformation of economies. India's diversity in terms of cultures, markets, industrialization levels, and regulations posed a significant challenge to economic formalization. Informality and the lack of technological advancement in public service delivery rendered the economy vulnerable to inefficiencies. The impact of climate change necessitated the need for mechanisms that could expedite both mitigation and adaptation efforts. In India, digital public infrastructure, or DPI, facilitated a transition from a predominantly offline, informal, and low productivity landscape to a unified formal economy underpinned by DPI infrastructure. DPI has been pivotal in transforming India's economic landscape and has enabled multiple public and private solutions. It has accelerated financial inclusion, boosted public finances, reduced pilferage in welfare spending, and provided a fillip to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. DPI, like the Open Network for Digital Commerce, has democratized the digital economy and fostered competitive and equitable market dynamics. By embedding policy into source codes, DPI is also reconciling the demand for innovation with regulatory necessities. Through a series of such multi-pronged interventions, DPI is shaping the contours of a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable economy. For India's experience to be replicated in other countries, what is needed is political will, deep conviction, and not deep pockets. Also, the availability of technical talent is an asset. We then moved on to the third session, which focused on growth implications of a fractured trading system. Speakers talked about the age of hyperglobalization. Technological innovation and advances in transportation led to the fragmentation of manufacturing processes, reduction in trade barriers, and the incorporation of 1 billion wage workers into the global labor force. This era was marked by a rise in global GDP and trade. But then there was the shift to globalization. A noticeable shift has occurred, which has been characterized by increased restrictions on trade, labor movements, limited technology diffusion. This transition indicates significant transformation in the global economy. Despite the global slowdown, China has maintained its position as a key driver of global growth. China's resilience is largely attributed to its focus on exporting more value-added products, particularly in clean tech. Europe has suffered significant losses due to deglobalization. Concurrently, US-China decoupling has led to increased trade and financial protectionism. The world's increasing dependence on China, particularly in clean and green tech sectors, suggests potential risks for global supply chains. In terms of the way forward, speakers pointed out that with China facing an aging population, India could step up as the next global growth engine. However, it must address its deindustrialization and boost its manufacturing sector. Strategies for sustained growth should include enhancing productivity in traditional sectors, creating manufacturing jobs, managing competitive exchange rates, closing infrastructure and logistic gaps, and improving education and skills development. To facilitate this transition, maintain the growth momentum, reforms of multilateral trade rules are needed, including retrieving policy space for industrialization, the transfer of technology. This then took us to the last session, session 4, which was on reshaping global finance for sustainable growth. The current global financial architecture, marred by dysfunction and cluttered with non-economic issues, requires significant restructuring. The financial shortfall, estimated at about $3 trillion annually over the next decade, highlights an urgent need for both public and private resource mobilization. Additionally, the fragmented nature of this architecture is contributing to disparities in economic recovery between developed and developing regions. These challenges call for an orderly transition to more affordable, sustainable systems. Increasing global financing needs in the face of dwindling liquidity present a substantial challenge, particularly for developing nations. Three types of financing: private sector, multilateral, bilateral, each come with their own complications, volatility, limited availability. Emerging economies are further threatened by capital volatility and exchange rate risks as their financial integration deepens. Global debt architecture, currently informal, inefficient, and fragmented, poses additional challenges with many low-income countries already in or nearing debt crises. Moreover, the world is behind schedule in transitioning to net zero emissions, exacerbating the climate crisis and necessitating significant upfront pricing, primarily from private sources. Take me just about 30 seconds more. So in terms of the way forward, following priorities were identified. Reforming financial systems and processes is key to overcoming these challenges. This includes making SDR allocations rule-based and less discretionary, as well as improving the multilateral systems. Debt needs to be managed sustainably and transparently, possibly by establishing a multilateral creditor club and strengthening legal frameworks. Financial safety nets need strengthening, bilateral swap lines expanded, and IMF contingency lines invoked to make capital flows safer. The role of credit rating agencies should also be regulated to ensure fair assessment for emerging countries. Lastly, scaling up green financing, especially for regions like Africa, will require innovative policies and tools to drive the global transition to net zero. This includes fostering green investors, enabling policies, and encouraging international cooperation.
Wonderful, excellent, timely. I must say ChatGPT is a very good assistant. The only problem is I think ChatGPT major sort of lacunae doesn't make jokes. So Kapil Kapoor, as Regional Director Asia IDRC, is one of our hosts. He was introduced to us in the morning, and he's made a yearly contribution now in keeping us informed. So now Professor Robert Lawrence is going to talk to us, and he is the professor at Harvard University, also senior fellow at the Peterson Institute of International Economics and research associated at the NBER. He has actually been advisor to President Clinton, and he's also a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, received his PhD from Yale. Most important, he has a huge amount of research articles and books in the area of trade, technology, policy, and these are all topics we've been discussing through the day. So we look forward to his comments. Thank you, Professor.
I'm having some trouble just sharing my screen. Please bear with me. Maybe if the management could put my slides up, it would help.
Do you have this?
Well, let me then not use slides. I will just, can they do it?
You have it, are you trying?
Okay, I'll start talking anyway, in order not to waste time. The mandate, firstly, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here, and it is humbling to listen to the brilliance of ChatGPT, which obviously reflects the quality of the audience. And in effect, they have touched on many of the themes that I was going to talk about. I will very briefly, my topic is technology, policy, and jobs. And so I'd like to talk about the employment dimension of technological changes that we've experienced in the past, that we're likely to see continue in the future, and then to reflect on some policy responses to those, particularly with an emphasis on what they mean for the labor market. We have undergone a major transformation in our economies, and I would say since the 1980s, there are three huge shocks which have hit the economy. The first I would characterize as skill-biased structural change. Basically, because of relatively rapid productivity growth in manufacturing, what has happened is that the share of employment in manufacturing has declined in many countries, and this phenomenon, could you do the next slide, please? So this phenomenon of skill-biased technical change has led to much more difficulty in developing countries achieving the same levels of manufacturing employment shares as today's advanced economies were able to achieve. And this has meant fewer employment opportunities. Manufacturing was a major ladder to inclusion and to allowing workers to join the middle class, and those opportunities have diminished. This is not to say that manufacturing can no longer play a role, especially in countries like India. We've also seen within industries a skill-biased technical change. Digital technologies have tended to complement the skills of more educated workers and to substitute for the skills, especially of mid-level workers. This has resulted in a polarization of the labor market with fewer opportunities, again, for those workers with mid-level skills. And then a third dimension, which I don't think is sufficiently appreciated, is that the nature of capital has changed. And it is increasingly intangible, so that inputs such as software, databases, patents, algorithms, organizational capital, and branding have become much more important. If you look at the US data, what you see is that these forms of fixed assets today are more important than equipment. A lot of people talk about automation, but in fact it's, if you will, intellectualization, which is driving capital formation. Next slide, please. As we look to the future, there are challenges, especially for less skilled workers and for countries that specialize in labor-intensive products. Of course, we'll see investments in robotics, in 3D printing and augmented manufacturing, and now we get AI, whose impact ultimately is uncertain, but certainly the capacity to substitute for routine workers is going to be considerable. So these are pressures which now face all countries, but especially those who seek to specialize in skill-intensive manufacturing products. Next slide. But in fact, there are also considerable opportunities which new technologies are going to provide. We have this capacity, unbelievable capacity for people throughout the world to access knowledge. We have the ability to, used to call the advantages of relative backwardness, to use the technologies to save on bricks and mortars, So AI could actually work in both ways. And as was noted in the general discussion you had, e-commerce gives us new opportunities for entrepreneurs. We have the ability to do remote work, not only within countries, but across borders. Richard Baldwin calls this globalization. And in fact, there's this mechanism whereby if those who live in developing countries are able to literally be employed in advanced countries, earn higher wages, and then spend their money on non-traded goods, this can provide opportunities for less skilled workers. So there are mechanisms we can see that could improve future opportunities. Next slide. Now, what's been striking is that, and the reason I felt it necessary to sort of recap some of these trends is that as I look at the new policies that are being implemented, I think they, by and large, are going to reinforce these skill-biased technical changes. We see the emergence of technological rivalries in which countries are vying for global leadership, and they're doing so in the kinds of technologies which tend to work against less skilled workers. So I've already mentioned some, robotics, additive manufacturing, 3D printing. But as you go further and you look at semiconductors, nanotechnology, advanced materials, autonomous vehicles, telecommunication technologies, advanced pharmaceuticals, well, just naming them makes you immediately picture the kind of skilled and educated workers that are going to be required in order to advance these technologies. So the rivalries that the geopolitics are causing, I think, are going to play into these forceful trends which are tending to work against less skilled workers and therefore highlight the kind of policy recommendations that the group that discussed this has made for the labor market. Next slide, please. As well. My reading of the evidence is that balance, from a macroeconomic perspective, the best estimates we have, the net labor force effects are quite small. Although our politicians like to accentuate the positive and to stress the kind of great new jobs that are going to be available, the fact is there is going to be a lot of disruption in the fossil fuel markets. And if you simply think through the differences in the technologies required, for instance, just take one example, to produce electric vehicles, which are estimated to have something like 200 parts versus the traditional combustion engine driven automobile with 1,200 parts. Of what you can predict is that there is going to be an aggregate need to move production workers out of the production of automobiles, and there's a change in the kind of people who are going to be required, basically to build electric vehicles, in addition to their batteries, which are not yet produced in many countries, are basically computers on wheels. And so this is a tremendously skill-biased technical change that is going to characterize this particular dimension of the green revolution. But you can go through other technologies as well, and you can see that while they will create construction jobs initially, which leads to more inclusive growth, at the end of the day, the operators, the designers, and so on are going to strengthen the tendency towards this bias and skill. And we have a lot of people who depend on fossil fuels production. Many of those workers are in far-flung places, because that's where we've located the coal mines and other production facilities. The new ones will not necessarily be appropriately located in the same places. And so we face a great challenge in adjusting. And there's a lot of talk about just transitions, and I couldn't underscore their importance more. But nonetheless, thus far, my reading of both what the United States has done in its Inflation Reduction Act and what other countries are doing to think about not just the winners but the losers, is totally inadequate to the task. And the same kind of division occurs at the global level between those who produce fossil fuels for export, oil exporting countries on the one hand, and the new countries who do have opportunities to specialize in green technologies. Next slide. So, I think if we take our lessons from what happened in the past, the failure to deal with the adjustment problems of globalization that we have experienced ultimately had seismic political effects. And we saw the emergence of populism and an antagonism to free trade, which was ably summarized in the presentation, in the summary of the discussion. Well, we're facing a very similar challenge today when it comes to green technologies. And I don't think there is sufficient emphasis in the discussions on the kinds of policies that are required, both in developing countries and in developed countries, to deal with this dimension of decarbonization. And I would underscore the need for more effective transfer programs, adjustment programs, and training policies, and the emphasis on skills, given the forces that are working the labor market today. And finally, I would simply underscore that whatever the macroeconomic policies are, nothing is better for a well-functioning labor market and for creating opportunities than macroeconomic stability. We've been reminded numerous times and seen the evidence of how worker power and worker rights can be reinforced in economies that are able to sustain full employment. And those at the bottom who are going to experience a lot of the difficulties, the best policies are to drive the economy towards a non-inflationary state of much fuller employment. Let me end there.
Thank you. Some really excellent points. And we had this lecture today by Nandan Nikhilani, and I think the idea is that you need policy to adjust for this possible loss of jobs. And one of the features of technological change, we see the smartphone going, the Indian has one. This is technological change that benefits the poor. And I think this is that even ChatGPT, for example, if it is going to replace labor, yes, but it can also augment. So somebody is calling the term IA instead of AI, intelligence augmentation, if it can be used to conscious policy design to augment productivity. But I think now we will get some more questions, and can discuss these points. But now I will invite Dr. Homi Kharas, who is Senior Fellow, Center for Sustainable Development, Brookings Institution. He has authored a number of very important reports. He was 26 years at the World Bank, for 7 years as Chief Economist of the World Bank's East Asia and Pacific region, Director for Poverty Reduction and Economic Management. Among his various reports, I believe he was the author for the G20 committee of experts. K. Singh was one of the just discussed in our session. So he's going to talk about multilateralism, geopolitics, and global commons, which is going to be taken up tomorrow. But we look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Ashima. And just can you hear me and see the slides? Do you see the slides?
Yeah. I see the slides.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about these, these are very big themes, geopolitics, governance, and the global commons, and I'm actually going to do it in reverse order. I'm going to start with the global commons, I'm going to say a few words about governance, and then about the politics, and then say what does all this mean for multilateralism, because everyone says that, well, if we've got these issues of the global commons, then that requires multilateral cooperation. What does that really mean in practice? So I'm going to just start with the global commons, because it's really the global commons issue that is driving a lot of the change that we see in a lot of the discussion about multilateralism. The big point about the global commons issue is that it is urgent, it is large. So I want to start with some numbers, and these are the numbers that you'll see in the expert report. Also see these numbers now in a whole range of other multilateral discussions. Basically, what we're saying is that developing countries, and now I'm excluding China from this group in these numbers, because in many ways, when you think about what China needs to do, its reliance on multilaterals is of a different nature, should I say, than many of the other countries. But other developing countries probably, we think, will have to spend something like $5.4 trillion by 2030. Every year, these are annual figures. If they're really going to make a serious dent in the SDGs in climate and nature. So this is 5.4 breakdown. First of all, let me say it represents an increment of 3 trillion over 2019. So I just want people to be clear about these numbers. That 5.4 is broken down between, we just call it SDGs and climate and nature related investments. And I want to be quite clear in saying that making these kinds of divisions is somewhat artificial, because there is so much overlap between what one calls climate-related investments and what one calls SDG-related investments. Nevertheless, just for clarity, I don't want people to forget how important it is to maintain the investments in other SDGs, and all of these conversations that we've been having about increasing skills, etc., go to this notion that education, health, skilled labor forces are absolutely essential for these new economies. The big increase, because we've started from such a low base, is actually in the climate and nature-related investments. And those have to be ramped up very, very rapidly. And you can see from this slide that the big increase there is on the energy transition, but also important aspects of adaptation, resilience, the loss and damage, and some of the natural capital investments that we've talked about. So this is just to give you a sense of the scale of these kinds of spending, and this is probably something which is around 10% of the developing country GDP by 2030. So it will have big macroeconomic implications if indeed it is implemented. We can go through just to say these are numbers that are plucked out of thin air. These are numbers that have actually come from serious, what I would call engineering approaches, where you look sector by sector
very specific kinds of things. How much will it cost in the power system for zero carbon generation, for storage, in the transport system, for, EVs, buildings for electrification and energy efficiency and so on and so forth. So it's built from a set of quite detailed estimates of what it would take in order to do these kinds of investments efficiently. I was very struck actually when Kapil was talking and he said that short-term upfront costs, benefits over the long term. I mean, to me, that's just a description of what we mean by investment. Every investment involves a short-term upfront cost and benefits that come later. So in all of these areas, we're really talking about investments. So this is kind of the nature of what we need to do. And then you have to ask yourself the question, how are we actually going to finance all of this? And so if you start from saying this is the investment financing that is needed, some of it will come from domestic resources, some of it will come from external resources. This is the split that we have taken in the NDB report and in other areas. And you'll see that the external financing side, we're talking about $1 trillion. This is the source of this famous that we need $1 trillion in external financing for developing countries. We mean by that, it's going to come from some finance, maybe something around half, some from the multilateral development banks and other sources of non-concessional financing, maybe about 30%, and some from concessional financing from bilateral agencies. Which is also going to be quite important. So that's the kind of the breakdown of what we need. But I do want to underline that the notion of the global commons has provided a sense of scale and urgency to the question of development that we have never had before. And so, at least in the way I look at it, I kind of now say development was always something that was treated by the rest of the world as something that was quite nice to have. If you can, manage to get some more prosperity amongst more people, that would be a good thing. But if it doesn't happen, I'm sorry, it'll happen sometime later. You can't take that same approach with climate or with nature because of the tipping points that are associated with it. All right. Let me now turn a little bit to governance, and I'm not going to talk about things like shares in these organizations and their seats and stuff like that. What I'm going to talk about is governance outcomes. Are these organizations, as they're currently constituted, doing the right things? Are they doing them well? So first, I would say, yes, by and large, they are doing the right things. And when there's a survey that was done by ODI, they asked, what are the kinds of things that you think that the MDBs do, which is relevant to that supports you. And say, well, providing external finance at better than market terms, that's very important. Many of them say the knowledge and the technical assistance is very relevant to support their national plans and strategies and budgets. But then they say, what is doing? And most of them say it's very complicated and difficult. And some of the discussion I heard something, I think it was Ambassador Majid who said he would try to write some plans for the climate fund, and what a complicated process that was. It's a sort of theme that comes out all the time, these kinds of things. So you can summarize this. We can say, look, here are a bunch of things. These blue bars tell you what respondents to this survey say are really important things that they think that MDBs do. And the orange bar says, are they doing a good job? And you can see that there are big gaps in several major areas. And that's why we can't just say, let the NDBs do more. The NDBs also need, in my mind, a different type of governance that pushes them to improve their performance in all of these areas. So one simple area where they can improve is just by being a little bit more transparent and clear about what it is they're doing. If you go into the OECD website and you say, how much private sector money is being mobilized by multilaterals in 2021, you get an answer, $27 billion. When you look at the official report by the NDBs about how much they have mobilized, this is when they report to the Climate Finance Commission, they say it's $63 billion. It can't be both at the same time, I'm sorry. I understand that they use different methodologies in these different places. When we have a discussion and a dialogue about something which is so important, like private mobilization, it's enormously confusing when important global bodies use radically different definitions and so come up with very different numbers, because it really makes it very hard for us to know what's really going on. There are also lots of things, and some of these we've advanced in the expert panel report about how NDBs could actually work much better as a system. I think many people know that NDBs actually compete with each other rather than cooperate with each other. And they do that because they're keen to finance a particular project. And right now, there aren't that many projects which are what people call bankable. Why? Because it's a public good. Development of the project pipeline is a public good. If NDB develops a project, and another NDB finances it, it's a net loss for that NDB. So they're very careful about which projects are they going to help prepare. It's only the ones that they're going to finance. And we've had, therefore, real underinvestment in this development of the project pipeline. NDBs could do a lot more in terms of cooperating with each other on regulatory and institutional reforms, and really pushing that agenda. They even have a database which is called the Global Emerging Markets Database, which is about how their long-term infrastructure projects have performed in developing countries. By and large, they keep it secret, although my understanding is that now there's an agreement that will make this publicly available. But you need that kind of transparency if you're ever going to have sustainable infrastructure becoming an asset class, which is something we've all discussed, but would make this process much more efficient and which would help private investors have more understanding and clarity when they get into these areas. Now let me just turn quickly to the politics, or if you will, the geopolitics. We were, at the time of the last World Bank capital increase, was the G7 countries were basically saying, we don't want these multilateral development banks to do anything more than what they're currently doing. And in fact, David Malpass, the former president of the World Bank, at that time was Undersecretary of the US Treasury, his testimony to Congress, he very proudly said, yes, please give the World Bank, this is IDRC and IFC, a little bit more money. It was quite a small capital increase because we have got them to agree on a new financial discipline mechanism that will stop them from ever coming back to you again for more money. So it really served to lower what IBRD calls the sustainable lending level, and it generated a limit of $27 billion per year in new commitments. That's now gone up a little bit thanks to implementation of the recommendations of the so-called capital adequacy framework, but still not by much. The mental frame was, we don't really want or need these institutions to really expand enormously. Then on the other side, you have the developing countries, the big developing country borrowers. And even today, President Lula, when he went to the Paris summit on the new global financing pact, this is what he said. He said, let's be clear, the World Bank leaves much to be desired in terms of what the world wants from the World Bank,
and the IMF. And I was, smiling. I heard in the last session that maybe the G20 wants to take a look at the IMF as well as at the multilateral development banks. Certainly, that's something many developing countries want. But what was the response? The response from the big borrowers was not to say, let's try to fix these institutions. It was to say, let's create our own institutions. And the big new institutions, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the New Development Bank, and CAF in this instance is the what's now called the Latin American Development Bank. These together, which don't have any G7 shareholders, or AIIB does, but were funded by developing countries for developing countries, now are committing something like $20 billion a year. So quite a large portion of the total NDB thing. So my point here is simply to say there is not necessarily a huge amount of political support for the current multilateral development banks. And in the environment, the world environment that we see ourselves today, this is rather unfortunate. And I'm going to conclude with this, because as I see it, here are a few propositions which I think many people would agree with. The first is you cannot meet these global challenges without a very sizable step up in public and private investments in developing countries. I don't think that many people would disagree with that statement. Then you say, look, could developing countries just do this by themselves? And again, with very few exceptions, maybe China might be able to do it by itself, but with very few exceptions, because of their limited financial and technical capacity, I would say almost all will need considerable international support. Then you say, where is this going to come from? Some people have talked about institutions. It takes years for a new institution to actually become operational and to be able to scale up its lending. We don't have years for really starting to address these global challenges at scale. You can't do it just through concessional lending, the Green Climate Fund, etc., because there isn't enough money there. They don't have the leverage. So I believe that we have the only option that we have to deliver this support at scale of the multilateral development banks because of their ability to leverage financial support from their shareholders. But we won't, nobody is willing to do that and put more money into these shareholders unless the NDBs in turn transform themselves. They have to do that before helping countries to transform the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Homi. So those are very, very interesting comments. And this issue of competition across in the MDB system, competition as well as cooperation. I was learned recently that the World Bank takes something like 2 to 4 years to sanction a project, while NDB, because they have a lean workforce, they use fintech and they use local government approvals, do it within 6 months. So this financing issue, the geopolitics, if NDBs, you have internal competition, they learn to be more customer friendly, they compete with each other. Countries can choose where they want to finance. They commit to expand financing to the MDB system, but they give financing depending on comparative performance. Would that be, and then if this money is used more to leverage more private sector, because that is where the big money is. If that will be a good direction for the global system to go. But now I think we will take questions from the floor. Please inform. I think everybody is thinking of dinner. We are at 7:30.
No. Yeah, if I could. Well, firstly, thank you for your patience, and I'm glad that the read from the previous session help you get a sense of the issues. So extremely thought-provoking presentation, and I thank you for that. But can I just ask you, when you talk about the MDB's ability to reform themselves, what are we talking about? Are we talking about shareholders? Are we talking about management? Are they where they are because they have played the shareholders off against each other? Or is it, that these are friendless institutions and so nobody gives a damn? You were talking essentially about the bank. You could even extend that to the fund. So who's accountable? Who's culpable? Who needs to move? And what's the role of the G20?
So can I respond?
Yes, please. Can you hear him?
So I put this under governance because I think that ultimately it is the governance of the institutions that has to pressure the bureaucracy of the institutions to perform better. And some of the things that Ashima mentioned are things that can and should be done and can be done quite quickly. So you're absolutely right that the time, the processing time for a particular project in IDRC or the African Development Bank is measured in years rather than in months. It doesn't have to be. And there are actually quite a lot of examples. I spent a chunk of my career at the World Bank. And for example, we did projects to assist Indonesia after the Aceh tsunami. And there, the timeframes were measured in months. So when the institutions put their mind to it and say, this is a priority and we have to do it, you can do it in months. And there are lots of other examples. Bosnia reconstruction, it was done in months, as you say. NDB does it in months, etc. There's nothing right now in the system that really forces and pushes this to be the norm for the NDBs. And we have to change that. So whether it is engagement with the private sector, many of them don't have specific targets for mobilization of private money. And we kind of say, this is the way in which we do business. If you want to come along, come along. If you don't, well, that's your business. That's not good enough. We have to innovate on financial instruments. There are lots of examples about how that can be done. So pushing them to transform themselves in a fashion that would make this kind of agenda more doable and more responsive to what countries need, I think is absolutely doable. It'll require leadership. It'll require maybe a change in skill sets in the institutions, but it is something that ought to be part and parcel to the reform agenda of the MDBs.
Thank you. We have some questions from the floor. Santiago.
So thank you, and thank you to the three presenters. I just want to comment a little bit on Homi's presentation, which I thought was really right on the money. I think part of the problem, Homi, is that the way the politics think about the multilateral institutions is completely outdated. They think of multilateral institutions as government assistance in the old traditional way. But what you're sort of talking about is, look, these are agencies of the world who help the world with mitigation in a subset of the world. But they're not doing development assistance in the traditional sense. They're helping the world. These are institutions for the whole world. Maybe what they need is a name change, or they need something, the polity, particularly the politics in the US, to understand this is not giving arms to those people in the third world that never get their act together, which is what half of the Congress thinks. But they need to understand this is a different issue and that they're helping themselves. the communications of that. And I think here, Suma, the G20 does have some big space in terms of the way in which the message of all these investments are communicated. People need to understand that the beneficiaries of these investments, the guys who live in Kansas and in Florida, and they're benefiting because Indonesia and India are emitting less. And that's what they're doing. And we have a huge communication failure in this dimension. Thank you.
Just say, Ashima.
No, I think there's one more question we take. You want to know this question clearly? You have this question, right?
Can you just make one comment about Santiago's point?
Okay.
She's right. Quickly. NKC and Larry Summers did an op-ed on the expert group report. The driving point there is the world is on fire. That ultimately is the point. The world is on fire and something has to be done. We just can't go along saying, well, there might be a risk here or another risk there. Lack of action is right now the major risk for the world.
All right.
Perfect. Well, thank you for both presentations. Extremely useful, always interesting. 2 minor points. One, corroborating what Santiago Levy was saying. I mean, you were right about now, about people like Larry Summers and so on. But the fact of the matter is that 2018, when he was, the former president of the World Bank was Secretary of the Treasury, I was at the board of the World Bank, and that was a negotiation of the last package. And the limits that he established there is with respect to operations of the bank with upper middle income countries. By the way, he was seconded by the French, by the British, and by the Japanese. The Germans and Scandinavians did not support that because they realized that it's important to operate with upper middle income countries with respect to global public goods. The point is that underlying the whole thing, I was right in the sense that there is or at least there was until recently, the IMLSA report. It's to shrink this operation of finance to middle income countries and make only an agency. So things may have changed now that the world is on fire, but to be seen, because at least until recently it was not the case. Second point was, I fully I cannot agree with you when you remark sometimes how these institutions compete. It's true. But you presented the case of co-financing of projects as a bad case. I don't know if I agree. No? Okay, I misunderstood you. No, okay.
No.
Because sometimes
it's part of what I would say they should be doing.
Okay.
To collect.
The AIIB piggybacking because it doesn't have the capacity in sanitation projects in Philippines. Okay, so apologize. But in your view, and then I conclude, it's been some time when we had the million from billion to trillions, right? The idea of using the World Bank finance instead of crowding out other kinds of finance, focusing to covering risks so as to maximize the whole bang for the buck. What has not worked? Why it has been a bit disappointing in your view? Unless you think it has worked out so far.
Yeah, please go ahead and answer.
I think it's very simple. It's that you can't mobilize private money if you don't have public money to put on the table. So the simple point, if you want to have a private, let's say solar generation plant, you need a connection to the grid. If you don't have a public investment in public, which is usually public, if you don't have investment in the transmission line, then you've got, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, wait until you get a connection. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So if you don't move in parallel and tandem and start to think about the way in which both the
public and the private sector can move together, you're not just going to get, suddenly some private money that comes in. And I think that one of the things now where there's so much more emphasis is it's not just about a little guarantee here or something else there. You need a very different type of engagement between the multilateral banks and the private sector. What some people call co-creation of opportunities, and a much more hard-nosed allocation of risks for a fee, I might add, not subsidies to the private sector in order to make all of this work.
Thank you. So mine is a question for Robert.
Yeah, Robert, I didn't want the very powerful points you made to be overlooked by the fact you went first. So first, what has led somebody like Asamoglu now to say that, look, we need to, I don't think it's only about AI. He's basically challenging the notion that technological progress is benign. Is that the right interpretation of what he's saying, and why is he saying that? And what are the implications, do you think, if any, for the G20 over the medium term of the trends that you articulate? We've had an important discussion on industrial policy, on the importance of manufacturing and all of that at a national level. And you have what you had to say has implications for that. But is there a G20 role? So two questions.
So I really can't speak for him. He's always believed in directed technical change. He wrote some brilliant papers on that subject. So I guess he feels we can direct our technical change in a particular direction. I happen to be quite skeptical. In fact, I'd like to refer to the astute comment that I think Professor Goyal made about AI. So an immediate reaction might be that digital technologies are going to substitute for less skilled labor and therefore hurt developing countries. But actually, there's some really interesting studies. One was done by Caroline Freud with the World Bank, where they looked at hearing aids. And it turns out that the production of hearing aids has a labor-intensive component and a very skill-intensive component. And she found that in developing countries, it is now possible to use 3D printing to replicate the skill-intensive part of the hearing aid. And so she found these developing countries have suddenly started to export the hearing aids. Professor Guillaume pointed out AI. AI certainly can be used to substitute for routine labor, but it could also set certain deficiencies in know-how in emerging markets. So technology, in a sense, will depend on how it is used. Now, there is, and so I don't think we should try to cut off technological development, because I think it works in mysterious ways. And sometimes there are advantages and sometimes there are not. We have to be adaptable and know how to cope with those differences. But nonetheless, it could go either way. The G20, just to come back, I think has to be concerned about trying to come up with some rules, because AI, unlike other technologies, works in especially mysterious ways, because we don't actually understand why we're getting the results we're going to get. And there are huge dangers that it could take over in certain dimensions, and the results could be very damaging. So the current developers are even voicing concerns about this, and I think the G20 should be taking those concerns seriously although I'm still not optimistic that we're going to be able to stall the quote-unquote progress that it inevitably is going to provide.
Thank you. Hanan had a question.
Thank you. My comment and question relate to the G20 and the NDBs. Okay, I think in the current environment that we are, and the new norm of financial markets and high cost of borrowing for the South, what we need is actually scale up of the role for NDBs, because we need to have actually access to more concessional financing to be able to continue the development journey. So, and another very important, so one of the things that need to be considered is basically, increasing the capitalization of NDBs, because actually there you can get leverage, which you cannot get by, for example, official development assistance. But also, we need to agree in terms of the need to look into the modality of how these MDBs have been working, the need to take more risk, as previous reports, CAF reports of the G20 showed, but also need to revise the type of criteria that is used to access to concessional financing. Like, for example, IDA criteria not be just on income basis. There is a need to update this to include vulnerability, to actually tackle what you're trying to address by these resources. So I think we need a bit of, a review of the operational model, but there is the need for them, I believe, is larger than ever. One more issue is on the issue of the governance. I think one of the things that we also need to ensure is that the voice of the South in terms of the governance, because we need to be forward-looking. And forward-looking, the role of the South will be much bigger than it is now. So basically, to attend to the changing realities of that world, including where the workforce, the majority of the workforce will be, what needs to be tackled in terms of the skills and investment now to actually be, a better world and complementary between the South and the North. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's more of a comment, and we are 20 minutes into our dinner time. So if any of the panelists want to make any specific comment or rejoin, you're welcome. Or does anyone want to make a comment? Marie wants to say something. Marie has a question, then maybe the panelists can come.
Sorry, I know I'm eating into your dinner time, but and I know I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short. I can take offline also the comments. Just one question to Bob, because I really agree with you about the importance of addressing the distribution effects of the technology as well as trade. But I just wondered what your recommendations were very general about retraining and so on, and I guess we all know that. But the effectiveness of these policies are really questionable, in the sense that what works and what doesn't work. Did the trade policy adjustment federal program work in the case of the US? I think it didn't work. Otherwise, you would have had that polarization. So why didn't it work, and how can we make it work better? And I understand Cassie Russ, for instance, works on the effects are very local. So you really have to look at the policy's response in a very local way. To Homi, I won't go into. I just wanted to ask two questions on your recommendation about reforms, because it's about streamlining. And as you know, the new president has been talking about how he wants to streamline the process. And it's a big question. But just wondering, two ideas. They can't. The streamlining issue is related to having to fulfill the ESF, and now we have Paris Align on top of that. But the MPA that we did for the vaccines was actually successful in being able to approve a large number of projects and really streamline the ESF and potentially the Paris Align in the future. So some kind of model where you do a few, and then after that, the ones that come after that, as long as they've had followed the template, you don't have to approve them. You just report back to the board. And second, I think allowing loans, especially because we're talking for climate, for regional projects and not country-based projects, I think would be another area where we could have scale, but that also will need reform of the way we do our lending.
Does the panelists want to respond? Holly? Robert? Holly, you want to say something?
Thank you for very useful comments and observations. G20, you have a large number of the West developing countries. If the developing countries themselves don't come and clearly say, we really need and want a significant expansion of the multilateral development banks, if they don't say that and put political capital behind it, it will be much harder to push this agenda forward, because the tendency in G7 countries is still to be a little cautious about the claims on their financial resources that will inevitably be entailed. So my plea is use this occasion where you have the India, Brazil, South Africa kind of sequencing of G20 meetings to build and clearly articulate that position from the major economies of the global South on behalf of the global South. Thank you.
Marie, you raise a very important issue. What works? And I think, firstly, one reason they didn't work before, or they don't seem to have been very successful, is that the scale at which they have been applied, certainly in the United States, has been minimal. And so I think an inadequate, just as the discussion on development has pointed to the inadequate devotion of resources, the same is true in the case of adjustment policies. Nonetheless, they are not a panacea. And I think you also make a very relevant point about the importance of place. And increasingly, people are thinking about place-based policies. But as they talk about place-based policies, for all of you who are quite familiar with development issues, the question is just as focused if you ask what works in place-based policies as were you to have asked the question, what works to encourage economic development? And we all know how complex the answers are to that question. And there's a very analogous complexity in trying to come up with the policies that will work for place-based policies. But I would finally say why I ended on stressing the role of maintaining a fully employed economy is precisely because we're not that good at these microeconomic policies. But there is certainly overwhelming evidence that adjustment is much easier in a fully employed economy, much less costly in a fully employed economy than it is in one where labor markets don't have enough, have too much capacity.
Yes, excellent answer. I think we were just saying that it's very difficult to select what works. So something that works for everyone. And I think we can extrapolate this to G20 also. Because I agree with Homi's comment that the world is on fire. It's literally heating up in a lot of places. So I think for G20 to move forward, you need to identify that common set that everybody wants, everybody agrees to. And then I think much of the developed world wants mitigation, much of the EMDs want SDG goals. And what delivers both these is green and sustainable growth, which is what this conference is trying to arrive at and how we can achieve it. So with that, I thank all the panelists. Kapil, you would like to...
Thanks, Ashima. Thanks, Homi, Robert. This was a bit of a gamble, but it paid off magnificently in bringing together the whole day and adding, the fruits of your research and, of course, your passion and commitment. So with that, those who stayed till the end are rewarded by dinner. There may be guests who've come and are waiting next door already. Tomorrow morning, we start again at 9:30, but it's only opening remarks, so you can drift in late if you wish. But the session actually gets going at 9:45. So I will thank all who remain, who made this such a rich discussion. Anything else we need to say, or can we just proceed to dinner? Anything more? Okay, well, let's give all of us a round of applause and proceed to dinner.